Okay, good morning, colleagues, friends, and family. My name is Mohamed Camara. I'm a professor and the chair of the Department of African Studies here at Howard University, and I'm also honored and humbled to be the chair of the organizing committee for this event. To all of you here, I send the greetings of the organizing committee and the co-sponsors of this event that are the Department of African Studies, the Center for African Studies, the Moreland Spingarn Research Center, the Department of Political Science, the Department of English, and the Center for Women, Gender, and Global Leadership. And our greetings go to not only you who are present here, but also to those who join us from around the world. Because as we know in Africa, it is said that it takes a village to raise a child. So it took a village to raise the proverbial child whose life work we are celebrating today. But that African saying also says that it takes a child to build a village, which means that the child that the village raised, when well raised, will grow, mature, and help to build a global village with their community service, intellectual and professional productivity, their leadership, and their humanity. So the proverbial child whose life work we are celebrating here helps us to welcome the global village of the people, friends, relatives, colleagues who are joining us from across the world, here in the United States and North America, but also Africa, the Caribbean, Central and South America, Europe, and Asia. Hence, the global village that this proverbial child has helped to raise, has helped create, to celebrate, give us the honor to celebrate his lifelong work. And of course, if I'm allowed to say, that proverbial child is our colleague, brother, and friend, Professor Paul Zeleza. And at this point, I am honored to invite our next speaker to address you, and that is Dr. Lanisa Kitchiner. Dr. Kitchiner is the inaugural Associate Vice President for Global and Diaspora Engagement here at Howard University. In this new role, she will oversee, coordinate, and enhance strategic international programming with a special emphasis on Africa and the African diaspora. Dr. Kitchiner, her extensive experience includes leadership roles in global and diasporic programming at Harvard University, the Library of Congress, the Smithsonian Institution's National Museum of African Art, and Howard University. As executive director of Harvard University's Center for African Studies, she oversaw operations in Cambridge and South Africa, managed sponsored programs, and spearheaded fundraising initiatives. She has also served as chief of the African and Middle Eastern Division at the Library of Congress, where she led a team responsible for curating and interpreting a vast collection relevant to Africa, the Middle East, and their diasporas. As Director of Education and Scholarly Initiatives at the Smithsonian Institution's National Museum of African Art, she showcased her ability to develop public programs and exhibitions that facilitated cross-cultural understanding. In addition, Dr. Kitchiner was previously an associate director at Howard University's Ralph Bunche International Affairs Center, where she led international programs and curated exhibitions, including a permanent tribute to Ralph Bunche. Last but not least, I'm pleased to say that Dr. Kitchiner is an alumni of the Department of African Studies. Please join me in welcoming her.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Mr. President, Mr. Provost, deans, directors, department chairs, dear colleagues online, faculty, students, and friends. It is a high honor, a high honor and privilege to welcome you, but also to join this gathering in celebration of our dear Dr. Paul Tiyambe Zeleza. As many of you know, Dr. Zeleza is a force to be reckoned with in so many ways, from his scholarship to his enduring jovial spirit and to his strategic thinking. We are gifted to have him here at Howard University, and I can tell you, in one of our earliest conversations, Dr. Zeleza said to me, he said, you know, I'm so happy to be here at Howard University. And if I have any regret whatsoever, it is that I came too late. And I said to Dr. Zeleza, I said, drawing on my end rhyme learned in the Department of English here at Howard, to every season there is a reason. And we need you here now more than ever, and it is such a delight to be here and to serve in this inaugural role with you. It is also such a delight to celebrate all that brought you to this place. I can tell you that Dr. Zeleza, as many of you know, is a scholar extraordinaire, a brilliant builder and visionary of our time, whose life's work continues to shape our understanding of Africa, the diaspora, and the power of intellectual leadership across the continent and throughout the global community. This is our dear Dr. Paul Tiyambe Zeleza. Dr. Zeleza is a historian, yes, a prolific writer, yes, he's that too, a mentor, a leader at the forefront of higher education. But those of us who know him or his work well, we also know that Dr. Zeleza is one of the continent's chief cartographers. He is one of those individuals whose intellectual contributions have not only changed, but have also quite effectively redefined the contours of African and African diasporic critical engagement across borders, across boundaries, across generations. From Canada to Kinapak, to Cape Town, to Case Western, to Kenya, to here now in the nation's capital at the capstone of Black education. Dr. Zeleza's spirit and song of collaborative engagement resonates. And it sounds a little bit like this, and I'm quoting from some of his scholarly work. Diaspora, quote, is simultaneously a state of being and a process of becoming. It is fashioned as much in the fluid and messy contexts of social experience, differentiation, and struggle, and through the transnational circuits of exchange of diasporic resources and repertoires of power, as in the discourse of the intellectuals and the power elites, end quote. To become, in this sense, in the way that I read it and the way that I understand it, requires engagement with others. It requires challenging assumptions and building something new, but doing it together. So when the chair of our African Studies department here at Howard University, Dr. Camara, says the global village, that's precisely the language and the spirit that Dr. Zeleza speaks of in his scholarship. It is also, when we think about Dr. Zeleza's words, what we hear and see through his scholarship is really a highlighting that the diaspora is dynamic. The diaspora is dynamic. It is constantly evolving through dialogue, through migration, resistance, and cultural exchange. Intellectual work in this context is never static. It thrives through, on the one hand, interdisciplinary collaboration, on the other, cross-cultural conversations, and then on the other, transnational networks of scholars and practitioners, all of which Dr. Zeleza, through his life work, has done marvelously. Dr. Zeleza's scholarship invites us to engage the diaspora not only as a subject of study, but as a methodology, one that values movement, exchange, co-creation, and critical reflection. It urges us to collaborate, not just to analyze the diaspora, but to participate in its ongoing formation, to develop amongst us a common grounding, to celebrate our shared history, our shared culture, and our collective consciousness. Dr. Zeleza's scholarship and his enduring song implies that collaboration is not just strategic. It is rooted in identity and in solidarity. For those of us who are scholars and would-be scholars, practitioners engaged in this work in any measure, in any way whatsoever, this means engaging across every barrier that may stand before us. I want to share with you one other quote from Dr. Zeleza's work. This one is from his novel, Smoldering Charcoal. And I'm quoting now. "Injustice cannot destroy. It merely seeks to reproduce itself until those who have been wronged by it, starved because of it, gone mad because of it, been crippled in body and maimed in spirit because of it, stand up and fight." In this moment where there is so much opportunity before us, we might consider it a fight, but I know through Dr. Zeleza's scholarship, through Dr. Zeleza's somebodiness, his spirit, his enduring song, that if we follow some of the steps that he has charted, we will be on the right path. Again, it is so great a pleasure to be here with each of you. My profound thanks to the organizers who helped to bring us together, who conceived of, developed, and executed this occasion. To Dr. Zeleza, thank you for your work. Thank you for you. Thank you for everything. I hope we all enjoy the rest of the proceeds of today. Thank you. I think it is my high honor to now call to the podium the Provost of our university, Dr. Anthony Wutoh. We can clap for him. Let's give it up.
Good morning. It is certainly my honor and my pleasure to be here with you this morning to bring greetings on behalf of the entire Howard University community. I want to first acknowledge the organizers of the conference this morning, Dr. Camara, Dr. Vini, and all others who have contributed to this program. If you're not familiar, Howard University was founded in 1867, shortly after the end of the Civil War, fought in this country primarily to end slavery. Within 2 years of the founding of the university, we welcomed our first international students, and within 5 years of the founding of the university, we graduated the first group of international students at the university. One was from Prussia, one was from the West Indies, and the third was from the Gold Coast, currently known as Ghana. So Howard has been an international institution almost since the founding of the university. You can imagine over that period of time, we've hosted a number of conferences, a number that have acknowledged and celebrated scholars. Most of them have been held in memoriam. After the passing of those scholars and those notable academics. And so it is truly a high honor that we're able to host this conference while Professor Zeleza is with us and hasn't yet transitioned to the ancestors. Many of you have had the opportunity to know him for a greater span of time than I have. I've only had the opportunity to work with him for over the last 2 to 3 years or so, and we could speak to his scholarship, his prolific writing. We could speak to the international conferences that he has presented at, his administrative positions. I thought it would be useful for me to just speak to one area. In addition to all of the roles that he has played, one of the things that I think is important to note about Professor Zeleza is that he is one of the founding members of the university's Artificial Intelligence Advisory Council. And if you can imagine a historian who has spent his life work studying the past and studying the history, particularly of Africans and people of the African diaspora and how that has impacted our present day, to serve on a council, and deservedly so, projecting into the future of the university, the role that artificial intelligence will play, not only in helping us to answer and address some of the most intractable problems facing the world, but also considering how can we use artificial intelligence to really move the university, to move our communities forward. And if you think about someone who has spent his career looking back on the past, informing our present, and playing a critical role in where we're going to go in the future and the role of artificial intelligence. He's not the only historian on the council. We're also fortunate to have Ben Talton, who is the director of our Moreland Spingarn Research Center. But I think it speaks to the breadth of his intellectual capacity, the breadth of his experience, and the value that he brings to this institution today, and how we're going to use that value and that capacity and that intellectual fortitude to really help project the university over the next decades and over the next centuries, if you will. And so I'm pleased to be able to be here to honor Professor Zeleza. I'm proud to be able to call myself a colleague. While I haven't been one of his students, I certainly have benefited from the breadth of his intellectual experience and the things that he has brought over his decades of experience to Howard University, to the Mecca, for us to really set the foundation for what this institution is going to be at a time that it is most critically needed by this country and by the world. And so I want to thank you for being here to celebrate with us, not only to reflect on what Professor Zeleza has done in the past, but as he's doing, projecting forward to the future and how we're going to be able to use that to make an impact on future generations of Howard students and on students from throughout the world. So thank you again for being here. And at this time, it is my honor to introduce the 18th president of Howard University, Dr. Ben Vinson III. Dr. Vinson is just completing his second year at the helm of the institution and is a renowned historian in his own right. And so please join me in welcoming President Vinson to the podium.
Well, good morning, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, welcome to Howard. Welcome to this landmark international conference and celebration in honor of a remarkable individual whose life and accomplishments have left an indelible mark on academia and beyond. Today, we are gathering to celebrate the 70th birthday of Professor Paul Zeleza, who, as we have been hearing and we'll hear more about, is a visionary scholar, a dedicated educator, and a transformative leader. Now, as president of Howard University, I'm also deeply honored that our university can serve as a gathering place for this moment. because we, as the Provost and Dr. Camara have noted, have been a site that has consistently convened scholars and thinkers from around the world to reflect on topics of great consequence to the Black experience. And this career and this body of work that we're celebrating today has not only shaped multiple fields of inquiry into Black life, but he has also shaped lives and shaped institutions, and indeed, dare I say, continents. And it is in that tradition of really recognizing those contributions, but also over the next several days, building upon those contributions through the papers, through the conversations, through the exchange that will be taking place. That's the essence of Howard, and it's also the essence of this career. So I also want to thank all of the organizers who have tirelessly been organizing this event. I want to extend a grateful, I'm deeply grateful to the departments and centers who have partnered to make this gathering possible: the Department of African Studies, the Center for African American Studies, the Department of Political Science, the Department of English, the Center for Women, Gender, and Global Leadership. Thank you all for your collaboration. So I want to take my time this morning to really talk a bit about this career and how it has intersected with my own experience as well. I first met Paul in 1999. At that time, I was a professor at Barnard College, and we were trying to recruit him to be a distinguished professor of African history. He soared as the potential prize in a national search, and there was an indelible buzz about his candidacy. His presentation, I'll never forget when he came to deliver his paper. It did not disappoint. It absolutely dazzled the faculty. He seamlessly traveled between 16th, 17th century, ancient Africa, really stitching together a complex, multicultural, multinational history. It was a master class in historical inquiry. But it really wasn't just the command of the material. It was this passion, the vision, the praxis of the work that was mesmerizing. So we tried everything we could do to get him at Barnard. It just wasn't meant to be. He stayed in Illinois. Fortunately, I had the chance to work with him again, or at least meet him again, and this time actually work with him at Penn State University, where he anchored the Department of African American Studies and was a central figure of the scholarly community at Penn State. I think there's I see a couple of faces from Penn State in the room. So apart from his popular classes and the countless laps on the lecture circuit, what all of us in State College remember were the house parties. They were legendary. And it was not just for the fun of these events and the spirit that was cultivated, but there was also a space for colleagues to be both scholarly and real. I say this because in many ways, Dr. Zeleza is the embodiment of these qualities. His gatherings were always a reminder that there's a human force beneath all of the work that we do, and there's a need to build community. So it is not surprising then when after Dr. Zeleza left State College, he also left a bit of a hole in that community, but he began to spread that in other places. One of the defining posts of Dr. Zeleza's career has been Vice Chancellor or President of the United States International University in Kenya. When he departed from that position, having remembered those moments in State College, I certainly jumped at the chance when he notified me that he was going to be leaving. I happened to be at Case Western Reserve, and I said, "Is there any way we can get you?" And he cordially accepted the invitation to serve as Associate Provost and North Star Distinguished Professor of History. he was building continuing education and online initiatives at Case Western Reserve. He left an imprint on everyone he met as a sage presence, a thoughtful and indefatigable individual whose work ethic, whose convening spirit elevated the institution. His reports and his work with the Jewish community in Cleveland through the Siegel Lifelong Learning Program, and his bold vision to chart new institutional waters in ways that leveraged tradition, these were things that really were marking this chapter of his career. Such a man who has left so many treasures has indelible roots that have formed him. Born on May 25th, 1955, in Salisbury, Rhodesia, now Zimbabwe. Professor Zeleza's journey began in a colonial context, with his parents seeking better opportunities in what is now Malawi. His early years were shaped by the struggle for independence, a pivotal moment that ignited his passion for education and leadership. Malawi's independence in 1964 was a significant milestone. A young Paul witnessed his parents' joy, a memory that fueled his lifelong commitment to social justice and development. Professor Zeleza's academic journey is a testament to his extraordinary intellect and perseverance. He began his education at newly established government-funded primary schools in Malawi. Despite initial challenges, he excelled and was admitted to a Catholic boarding school where he and his childhood friend aspired to be called doctor. I think he achieved it. His exceptional performance in high school earned him a place at the University of Malawi Chancellor College, where he majored in history. And during his time there, he published his first novel at the age of 19 and became a prominent figure on campus, known for his literary talents and his charismatic presence. Subsequently, Professor Zeleza's academic career took him across continents. He pursued his MA in African history and international relations at the University of London, and later completed his PhD in economic history at Dalhousie University in Canada. His dissertation, The Making of the Kenyan Working Class During the Colonial Period, and it showcased a deep understanding of African history and economics. A true diasporan, his first faculty position was at the University of the West Indies in Mona, where he thrived in a vibrant academic community. He then moved to Nairobi, facing challenges as an immigrant, but remaining steadfast in his pursuit of excellence. His journey then continued, Trent University in Canada, where he became the only Black faculty member. Let me say that again. He was the only Black faculty member and a voice for African and African-descendant people globally. Dr. Zeleza's transition to leadership roles in higher education was seamless. At Trent, he served as principal of Lady Eaton College, which is the equivalent to a dean in the United States, while he was continuing his scholarly work. And his groundbreaking book, A Modern Economic History of Africa, Volume 1, won the NOMA Award in 1994. I was just talking with students outside there, eagerly awaiting Volume 2. He later became the director of the Center for African Studies at the University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign, where he fostered interdisciplinary collaboration and elevated the program to national prominence. His preeminence was one of the reasons why we were trying to chase him down at Barnard College. Some years later, Dr. Zeleza moved to Penn State, and his tenure there allowed him to delve into research on the African diaspora, culminating in his book, In Search of African Diasporas. Professor Zeleza's leadership journey continued as chair of the Department of African American Studies at the University of Illinois Chicago, later as dean of the Bellarmine College of Liberal Arts at Loyola Marymount University. You know, I'll never forget visiting him while he was dean in Los Angeles. He drove a fast Lexus sports car, convertible. It was very impressive. It was actually perfect and fitting for his life in LA, especially for cruising the Pacific Coast Highway. But perhaps even more suitable, the car fit his career pace. Dr. Zeleza was cruising in the fast lane of change, driving Loyola Marymount University to greater heights in a hurry. And his tenure was marked by a successful fundraising effort exceeding $25 million goal, his $25 million goal, and he embraced Jesuit values of compassion and social justice. And he started new programs, he elevated faculty, he improved student outcomes. And it would not be long before he was scooped up by another institution for a greater role. As Vice President of Academic Affairs at Quinnipiac, he oversaw multiple academic schools, expanding his expertise in higher education administration. He was also the first person to ever serve as Vice President for Academic Affairs at Quinnipiac. And in that role, he actually defined what was possible at that institution. Remarkably, but characteristically, despite his extensive institutional responsibilities, he continued to find time for research and publishing and delivered major keynote addresses globally. It was in 2016 when Professor Zeleza achieved a significant milestone by becoming the Vice Chancellor of the United States International University, Africa in Nairobi. His leadership transformed academic programs, secured substantial grants, navigated the challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic. His efforts in technology investment ensured a smooth transition to online learning. Among his signal accomplishments was securing an unprecedented $63 million MasterCard Foundation grant to found a MasterCard Foundation scholarship program at USIU. Students from across the continent now flock to the university for their education. This includes refugees, displaced youth, those with disabilities. Talent is now groomed in 11 degree programs, including science and technology, pharmacy, business, humanities, social sciences, and communications. And apart from this legacy, Dr. Zeleza oversaw the construction of a new student center and a brand new School of Humanities and Social Sciences. This building is breathtaking. It is an architectural marvel that I certainly had the chance to see firsthand during construction. Above this, he created a graduate school for research and new procedures and policies for institutional success. Now, apart from all of these forms of contributions to higher education, we are equally gathered here over the next 2 days because Professor Zeleza's contributions extend well beyond these administrative roles. He founded the Carnegie African Diaspora Fellowship Program, fostering collaboration between African-born scholars in Canada and the United States with their counterparts in Africa. His global reputation has earned him positions on various international boards, including the University of Ghana and the Alliance for Africa Partnership. Professor Zeleza's scholarly work has also significantly shaped the understanding of African history and the role of African diaspora in global development. Some of his most influential publications include, of course, that Modern Economic History of Africa, Volume 1, but also Manufacturing African Crises, Manufacturing African Studies and Crises, which was released in 1998. And this work received a special commendation from NOMA. This book examines the challenges and contradictions within African studies, particularly in the context of its development in the United States. There's also the aforementioned work In Search of African Diasporas, one that has certainly influenced my thinking. This is an important book that explores the African diaspora's contributions to global development and the interconnectedness of African communities worldwide. It's not just diaspora, it's connection. And finally, of a very extensive list, I would like to signal out Re-Envisioning African and American Universities, which is a recent publication, and it discusses the future of higher education and both Africa and the United States, and it reflects his extensive experience in academic leadership. There's a way in which, as he lives these roles, he reimagines the underpinnings of those roles and is able to derive the essence of them for a greater audience through his publications. And anyone reading Dr. Zeleza's writings, both fiction and nonfiction, will find that these works are packed with profound insights and reflections. Dr. Kitchiner stole one of my favorite quotes from Smoldering Charcoal, which is, of course, "Injustice cannot destroy. It merely seeks to reproduce itself until those who have been wronged by it, starved because of it, gone mad because of it, been crippled in body and maimed in spirit because of it, stand up and fight." And a second quote, "Manufacturing African Studies in Crises." This quote runs, as I read it, you'll immediately understand. It's short, but it encapsulates a career. "African studies must be reclaimed and redefined by Africans themselves to reflect their realities, aspirations, and struggles." As I bring my comments to a close this morning, allow me to share an anecdote that I think highlights Professor Zeleza's character and dedication. This comes from his time at Loyola Marymount University. He was known for an open-door policy and his genuine interest in students' well-being. One day, there was a student who came to his office seeking advice. Dr. Zeleza not only provided academic guidance, but also took the time to listen and offer words of encouragement. This is despite the busy schedule of Dean. The student later remarked that it was Professor Zeleza's kindness and support that helped him persevere and succeed. These stories are almost everyday occurrences. Here at Howard, I've seen Dr. Zeleza talk to our students, encourage our students, wherever they may be, to give them that additional push, that focus that helps them move in their careers. Compassion and leadership, intelligence and criticality. These are some defining elements of a career that continues to mold, continues to give, continues to shape. Assembled guests, this is but a snapshot of a rich and robust career. We're delighted to have Dr. Zeleza at Howard, an institution long dedicated to the uplift of the global Black diaspora. This work, this career, resonates in powerful ways at Howard because he embodies the ideals that we champion, ideals that I see across our faculty, across our student body, across those who come here to work at the Mecca, to study at the Mecca, to take what we have abroad. Those ideals of excellence, equity, truth, and service, unwavering commitments that make for a better tomorrow. So today, as we launch this conference with sessions that engage everything from feminist theory to Pan-Africanism to the political economy of development to the cultural economies of sport and leisure, let us do all of this in the spirit that Dr. Zeleza himself would bring. Let us be open-minded, intellectually curious, collaborative, and most importantly, despite the darkness, despite the challenges, despite sometimes that feeling that there is no return, there's always hope. To the organizing committee, to our esteemed colleagues and partners, and most of all to Dr. Zeleza, thank you for giving us your gifts of the mind, your leadership, your example, and your effort. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President Vinson. Your presence and the presentation of the life and work of Dr. Zeleza are very inspirational to all of us. And we thank Provost Wutoh and Dr. Kitchiner for sharing their views and understanding of this event and what it represents. So at this point, we're going to move to the first panel of the presentation of the conference. And the title of the panel is Pan-Africanism and African Renaissance. And I would like to invite the chair of that panel, Dr. Sitho Sitole of Howard University, and his co-presenters. Dr. Sitole.
President Ben Vinson III, Dr. Kitchiner, Dr. Patterson, the chair of the conference, Dr. Camara. I don't know what I deserve to be the chair of this esteemed panel, but let me call the panelists that are going to be dealing with Pan-Africanism and the African Renaissance. And I would like to call on stage Dr. Anahid Al-Haden, Dr. Makawasi Mcharo Hall, and Dr. Shomarka Keita, and of course, Dr. Oluwakemi Damola Adejumo Aibio. I hope I'm doing it right. Yes. I'm just going to pull this a bit so that I can see them. So, before we start, I was thinking about how am I going to introduce this very important panel, and I needed to find a prayer that is symbolic of this very same panel that is going to be dealing with Pan-Africanism and African Renaissance. And let's hear the prayer that I selected just for this moment.
Africa, my Africa, Africa of proud warriors in ancestral savannas, Africa of whom my grandmother sings on the banks of the distant river. I have never known you, but your blood flows in my veins. Your beautiful black blood that irrigates the fields, the blood of your sweat, the sweat of your work, the work of your slavery. Africa, tell me, Africa. Is this your bag that is unbagged? This bag that never breaks under the weight of humiliation.
This bag trembling with red scars and saying no to the whip under the midday sun. But a grave voice answers me, impetuous child, that tree, young and strong, that tree over there, splendidly alone amidst white and faded flowers. That is you, Africa, springing up anew, springing up patiently, obstinately, whose fruit, bit by bit, acquires the bitter taste of liberty.
I thought it was an appropriate prayer to start with this session. But before we start, let me just reflect on what this panel is about. So we are dealing with very elusive concepts or theme, which is Pan-Africanism and African Renaissance. So today we are going to hear from eminent scholars reflecting on their individual papers these two very important concepts, one being Pan-Africanism, which is based on the belief that unity is vital to the economic, social, and political progress in its aim to unify and uplift people of African ancestry. And as espoused by key figures that some of you know, past and present, whether it was Kwame Nkrumah, W.E.B. Du Bois, Marcus Garvey, Julius Nyerere, Robert Sobukwe, Frantz Fanon, and many others, including today, Ibrahim Traore. What an elusive concept this Pan-Africanism still is today. They will also reflect on African Renaissance, and we'll also hear them unpacking another elusive concept, the African Renaissance, which envisions a rebirth and renewal of African culture, society, and development, primarily focusing on overcoming the challenges faced by the continent. And of course, you can't deal with this without name-dropping again the likes of Sheikh Anta Diop, Ivan Van Sertima, Thabo Mbeki, and many others. And I guess there is no moment in time than now for Africa to find Afrocentric solutions to the problems that we are dealing with. So we are joined on stage, as you can see, by the 4 presenters. There are 5 now. I don't know who's the 5th. I've not been given the name of the 5th, but let me read the ones that I have in front of me. And I guess, as I mentioned your names, it means you will be starting in that sequence. There will be a reflection on the African Renaissance, African freedom in Cairo between 1957 and 1964, 2 years after I was born. The presenter is Anahid Al-Haden from Howard University. And then the second one will be Pawns to Players, Transforming the African Identity by Mkawasi Mcharo Hall, also from Howard University. And then, of course, what we say in isiZulu, esihlangene ngaye, the one we are gathered about here, which is Dr. Paul Zeleza, who will also reflect on Africa, African diasporas, Pan-Africanism, and the issue of definitions. The 4th one, actually, I think there is the 5th one. It's just they didn't number it. They did not. Yeah, I don't know. But let me read it. What I'm seeing here is Shomarka Keita, St. Elizabeth's Hospital, Washington, D.C., and what I see is the African Development Agenda and the African Renaissance, Insights from Paul Tiyambe Zeleza. That's what I'm reading here.
The paper that you read before about definitions is the paper I'm giving.
That's the one that we are giving. Okay, I think there is in the program a mix-up. Then we've got Oluwakemi Damola Adejumo Aibio, University of South Africa. I don't have the title of the paper. Wow. Yeah, here, but that will be the 5th presenter. So we have 5 presenters, and we have 1 hour, 30 minutes. Sorry? Yes, I know. Yeah, it's on the board. I'm saying we have 5 presenters. We have 1 hour, 30 minutes. And I'm just wondering, Chair, that we should try and give them 15 minutes each and see. But I'm not sure how we're going to do with the time, with the number of presenters we have. Okay, can I then call you, Prof, to come? Thank you. A round of applause for the next presenter. Yes, let's try. Yes, I will.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Howard University. For those of you who are joining us from beyond Howard, and a good morning to my colleagues. I want to begin by thanking the conference organizing committee for inviting me to present today and to say happy birthday to Professor Zeleza. The paper I will present today is part of a larger book project I'm currently undertaking, so I'm going to say a few words about the book project to set the context for my paper. My book project is centered on the intellectual networks of the African Asian anti-colonial movement in the aftermath of the Second World War, as centered in and around Cairo. The kind of late 1950s is the period I examined to the early 60s before the Sino-Soviet split is important for my particular research project, because that's the period in which the joint British, French, and Israeli attack on Egypt in October 1956, after the Egyptian nationalization of the Suez Canal, was repelled within the context of the Cold War. This propelled the Egyptian leader, Jamal Abdel Nasser, as an important anti-colonial third worldist leader on the continent, in the Arab world, and in the so-called third world more broadly. So in late 1957, and only 2 years after the Bandung Conference of 1955, and after the nationalization of Suez, Egypt hosted the African Asian People's Solidarity Conference, which was attended by 580 delegates from 48 countries. And this conference led to the establishment of the Afro-Asian People's Solidarity Organization and a permanent secretariat in Cairo. The organization continues to exist today on an island in the Nile River in Cairo. So with its permanent secretariat in the capital, the delegates, activists, writers, and intellectuals associated with APSO hailed from different anti-colonial national liberation movements, including the sizable number of African liberation movements that were given political asylum by Egypt and hosted by its African Association, and post-colonial political parties and movements in Africa and Asia. APSO's self-declared aims were broadly centered on unity and anti-colonial solidarity across the African Asian worlds. Transnationally, the first decade of APSO's existence saw a flurry of activities by the organization that attempted to further its self-declared aims, including conferences in the newly independent Guinea-Conakry in 1960, Tanzania in 1963, and Ghana in 1965, and the laying of the groundwork to bring South America to its African-Asian organizational solidarity structure through the Tricontinental Conference in Havana in 1966. At the same time, in Egypt, APSO hosted African Asian youth, women, and writers conferences and African Asian Film Festival, and engaged in a trilingual Arabic, English, and French program of publication that included a bulletin, an academic journal, a writer's journal, commission studies, and organizational materials. So my book uses APSO as one of the main loci through which to investigate African Asian anti-colonialism in North Africa and West Asia, and its networks of activists and intellectuals in Cairo and beyond, within the context of this period's political intellectual milieu of late 1950s and early 60s Cairo. One of the chapters of my book is on the African Renaissance, which is the name of a magazine that was published in Arabic out of Cairo, and I'll talk more about it today in the rest of my presentation. So the first issue of the African Renaissance was published in November 1957 by the African Association in Cairo. The association was headed by the Egyptian scholar Abdelaziz Ishaq, previously at the University of Khartoum in Sudan, who also became the editor of the new journal. The association was initially set up to oversee the affairs of the African students in Egypt, under the African Affairs Bureau of the new Jamal Abdel Nasser-led revolutionary regime in Egypt. The association, enabled by the state's anti-colonial ideological orientation and strategic objectives, became a meeting point of the African liberation movements that were welcomed politically and supported materially by the new regime in Egypt. So Mohamed, who was one of the free officers who led the military coup alongside Nasser, known as the July Revolution of 1952, that ousted the British-era monarchy, was assigned by Nasser to work with the General Intelligence Command of the new regime. And there he led the African Affairs Bureau until 1965. In an oral history interview with Hilmi Sha'rawi, who's an Egyptian Africanist, he passed away a couple of years ago, but very well-known scholar in Egypt and across the continent. He was actually an aide of Fayet, and in the 1950s accompanied him between the African Affairs Bureau and the more than 20 National Liberation Movement offices in Zamalek and missions to some African capitals after independence. Through this oral history interview with Faye, Hilmi Sha'rawi says that Faye asserts the strategic importance of Africa and Nasser's threefold vision of what Nasser laid out as Egypt's circles of meaning that all are also, quote, the theater of our activity. So after the July Revolution, Nasser published a book called The Philosophy of the Revolution, which he reflected on Egypt, and he made the claim that the Arab, African, and Muslim worlds in which Egypt is embedded was the theater of Egypt's meaning and geopolitical strategic objectives. So Faye personally sought out, as a result of this orientation, Faye personally in this oral history interview says, he sought out African anti-colonial activists among the Al-Azhar students as the new regime strove to gather information about their countries, and this is how the African Association was established as a home for these students. So Sha'rawi states, and I'm going to quote from him here, "I personally witnessed how some of the students became leaders of national opposition groups or liaison officers with their national leaders, who arranged for those leaders to be invited to Egypt and meet with those responsible for African affairs in the country. Other Islamic personalities from Chad, Senegal, Nigeria, and Ghana visited Egypt in those days and were welcomed into the African League, where we made their most instructive acquaintance," end quote. So similar to the question of pan-Arab anti-colonial national liberation, African anti-colonial liberation was central ideological pillar of the Egyptian regime, particularly as it pertained to fighting the French, British, and the Italians in North and East Africa at the time. Given the strategic importance, eventually an African Affairs Office headed by Faye was established directly under the presidency in 1960. So this was the milieu that created and enabled the African Association, its main publication. At the association, Sha'rawi states, Faye met the concepts and efforts of some intellectuals, researchers, and businessmen and former diplomats. The association and its periodical, The African Renaissance, were the first attempt of Egyptian cultural society to look at Africa. I would add here my personal testimony as the person responsible for relations with African national liberation movements within the framework of the African League, the latter being a main source of live information. Faye would invite interested pressmen and writers to frequent the League and get first-hand information there. So in this presentation, I want to consider the African Renaissance, the journal, as a place where the theorization of Arab-African solidarity was enabled, and where the very imagination and reimagination of Africa and of Arabs as a part of it, and on anti-colonial terms, was made possible. And in so doing, I draw on Professor Zeleza's 2005 keynote lecture, which he kindly shared with me, in Sweden, on what does it mean, what does Africa mean, what are the different meanings of Africa, and I'm going to quote from him, with him present in the audience, which is always nervous, for so hopefully I'm doing my reading of your work is kind of does it justice. So I'm quoting him here: "Africa is as much a reality as it is a construct whose boundaries, geographical, historical, cultural, and representational, have shifted according to the prevailing conceptions of global racial identities and power and African nationalism, including Pan-Africanism," end quote. For me, such a historically grounded approach moves beyond the and for building on Professor Zeleza's work, it moves beyond the mystical view of Africa as race that is often advanced through an underlying assumption of the cultural unity of the Euro-colonial construct of course, so-called sub-Saharan Africa, and the exclusion of the allegedly culturally homogeneous and non-African North. So in this keynote of Professor Zeleza, he contends, and I'm quoting him here, Eurocentric and Afrocentric representations of Africa are so deeply implicated with each other, and the inclusion or exclusion of North Africa is so crucial to both of them, and their discursive possessiveness centers on Egypt. So I think that Zeleza is arguing that we must distinguish between historical knowledge and ideas or imaginings of Africa as intellectual and ideological projects. And he urges us to ask questions such as, quote, "Who is defining Africa and for what purpose? Whose ideas and imaginings predominate and why?" End quote. And in this article of mine, I propose to pursue this kind of intellectual genealogy project through an analysis of some of the most common themes that emerged through the reading of the 75 issues of the African Renaissance that we were able to locate in Cairo. They were, in the Arabic language, published between 57 and 64. And through this reading, what I really try to demonstrate is how and to what end anti-colonial, Pan-African consciousness was theorized in Arabic in late 1950s Cairo under the auspices of the African Association and through its networks of anti-colonial African activists and students. So in my kind of preliminary data analysis, I think I have about 4 minutes to talk to you about that. Me and my team, this was part of a research project that I led. So me and my research team, we kind of analyzed these 75 journals. We looked at editorials. We were particularly interested in how the editorials were speaking to current events in Africa, how Mohamed Abdelaziz Ishaq was kind of, positioning his idea of Pan-Africanism vis-a-vis critique of unfolding events. And how he also wrote about the ongoing Afro-Asian conferences, for which Pan-Africanism was, of course, a central part of these conferences. Always from an anti-colonial perspective. We also looked at Hilmi Sha'rawi's articles, who I had mentioned earlier, the Egyptian Africanist, who was central in the association, but also central to the magazine, and how he kind of his articles were largely related to criticism of culture and arts as it related to Africa, and as, produced and published in North America and Western Europe. And he tries to, create a genealogy of that. There's also interest in the diaspora. There is a limited number of articles on that, but I think there is clear interest. For example, there's articles that look at the debates between Booker T. Washington and Du Bois, and make the claim that these kind of debates in the USA at the turn of the 19th century really come from a notion of African cooperation, something that we can trace later to, other African thinkers and leaders like Kenyatta and Nkrumah. And others are critical of African American production of knowledge about the continent, looking at HBCU's role in serving, international relations and U.S. government production about the government. About the continent of Africa for U.S. Strategic geopolitical interests. There's also quite a lot on, of course, Arab history and politics in Africa, and I think this is probably one of for me in terms of my research project, it really interests me, and one of the important contributions, this idea of several issues discuss the history of the Arab people in or with Africa in terms of, for example, Egyptian Sudanese histories, travel histories between Yemen, Oman, and Zanzibar, even trying to re-envision the Nile River and the Nile Basin as one geographical cultural entity, which the British came and abruptly kind of stopped or for their own objectives in East Africa. And there's also another important theme on Afro-Asian solidarity, which was increasing at the time. And we also mapped articles on the role of Egypt in kind of Pan-Africanism and how the magazine itself also becomes a mouthpiece for Pan-Africanist leaders. So there are articles and translation of articles particularly from Nkrumah and from Kenyatta. There are other themes that relate to gender, to history, culture, archaeology, folklore. It's quite a fascinating and wide-ranging magazine, a lot to work with, a lot to go back to, trying to understand these kind of how historically Africa was written about, envisioned, and thought about by Arabs living in North Africa as a fundamental part of the continent. And I think this ends my 15 minutes here, but I'm happy to discuss more during the Q&A. Thank you.
Right on time. Actually with 3 minutes to spare. Thank you so much. We will reflect on the presentations after everyone has spoken. I think that's what we should do. I think I'm going to rely on the screen now because this is the most accurate. So the next presentation is Pawns to Players, Transforming the African Identity by Mkawasi Mcharo Hall. Please help me with the time. I would hate to come and stand in front of you, but you've got exactly 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I make this presentation with great caution, as one would walking among masters, because some of my best teachers have come from this institution. And I know that exchanging ideas has been greatly informed by intellectual material that I have learned in here. Pawn to Players, Rethinking African Identity Through Irrational Belonging. So I take a departure from Paul Zeleza's vision for the future of Africa, which urges a shift, that Africa must stop being pawns and become strategic players. Of course, the first thing I thought of as a chess player myself is once the pawn becomes a major player, moves off the chessboard and becomes a more powerful piece, then it has to move back onto the chessboard. What do you do with identities that are promoted, that are transitioned to higher places, to more power, yet we have to still play within the systems that cripple us? I use this idea as a launching pad to explore how identity has kept Africa vulnerable, and how a radical reimagining of African identity, what I call irrational belonging, can catalyze a continental transformation. This global chessboard that keeps coming to mind, if in fact we have to make a move from pawns to players, then it means we have to find a way of creating a kind of political superpositioning where we are in two places at the same time. How do we do this? How does Africa do this? From many years back, I remember reading on economy magazines, Africa Rising, Africa Rising. Year after year, it will be Africa Rising. It's as if it would go all the way to the edge. Something good would happen, and then we'd get right back on the chessboard, and as if it would go all the way back. So what I figured is that once a pawn gains the powers that it does, as I see here, what I see is a lot of intellectual power, absolute power. Yet we carry with us the memory of pawnness. We carry with us that trauma, which Professor Zeleza writes so well about, and which we cannot ignore. So the problem of identity, African identities have been authored, transacted, and constructed, often by outsiders. These identities are not immutable. They're tools of manipulation. I read Mudibe's work, where he talks about Africa as an invented notion. And we know that the colonization missionary lenses have taken a big role in creating this African identity, the political Africa that we know now. And then there's Wilderson, Frank Wilderson, who I think sometimes you have to be brave enough to read him, fight with him in a dark room, and come out and start figuring out the idea of the black identity, which is trapped in a master-slave matrix. Then I go back to see what Professor Zeleza has to say about this. The fact that Africa shapes its own identities too, and these are fluid, that we can get out of that master-slave matrix, because for centuries we have also been masters of forming our own identities. So my irrational belonging theory, which I have had the good fortune of testing out with different scholars and different leaders in decision-making places, this theory of irrational belonging rests on three claims. that all identity is authored, all identity is transactional, and all identity is constructivist. It challenges us to see identity not as a sacred and fixed place, but as negotiable and redefinable. At its purest form, identity is irrational, free from self-interest. Before it's defined by politics or imposed narratives, this irrational core is the reset point where Africans can reclaim authorship of their own stories. Pan-Africanism, this is a notion that it's one of the most slippery notions, but the more I look at the current generation, the more I realize how much of a grasp they have on it. So I take off from Zeleza's envisioning of planetary consciousness where Africa shapes, not just reacts to global systems. Classical Pan-Africanism imagines a united Africa. That ideal isn't dead, it's evolving. Today's youth are more global-minded, more digital, less wedded to borders. Pan-Africanism is no longer just a political thing. It's not just the classical issue that we know. It's cultural, it's intellectual, it's creative, and that's where Africa's agency lies. Now, one of the most important points, and I think this brings me to concluding my condensed thoughts, is epistemic reclamation. Now, Professor, I had to read this over and over again to really get where you're going. And when it hit, I said, yes, yes, yes. Now, Africa must overcome epistemic marginalization, bringing African knowledge systems to the center. This requires institutions that train leaders in Africa-centered governance and philosophy. No African leader should lead without understanding the intellectual and historical foundation of their people. This is how we stop electing pawns. Because then we stop having PhD presidents and people who've gone to school that get to the edge, take us to places, we celebrate this moving from pawn to queen, and suddenly we start to move back. Because there is a memory that we haven't collected from the past. There is an African epistemological dying that we have accepted to go into. We have cultural knowledges. We have knowledge systems, African knowledge systems. I hope if Professor Zeleza has students here, I hope they really read those books, because you need to read them. Figure out how we can get these intellectual systems a part of our moving forward as Africans, because they begin to move us off of the chessboard, off of the system that keeps us down, no matter how far we go. Finally, in Smoldering Ashes, Zeleza explores the deep scars of colonialism and the struggle for identity in post-independent Malawi. And through the tragedy of a character called Ntolo and his grandson, we see how foreign powers define both land and spirit, leaving communities fractured. A traditional and Christian ritual clash at a funeral, and the story reveals a haunting truth that the poor carry the weight of erased histories. A lady stands there, and when they're trying to figure out, should we carry on with this funeral in a Christian way or in a traditional way? This lady says, well, you know, somewhere in the past, before intervention, I heard that women used to be priests. And the villagers look and say, well, forget that. We're doing it the Christian way. And that is where the failure comes in. The failure to take this responsibility of carrying our knowledge systems and looking at what we had and seeing the power that was within them and seeing what we have now and what we have learned and merging it and coming to a place where we say, we don't need the chessboard that has been imposed on us. We can move to the end. We can become both the players and the pieces on the chessboard. So we create ideas, decisions, and policies that are within our own interest. Thank you very much. Happy birthday, sir.
with exactly 6 minutes to spare. Yeah, thank you so much. I mean, how interesting that we are gathering today, and particularly on this theme, Pan-Africanism and African Renaissance, that in about an hour, South Africa is going to be meeting with America, which is our president and his entourage, will be meeting with Trump and his entourage, where these very same concepts are going to be put to the test. Whether are we going to sell our soul today, or we are going to honor the pioneers of these concepts and fight for our own sovereignty and walk out of that place respected as equals. We will know, but it's at about half past 11. Let me now call upon Shomarka Keita to speak on Paul Zeleza, Africa, African Diaspora, Pan-Africanism, and the issue of definitions. You have 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll say thank you for the conference. And would you please tell the people with the slides to move them? I don't have a laptop with me. I didn't know the exact arrangements. In the meanwhile, I'm going to tell a story. I was commenting to my other half.
Just a second.
Fine. Yeah,
Do I need to say something? Yeah, just say next slide.
Oh, okay. I was telling my other half about how good President Zeleza looked. I met him, we met a few years ago at USIU in Kenya, and she told me that's because he eats goat meat. And I said, I will not be joining him. Okay, so we will lighten this up. This is the Bible translated into Yoruba. Into Yoruba. There are Bibles that were translated into Maasai, into Kipsigis. So, if we can have a Bible that's full of places and ideas that were not Yoruba, that are not Kipsigis or Maasai, then why can't we have an anatomy book written in Maasai or Kipsigis? When I posed this at the biological anthropology meetings, and I'm here today actually as an Africanist biological anthropologist, not so much as a physician, even though my home is listed as a hospital. One of the PhD students says, oh, well, but we don't have language to do this. And I said, well, you've been butchering cows for 3,000 years. I said, what do you call this? Well, so-and-so, she was from Rwanda. Well, what do you call this? And then it went off in her head. She said, we do have names for these anatomical parts. I said, yes. So you can write that book in your own language, the way Ngugi wa Thiong'o would say. Okay. I'm going to sum up my points before I go on to say that my first section would be Africans, Zeleza's view. His view is that the African Union is what defines Africa. That is his view. My view will contain some other ideas about the emergence of phenomena in Africa as African. The African diaspora flows naturally from this notion of the African Union. So it means we can no longer simply talk about the Black Atlantic or talk about the diaspora as the results of the human trafficking trade. We have to talk about Algerians in France, Egyptians in Australia, Egyptians in Iraq. Those are all parts of the African diaspora. Pan-Africanism often defaults, because of the matrix that was talked about, the black-white matrix, into pan-blackism. That will not necessarily appeal to many people in various parts of Africa who don't use black as a moniker for themselves, even when they, to our own eyes, they look black. Recall the conversation that Malcolm X had on the airplane with the Algerian, who said to him, well, what's your philosophical, political philosophy? Malcolm said, black nationalism. And the man said, well, look at me. And Malcolm said, well, to all eyes, he looked like a white man. So the question becomes, what is African? Okay, and how do we define it? Professor Zeleza has given us one way. I'm going to add a little bit to that. Zeleza's work on Africa is expansive in scope. He demonstrates the potential for the applicability of scholarship. This presentation will briefly explore aspects of some of the issues that Zeleza has raised. Thought about African Africans is still influenced by Western ideas. This is manifest in various ways, including how the continent is treated in historical texts, how its people are conceptualized, the placement of its various regions in academic departments and museums, and academic journals. It even includes what will be counted as African by the International Monetary Fund versus the World Bank. Notions about Africanity have employed geography, physical traits called race, and language, with older Western theories continuing to have influence, sometimes with little African critique. For Zeleza, Africa is the Africa of the African Union. Often the idea of what Africa is and Africans are is confined to what is commonly called the sub-Saharan region, sometimes so-called Black Africa. Interestingly, the name Africa, next slide please, and then the next slide. The name Africa was first applied and restricted to the northern region in what are now Algeria and around Tunisia, above the Sahara. The name itself may be of Amazigh African Berber origin, but this is uncertain. This is the Africa of the Romans and early Christian thinker St. Augustine, who was also an African. In the Islamic period, it is called Afriqiya. Later, Africa got extended to the entire continent, contiguous landmass, some islands, and restricted to the eastern border of the Sinai Peninsula, although there is no logical reason to have done this. A concept of Africasia is just as legitimate as Eurasia, but African scholars have yet to develop this idea. New constructs are encouraged by the work of Professor Zeleza. The issue of Africanness was important in Nasser's Egypt. Ishmael, after expressing common ideas about African geographical, racial, and cultural division and Egypt's separation from sub-Saharan Africa, both rooted in writers such as Hegel and Seligman, recounts the Egyptian position on Africanity under Nasser, and this is a quote: "To overcome these difficulties, Egypt attempted to identify its ancient civilization as African in origin. Egyptian spokesmen emphasized the racial mixture that is apparent in Upper Egypt. They also claimed that the supposed racial difference between Africa south of the Sahara and Arab in the north was a tool of imperialism to create a rift and a division. Hussein Sabri declared, 'Here I want to state quite emphatically that Arab North Africa, and history attests to it, has always had relations with countries south of the Sahara and vice versa. We have mixed blood in our veins. I shouted to the world, and I am proud of it.' Ishmael seems to intimate that there was something problematic about this. These comments from 1950s Egypt reveal a time of Pan-Africanism concerned primarily with liberation struggles and decolonization, and a view of Pan-Arabism as being compatible with or a part of that Pan-Africanism. They also reveal that Egypt officially thought it needed to show an organic connection, not just a structural, geographical connection with other Africans. The organic connection is real. Current evidence supports that the ancient and or modern Egypt is coextensive with other African populations by genealogy, language family, and not just by mixture, which does create relationships, as was stated. Ancient Egyptian culture did arise locally in the Nile Valley. The acceptance of Islam, the Arabic language, and biocultural assimilation of non-Africans did not lead to population replacement in the northern tier of Africa. This is true for other regions in northern Africa. Okay, here we go. I propose some new perspectives that still use geography, but without Western language baggage. First, the notion of North Africa as a capitalized entity projected infinitely back into the past can be dropped. The proposed change still focuses on geography. More specifically, if the Sahara is retained as an orientation zone, we can speak of supra-Saharan, Saharan, and infra-Saharan regions. If the tropic latitude lines are used as reference points, we can define a tropical Africa between the tropics of Cancer and Capricorn. Note that they overlap, but they are not the same. Further refinements, such as considering quadrants or geographical features such as rivers, valleys, or mountains, can be used. These focus our attention differently. Immediately, one can see, if you look at the other map, that Egypt is primarily in the Sahara, not north of it, and that major parts of other countries commonly called sub-Saharan are actually in the Sahara, or not completely below it. The area between the tropic lines encompasses diverse ecological and cultural regions. Further inquiry is revealing, given the racialization of Africa. In super-Saharan Africa during the Greco-Roman period, there's evidence for skin color variation based on text and iconography, as noted by various writers. The concept of emergence is useful here because it avoids the trap of enumerating static traits to create a definition of Africa and Africans. The view taken here is that things that emerge from some core African biological or cultural sources and have been shaped foundationally in Africa are African. Thus, we can speak of biological and biocultural Africanness without any notion of essentialism. Africa is diversity. There are many ways to be African. The term endogenous, as used by the late Pauline Hontunji, is useful. He made the distinction between it and indigenous, which he interprets as implying by its common usage as something local, static, or even incapable of change without losing authenticity. Endogenous in his usage incorporates the idea of agency and improvisation and creation of the new or different, using local and non-local ideas and materials, producing something equally African, depending on the agency of the people doing it and who is doing it. The problem of limiting Africa crosses disciplines. One can find recent reports of interviews of a noted geneticist who even used the phrase, the continent of sub-Saharan Africa. Sub-Saharan became synonymous with Africa, which is incorrect. Based on physical appearance, it would be easy to believe that the regions of Africa have no genealogical connections with one another. However, as of this writing, the evidence of Y chromosome analysis shows that there's a male genealogical lineage that connects the regions. Next slide, please. Next. Next. Sorry. Next slide, please. Next. Y chromosome has a section in the middle that's passed only from father to son. It only changes by mutations, not by exchange with the X chromosome, except the ends of the Y chromosome. Occasionally, an accident happens and you get that SRY gene, which determines maleness, does get onto an X chromosome. So you have somebody who is XX, molecularly female, but anatomically male. If you saw the movie Conclave, the new pope they elected, sorry, I spoiled it for you. At the end, it turns out that he was one such person. Next, please. Could you use one of the wireless microphones? Oh, I'm sorry. Next. Next. So the male-specific region accumulates mutations, and based on those mutations, we can construct a genealogy of the whole human living species. Next, please. This E haplogroup family tree is Pan-African. It's Pan-African. And the E1B1 haplotype or marker, P2, is deep within the tree. It's not at the top. E1 and E2 don't define below and above the Sahara or anything like it. Next slide, please. This E haplogroup, P2 marker, is the ancestor of E1B1A and E1B1B. As you can see, the E haplogroup is predominant or plural in all of the regions of Africa. So for those who like to say things like, oh, well, those people don't look African, there's no such thing. There's no one way to look African. There's no one way to be African, even in terms of genealogical genetics, for those who think that that's important. It would be sufficient to use political and ideological reasons to do Pan-Africanism, but guess what? We also have this other piece. And for those of you who are interested in antagonizing other people, you see that this E haplogroup got out into Southern Europe 20,000 years ago, across the Mediterranean and into the Near East. So we can find it today. It did originate in Africa too. It's not a mistake. So you have a drop of the African blood. Next, please. For those who find that interesting, it can be used in various ways too, by the way. Considering the whole of Africa means understanding that its diasporas are not to be confined to the common discourse related to the descendants of those trafficked across the Atlantic Ocean, as Professor Zeleza has taught us. The term tertiary diaspora can be used to make a distinction between the various diasporas of early archaic and modern human dispersal and later migrations. It must include not only those dispersed through trafficking, but all those from the African continent. Communities, I would define the tertiary diasporas or construct subdivisions of it in the following way. One, communities that are self-conscious of having migrated from elsewhere and acknowledge this, may be proud of it or not, but can be described as diaspora. Communities are people who may be aware of likely origins from elsewhere to some degree, in whatever degree, but that do not use it in an identity formation or have no interest in it and do not acknowledge it. The third, communities are individuals that have origins or ancestry other than where they are, but may not know it. And this group can be included what I call the molecular diaspora. So you have people walking around in Spain who say, well, the Moors are here, but they're not connected to us. There's no distinct Moorish communities. But there's that M81 that you saw on the diagram, which is the signal of the past. Pan-Africanism, as I noted earlier, the idea or ideology that African states and people should unite in various ways, initially to free themselves from colonialism and then to foster economic success through cooperation, is an ongoing project. But also, how we think about the interconnections of Africa is an ongoing project. I've already mentioned the story of Malcolm X and the Algerian, and so I don't need to repeat that. Pan-Africanism must include a range of actions. As Pauline Ntunji noted, African wealth was not only diamonds, gold, hardwoods, oil, the exploitation of its labor, but also the materials with which to produce new knowledge. We have a phenomenon going on now called parachute research, or helicopter research. Investigators from rich countries drop into village X, take samples, get DNA, do whatever they do, and they leave. And they get paid for this. They get fame, okay? They get promotions, with Africans benefiting not so much. Next slide, please. Zeleza's work does not avoid critical engagement with the legacies of colonialism and colonialist thinking, no matter which institutions or scholars are involved. Africa and all of its diasporas have not fully freed themselves of the legacies of colonialist thought and racial thinking. Some may ask, does scholarship really matter? The answer is yes. Patrimony is both the land, the mind, and its actions. Decolonization is not just an issue of how you think about things. It is about land. It is about material. It is about the wealth as well. Persistence and creativity led to legacy. Afro-North American teenage women, Nikia Jackson and Calcia Johnson, to find mathematical proofs that were said to be unsolvable or even impossible. Next slide, please. Their work is said to have implications not only for mathematics, but other branches of knowledge. So now, as the collective work of Paul Zileza's suggestion, and Ntunji would agree, the task is not only to be inspired by them, next slide please, but to use their work and to systematically look for others like them. Push for other important work in the service of ongoing justice in and development of Africa. The value of Zeleza's studies of the diaspora and African economies, coupled with a belief in the possibility of an emergent new reality, can promote a transformation. It can lead to a different awareness. For example, African, Kenyan, South African, and Tanzanian students and the public may gain a different perspective after they learn that there were prosperous Africans in India hundreds of years ago, thus breaking any crisis of confidence in the current situations of economic and knowledge disparity between themselves and the Indian descendants in their own countries. The Indians might change as well. Empowering the purposeful and strategic interaction between contemporary diasporas could lead to mutual economic benefits and respect at local and national levels, but this will require understanding, as Zeleza has said, that not all diasporas view themselves in the same way. The task is to develop the language that breaks down these barriers. Thank you. Happy birthday to you. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. I think we're going backwards. Oh, there you go. And next slide. And this is why we do this work. These are my kids, of course. In Kenya. Habari gani?
I'm sure you can appreciate how difficult to be an African child to tell an adult to stop, the time is over. Now, can I have the, oh yeah, the program is bad. No, but we are very good on time. So I'm going to call, because I don't have this, let me read it. Number 4, please. This one is Ubuntu Beyond Borders, a pluralist investigation of its semantic and pragmatic variations and epistemological applications. The presenter will be Brennan Standel.
Is there a HDMI? Is that?
Oh,
that's just a charger, I think.
The slides across the hall.
Okay. Can I give them my computer?
Let me call the next presenter.
I think we're going to have the same problem. So do we just run over, I give them my computer, and, or can I plug in right there?
Yeah, I think you can plug in right there.
Okay. Okay, 1 second.
Because you said that those extra minutes were saved up, I wanted to emphasize certain things because I included this biology and stuff in here.
Okay,
A lot of people
okay,
don't know. So that's
okay.
why.
And by the way, the poem that you had at the beginning of the program is by David Diop, born in 1927 in France, but he passed away in 1960 in an airplane accident. That was David Diop's poem. It's called Africa. You wanted to emphasize something, right? You can come and emphasize. You wanted to? Yeah. Oh, you're done. Okay.
No, you're going to ask questions later. You want them to ask me questions now?
No.
They'll ask questions later.
Later, yes. Yeah. I think we're good.
Yes. All right, getting a little exercise in too. All right, so today you're getting, for the price of 4 speakers, 5. So a special deal today. My name's Brennan Standel. I'm representing our research team, Dr. Leo and Dr. Janine. 1 sec. And I first ran into Dr. Zeleza's work when reading an article for my in my sophomore year of undergrad with geographies of underdevelopment and development. I believe it was the article discussing post-independent universities, African universities and their studies. And the fact that a sleep-deprived and highly caffeinated undergrad still remembers that article is a testament to Dr. Zeleza's writing. So I'm honored to be a part of this and hoping to contribute to the conversation that he and many others have pioneered and pushed forward. Next slide. So today we're going to go through the introduction and purpose of our work, the methods that we did to find out what we found out, go through key findings, and talk about future directions and conclude. Next slide, please. So what is Ubuntu? Ubuntu is a foundational Bantu concept that's tied to community, reciprocity, dignity, and justice as well. It's commonly translated to I am because we are. It commonly translated as I am because we are, somewhat in opposition to or in comparison to Descartes' I think, therefore I am. Ubuntu varies linguistically and culturally across Africa, but consistently embodies a framework for human development. So our work looked at across Africa because what we found was the conversation around Ubuntu has been dominated by South Africa consistently. So we were curious as to what does Ubuntu look across the continent. My apologies if I'm a little scatterbrained. My notes were on my computer, so I'm going off of memory here. And so we wanted to take a look across Africa and look at Ubuntu. Next slide, please. So we did a strategic and structured keyword search across several databases, looking for articles with Ubuntu or with words or concepts in embodying Ubuntu. We then, so we found 296 articles from these sources, and then collectively broke them down and brought them down to 118 selected for full text review. From these, we extracted out Ubuntu terms that the articles and authors stated as being Ubuntu, and put those into an Excel file where we extracted out information about the authors, about the term, location, and language surrounding it. We then took that information out of Excel and mapped it in ArcPro for thematic as well as linguistic patterns, and looked across the fields of research that these articles were being written in. Next slide, please. So what we found were 42 unique words for Ubuntu identified across 28 African countries. So 42% of Africa. Mostly concentrated in Southeast Africa as well as West Africa. And we found that there were 37 Bantu languages, 12 non-Bantu languages, 3 Afro-Asiatic, 1 Nilo-Sahara, and 1 Creolized Indo-European. So quite a spread of language sources for Ubuntu terms and terminology. And we also, in addition to the words themselves, we looked at proverbs and sayings that embodied Ubuntu and found 32 sayings or proverbs that embodied Ubuntu and shared Ubuntu thought and ideology. So just to kind of conceptualize this and ground this, an example of it can be found in Osutu from the Ma language of the Maasai, where for them, Ubuntu takes a slightly different definition because of their space. The Maasai, for them, herding is extremely significant. So Osutu came out of the birth of a cow, the umbilical cord that connects the calf to the mother. And so Usuntu is the link between us all, the umbilical cord that ties us together. We are all linked, and so we are one in that sense through the umbilical cord. So it's taken Ubuntu and it's made its own within its own context. So that's an example of one Ubuntu term. Next slide, please. So we also found that South Africa is still very present and dominant in the production of Ubuntu scholarship, but there is a diversity of contributors across and around the world. It's still, citations are very dominated by South Africa, as well as non-African countries. There's a growing number of African countries who are publishing on Ubuntu. So temporally, you see like Ubuntu is growing in its publications, and we're also seeing that increasingly it's becoming more African in production of it. So African countries are producing the articles and producing the knowledge. Next slide, please. And so this is so 74% of all the articles had an author who was affiliated with African institutions. 14% of those were non-African authors collaborating with African authors. And then the rest were non-affiliated at all with Africa. So you can see this relationship of collaboration in knowledge production within Ubuntu, where all the collaborations within Africa collaborated with South Africa to produce articles, but you also have global North countries collaborating with African countries all over. And you have a couple like surprises here and there, like Kazakhstan, Bangladesh, Thailand, and Indonesia getting together, and Amsterdam. So there's a growing interest in Ubuntu as a concept around the world. Next slide, please. So it's not only geographically diverse, but it is spread around multiple fields. We found that those articles represented around 15 academic fields, bridging theory and practice. So not just the traditional theology and philosophy that Ubuntu has traditionally held, but also, next slide, or education. Next, please. Business, next, please. Decoloniality, next, please. Environmental studies, next, please. And even AI. This one is particularly interesting for me as Africans seek to not only have a seat at the table and be more than just passive observers, but active engagers and contributors to technological innovation. Taking something like AI, which has no moral framework, and adding a moral framework that ensures that AI serves everyone and serves the community rather than serving selfish resource crewment and devastation for the planet. Next slide, please. So the limits of this study, we used namely English language peer-reviewed journal articles. And so we were limited by that and what was accessible. So we didn't use books, or specifically, I think gray literature is probably the biggest gap, because we're very confident that if you go to any country in Africa, you can find Ubuntu, but that might not be published. It might just because of the academic infrastructure that may or may not be there. So there's blind spot there with gray literature. Manual coding and mapping introduce interpretive subjectivity, especially in multilingual contexts. And then we also have author positionality, next, and then next, double click, please. So authors, I'm originally from Nigeria, and then Dr. Janine is from Burundi, and Dr. Leo is from Malawi. We all speak African languages, but those languages may lean us one way and obfuscate other languages and bias us towards the languages we know. Next slide, please. But there is a lot of potential and a lot of growth for this research. We've identified Ubuntu terms and Ubuntu words, and now we want to find out the why and the how they're there. So to do that, we would love to integrate African cultural practices and local language expressions, because we gathered these proverbs, and these proverbs are very rich, but we didn't quite know how to integrate them into the discussion quite as well, because the lack of academic literature surrounding them. So that is an area for growth. Then to explore the why and how these Ubuntu terms got where they are. We want to look at diffusion model of linguistics to explore the story, the behind the scenes of how Ubuntu got to a particular country. Did it come out of Bantu, or was it a divergent evolution where it just sprung up in that particular space? And then we also, within that, we also want to explore core and periphery continuum, so kind of similar concept. And then expand, we would love to expand sources to gray literature and add survey work. Every time I've told someone about this work, they go, oh yeah, I have something like that in my language. And they tell me their word for Ubuntu. And so there's a genuine and real excitement that's behind this with Africans and even outside of Africa. So next slide, please. So Ubuntu it's more than a concept. It's a living framework of interdependence, dignity, and collective care. And we believe that it is a form of, it's a radical idea, especially in this day and age, that can meaningfully contribute not just to African thought, but to the world. And so it reminds us that I am because we are is not just a proverb, but is a proposition for how might we live, learn, and lead together. And we could use a lot more of that in today's age. Next slide, please. So thank you, and then next slide. I just want to acknowledge the folks that made this possible. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. And with 30 seconds to spare, yeah, can I just see I'll call it just now. Can I see the program? Interesting. I just want to say something with regard to how you concluded on that, because I come from the culture where Ubuntu comes from. And when you say African cultural practices and language expressions. So in our language, in Zulu, we say, isisu somhambi singangenso yenyoni. It means the traveler's stomach is as small as that of a bee. And how does that come about? If a traveler has been traveling long distances and gets to a point where it is at night and cannot travel anymore, and they would look for a flickering light in the village, and they will spot a homestead where there is a light, they will come there and they will announce themselves. It's already at night, and say, hi, blah, 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 isisu somhambi asingakanani singangenso yenyoni. Meaning, the traveler's stomach is so small and equals that of a bee. What does that mean in terms of Ubuntu? It says, I can't travel anymore. I am tired, I am hungry, and I need a place to sleep. So Ubuntu in us kicks in. You go and get the person right at the gate. You give that person a place to sleep, a hut, give them water to bath, and then you give them food to sleep. To eat. In the morning, they will say thank you, then they will continue with their trip. That is Ubuntu in lived cultural experiences. And I just thought I should just explain, because sometimes we talk about these concepts and then ask yourself, how does it manifest itself? What does it really mean to practice Ubuntu? That is just one example. So the next presenter, I like pronouncing your name, is Oluwakemi Damola Adejumo Aibiowu. Yes.
To save the stress, just call me Dr. Damola. Good morning and congratulations to Prof. Happy birthday. And to the organization, to the organizers of the program. I stand on existing protocol. I'm a Nigerian, but I come from University of South Africa today. I'm doing my postdoc research at the the Studies Department. I'll be speaking on the paper, African Development Agenda and the African Renaissance, Insight from Paul Zeleza. I'll just be echoing Professor's voice in this paper. And I want to say that we are the younger scholars that are echoing your voice. I don't think we are doing anything extraordinary than taking it forward. Yeah, the overview, my paper examines African development. Next, please. I examine African development agenda through the African Renaissance. This study seeks to critically interrogate the philosophies and strategies underpinning Africa's contemporary development agenda. It argues for a culture-centered development approach, and it draws on Paul Zeleza's critique. Next, please. Yeah, we've mentioned Africa several times today, but I want to remind us that in the media and even in people's mind, Africa often portrayed through poverty, debt, weak governance. When we talk about Africa, we remember corruption, autocratic government. We hardly remember Africa for something really great most time. And then when we see the current Africa, the question is this what the nationalists fought for? When people were dying in the 1950s, was this what they hoped for? The current Africa is totally different from what the nationalists laid their life for. Next, please. So, despite the ambitions, we still have poverty. We have more than 40% of Africans finding it hard to make a living. Next slide. So I go to the next slide, which is conceptualizing African Renaissance. I think I missed a slide there, but I will talk through it. Is it that Africa, we are doing nothing? No, there are so many agendas. And notable among them is the NEPA 20 that was instituted in 2001 and the Agenda 2063, all by the African Union. In other words, the African leaders have come together to develop notable agendas to address this problem. 2001 till date should be like how many years now? Like 34 years of NEPA. And Agenda 2063, which was launched in 2013. 2013 till now, mathematicians help me. Yeah, both of those agendas, 2013 is now is almost 20 years. And none of this agenda, well, there could be progress, but we've seen slow progress. And when we compare African progress to Asian development, we'll see that our progress is nothing to write home about. And the progress that Africa has now is not sufficient to bring the desired change, the Africa we want, according to Agenda 2063. So, both of this agenda, they claim to be anchored on African Renaissance. So what is African Renaissance? Renaissance denotes a rebirth, renewal, reawakening. And many times we link it with, we associate it with European Renaissance. But African Renaissance is totally different from European Renaissance, even though both of them we had some similarity. For example, European Renaissance started at a time when they were going through their own crisis, just like Africa is in crisis. Africa has always been in crisis: slave trade crisis, colonization crisis, neo-colonization crisis. However, the Renaissance of European led to capitalism, colonization, destruction on African culture. That cannot be our own Renaissance. Our own Renaissance is to be self-reliant and to bring back our culture that were destroyed by colonial interest. So the African Renaissance is thus conceptualized as a comprehensive cultural, political, and economic renewal that emphasizes indigenous values, collective identity, and self-determined development. I'm sure if we, like the last speaker talked about Ubuntu, that is the core culture of African communalism, is a common core in all African culture. I think I have to just move through this slide. The history of African Renaissance is in my paper. It's linked to the speech of Isaka Seme in 1908, when he said that Africa needs a spiritual and moral awakening. So one of the characteristics of African Renaissance is that it's spiritual. You cannot remove spirituality from the African man. And removal of spirituality is one of the things that make African policy abstract and ineffective. Next slide, please. I also link African Renaissance to Pan-Africanism, which remains its political and ideological backbone. Pan-Africanism calls for continental unity, economic liberation, and the elevation of African values in the face of globalization and neo-colonial domination. We all know that Pan-Africanism led to the independence, political independence of African states from the 1950s, starting from Ghana. However, Pan-Africanism have not led to the economic liberation of African states, which bring the Renaissance in. Renaissance calls for reawakening of our culture, demolished and destroyed, subjugated by colonial interest. And even though we got the political independence, even our mentality, our mindset, which controls our economy and every aspect of our life, need to be liberated. We need the Pan-Africanism of our mindset. So I've talked about what African Renaissance is, but I define it in this paper as the desperate, deliberate reawakening of African cultural and intellectual heritage to inform governance, development strategies, economic system, and central to this definition is the agency of African people, particularly intellectuals and leaders, to craft context-specific policies and mobilize the political will to implement them effectively. Next slide, please. Oh, I've gone further than the next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yeah, so I dedicated a session on Zeleza's perspective on this issue of African Renaissance, especially when it relates to the agenda or development agenda of the African Union. The first things I draw from Professor Zeleza's perspective is the limitation of externally imposed models. Zeleza argues that African development crisis is not due to absence of policy, but rather the lack of political capacity and ownership in implementing homegrown solutions. He critiqued the persistent reliance on externally imposed models and the way international institutions, particularly the World Bank, have undermined African development initiative. Next, please. Furthermore, Zeleza emphasizes that African development is often framed as a technical process, ignoring the role of culture and history. So he argues that meaningful development must be rooted in cultural context, collective memories, and aspirations of African people. He also mentioned, next please, Zeleza also highlighted the contradiction between Africa's rhetorical commitment to participation and the reality of early driven policy processes. As I will still talk about NEPAD in the future, in the next session rather. Lastly, Zeleza champions the idea of right to development as a human right that embodies civil, political, social, and cultural freedoms. He writes that this right refers to both the process of development and to its outcome, insisting that it must be participatory, equitable, locally grounded, and internationally respected. Next slide, please. So after that section, and based on this perspective, I critique Africa development trajectory. I'll be fast about that. The two issues I brought out about African development trajectory, because we are full of agendas. And what is wrong with our agenda? Why is our agenda not materializing? The first one is that most of the African agendas that are being implemented when it comes to development are externally imposed. And we need to differentiate between homegrown and country ownership. Homegrown is when we look at our situation by ourselves and develop solutions from within ourselves that targets the challenge. Country ownership is when somebody sits down in Washington and design a template for Africa and then come and do maybe seminars and a town hall meeting of how it's going to work, and then we horse sign, and they say we own it. What we have seen in the history of Africa since development is that those development agendas that are developed by our own intellectuals based on our reality are hardly funded. We always claim we don't have fund. And then we go back to the colonizers, and they always say, no, it's not, because it's not going to go with colonial interest. And maybe I should digress that Africa was created for colonial interest. Every country in Africa was named based on colonial interest. And we have been fulfilling those agendas forever. Even in countries that they are having war every time, they still export their treasures, their crude oil, their diamond, non-stop. No war has stopped the exploitation in those countries. Africa has forever been an exploitative venue for colonial interest. So when we have our homegrown strategy and it does not align with the colonial agenda, it is not going to be supported. And we also claim we don't have the capacity. The second, next please. Next slide, please. I'm already in another slide. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Oh, something is freezing there. Next slide, please. Okay, I'll continue. Okay, so I talked, that is what I call structural dependency. And then the second is the leadership crisis. Leadership crisis is our unwillingness to even explore our opportunities, the intellectual knowledge, the indigenous knowledge system that we have. So when we say we don't have capacity, it's because we don't have the willpower. And the political system that we inherited from the colonial government, which we are managing and we are, improving upon, creates a political system that allow, I don't want to use the word hooligans, like the political element taking over are people who are still going to serve colonial interest. Given this crisis, what is the solution? Towards a culturally rooted renaissance, we need to go back to our culture, and the challenge for African intellectual is to go deep into the culture. If you destroy a man's culture, you destroy his existence. Our culture is not just in wearing African fabric and dancing. In our culture are governance solutions. In our culture are social solutions. In our culture are financial solutions. And for me personally, since my PhD, it has been a concern, and all my projects have been targeted, not just talking about culture is important, but to develop cultural models that can be used to solve local problems. I developed a good governance model based on Yoruba culture that can be used to reform the Southwest Nigeria and the nation as a whole. When I look at that model, I know one of the things that will kill any model is finance. You don't give a model to a colonizer to fund. I recently developed a financial model in which we can raise funds to solve developmental challenges based on Ubuntu. And I will keep on researching African culture to develop solutions. For now, it may be in the library, but maybe before I become 70 like Prof, somebody's gonna use it. Thank you.
Can we give another round of applause to all these presenters? Yeah. And another round of applause to me. I think we've managed the times very, very well, yeah. I will take 3, maximum 4 questions from the floor, and I'm going to ask you, when you ask the question, please get to it so that we manage the time. Because they've already presented. So no need for another presentation this side, just the question, right? But whilst I'm recognizing the hands, I'm going to ask you at the end to answer this one question that I'm going to put to you. What do you think, Dr. Zeleza, Dr. Zeleza's response will be if a question was put to him saying, the concept of Pan-Africanism was first punted in the mid-19th century, and then African Renaissance around 1940s, 1950. And we are still talking about it today. Do you think he will say it has been achieved or not? Is he happy or is he not happy with the progress that we have made on these 2 concepts that we have dealt with? So that's at the end. Yeah, think about that. Pretend that he's not here. Okay. So now I'm going to take questions. Let me pass on these ones. I don't know whether there's a roving mic. Oh, yeah, there is one here. Yahweh, can you help me with that? Oh, so you're the first, eh? So there's this question. There's one at the back, 2 that I've seen so far. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you all for your presentations. My name is Yao Asari at the Department of African Studies. My first question goes to Dr. Pardon me, I missed out on your name, but you did talk about how Prof. Zeleza mentions that his Africa is the Africa of the African Union. And in there, I'm wondering what then does that mean when, for instance, the African Union itself is excluding, I mean, it speaks of the African diaspora, yes, but when Haiti applied to join the African Union, it denied it in 2016. So I'm wondering, what then do we make of that when, Prof. Zeleza's Africa is of the African Union? And my last question is actually like a comment. I think you made connections between Ubuntu and René Descartes, I think therefore I am. And I think that's totally erroneous because René Descartes, I think therefore I am, is he's even doubting the existence of his body before he comes into that conclusion. I don't think in Ubuntu, like Africans are doubting the material existence. It's like there should be like harmony with all. So I think that connection, I think in future time should not be made. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let me take the next question. We'll come back to it.
Oh,
Yes.
okay. Yeah, I was bringing it to you.
Yeah. And then another question. Then
I'll
we
make a
answer.
statement, then that will be the question I will ask you about the statement.
Mm-hmm.
When I was helping Shaka Stephen build the APC 1961 to 67 in Sierra Leone, where the opposition party finally got one from a governing party, first time, March 1967, he was so impressed with my action, he would say, I will be of all the youth who will lead Sierra Leone later president. Every time he said that, in private and public, this is what I say to him, and I want you to comment on it. I say, Pa, I am not ignorant and stupid. Anyone who thinks he or she can lead, make African countries modern states without being part of Kwame Nkrumah, United States of Africa, is ignorant and stupid. I have 60 years that have confirmed me. What do you think about that statement?
So you've noted that. I'll take the last one, then I'll come back to you. Please, okay. Sure.
My name is Dr. I'm from Malawi. Happy birthday, Professor Zeleza. I have a question. Thank you so much for all the presentations. They were very interesting. I have a question for Dr. Owakemi or anybody of you who answer. Because there was a comparison about how Africa has done all these agendas and has not moved far enough compared to, say, the Asian development. And there was also talk about we need to go into our culture, like to form ourselves from the cultural perspective, and that maybe that could help. So I would like to know whether there's been studies of the other cultures that have done well in development, to what extent they have used that cultural, does that make sense, whatever it is, I don't know what to say. Are there studies to show that that is an important aspect for development, the way we know development? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. So we've got the three questions. There was also a comment. I think let's start in the order that they were asked.
Okay, so small correction, I'm not a doctor. I'm just a lowly master's student, recently graduated. So if anyone's hiring in DC area, let me know. So to your point about Ubuntu, how Ubuntu relates to African Union, and I think what you're getting at is that, oh, that's, okay.
You were talking to me?
Okay.
Oh, you used the wrong name. So your first question was about?
Yeah, it was like, you mentioned that
African, yes, okay.
This Africa is of the African Union.
Right.
And what that would be when the African Union is excluding even folks
Well,
that the diaspora when they apply to.
All right, okay. The thing is that
Mike.
my understanding is that the Region 6 of the African Union does include the diaspora in toto. So if Haiti was specifically excluded, I don't know anything about that. I would find that odd, but in theory, by default, Haiti is a member because the 6th region, based on the latest documents, includes the entire diaspora. Now, and your other question was about Ubuntu?
No, I mean, the Ubuntu was a comment, like making the links between Ubuntu and René Descartes, I think therefore I am like.
Okay, yeah. Well, that was his comment, but I don't, yeah, that was for him.
I think that can probably be a conversation me and you have later, if that's all right.
Thank you.
Just to give space.
And I would say, in terms of the issue of the diaspora, the implications in that work and some things that I did not get to elaborate on are that we have African diasporas in different places, and we don't always know about them. Okay? The question is, should that be operationalized in a very serious fashion? What does it mean? And I mean this very seriously. You have students in Kenya, for example, who, and they're Indian Kenyans, and they're African Kenyans, and, you know, Indian Kenyans were placed in an intermediary position, and they have more economic wealth, et cetera, et cetera. What does it do for those African Kenyans, and and full disclosure, my kid's mom is from Kenya. She didn't learn anything about Africans in India. Okay, so what does it do? And now Indian Kenyans were made officially the 47th tribe of Kenya, effectively making them indigenous legally. So are they indigenous to Kenya, or are they a part of the Indian diaspora? It gets very interesting if you overthink it. You know, we don't have to overthink that. That's a political thing. The question is, how do we make use of that in terms of what she talked about in terms of development, internal ideas. Internal ideas can also include this diaspora. How do we call on? How do we do the transactional thing, if you will, with all of these diasporas, Afro-Brazilians, you know, people in different places? How do we connect this world?
Yes, I think there was another question too.
Yeah. Can I answer a question? She asked me a question that reviewers have sent to me and bounced my paper, and I cried. And it's made me to even do further study. When I develop a cultural model, they say, can you show an example where it's been applied before? And then I will start from the global, then down. China today is the leading country in the world in terms of economy. And China's development and all Asian countries that have developed in the last 2 decades were based on their culture. I may not call it a Caucasian, how did they call that culture? The Caucasian culture of China was intrinsic to their education, to their governance, their language, and they created their model to suit their reality. And the result for not taking Bretton Woods idea is development. Now, I go down to cultural studies. Even though we say that governance and economy has failed in Africa, in rural areas, they still adhere to cultural indigenous system in terms of governance, in terms of self-help, community development, provision of facilities, and there are studies, I have documented studies that shows that cultural solutions are the respite of the poor. Lastly, when a reviewer sent me that same question, I was forced to do a study, which we review at the moment. What is the study? The security problem in Nigeria suddenly escalated in the last few years. And in 2002, in southwest Nigeria, the governors came together and they said they want to use indigenous police. That is the first time indigenous solution is institutionalized. I mean police that will be using juju. Have you heard of juju before? Now you laugh. See, now you laugh. Now you laugh because it sounds funny, but in the homes were they not using it? For the mere fact that it's not in the Constitution, does that mean people are not using it? Does that mean people are not using spiritual bulletproof?
Thank you.
For the first time, they put it in their Constitution. They got them uniform. They regularized it. And then they started. So I conducted a thorough study of the effectiveness of this cultural police in 6 states. I did that. I sat down.
Out of time.
And today, it's still with review. I'm waiting, but it confirms that people prefer it more than the former police, and they've been effective. Thank you.
So I'm going to ask, the man is back. Remember that question? But he's not here. So you've got 10 seconds each. Answer the question I asked. Wait, did you have? Okay.
Starting again. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Is it working, the microphone?
Yes.
Okay, so the question was whether this concept of Pan-Africanism invented in the mid-19th century, followed by, the African Renaissance, the anti-colonial liberation movements and struggles, whether it has achieved its full potential or not, has been realized according to, that was the question, right?
The question was, if we were to ask Dr. Zeleza, would he say he's happy or not? Just 2 seconds, please, because
to ask that question, right? If we were to ask that question,
yes,
to him, yeah. He's sitting here,
but he's not here.
We could just pass the mic to him. So based on my reading of his work, I think he would say no, it hasn't been achieved.
Thank you.
Yeah.
No. Yeah.
Yeah.
I would say partially in terms of the issue of a certain type of decolonization, but not in terms of the full development project, nor in terms of discussing indigenous and other creative solutions, since we're not going to be able to recreate the colonial world that created surplus wealth that allowed Europe to do what it did.
Thank you.
I have the mic. I would say progress has been slow, but I wouldn't say no, because we are having decolonized intellectuals, which is the most important. 50 years ago, 40 years ago, most of our intellectuals went to colonial university and they were brainwashed to sell us more. Now our university system are being decolonized, and the more students that are graduating with a decolonized mindset gives Africa hope. Thank you.
Last one. Thank you.
I would say he would feel that the progress in Pan-Africanism has been very vibrant since the classical concept made its way in. It just hasn't been recorded. It hasn't been taught.
Thank you.
It's been very vibrant.
I'm sure he will find a way to sneak in that answer when he speaks at some point. Thank you so much. If I'm correct, the program director is coming back. He's going to tell us what's happening next.
Okay, excuse me. Excuse me. We'd like to thank the first panel and for the brilliant presentations. And we're going to take about 10-minute break. We'll come back at 11:40, and panel 2 will be presenting. Thank you. Okay, good morning again. So we're going to move on to our second panel. And the title for this panel presentation is Peace and Conflict Resolution. And the chair of the panel is Professor Krista Johnson, the director of the Center for African Studies, one of the co-sponsors of this conference. So when Dr. Johnson is ready, I'm going to invite her to the podium to introduce her co-panelists.
Thank you. Thank you very much,
Thank you
Dr.
very much.
Camara.
Yes.
Well, welcome, colleagues. This is our second panel for this illustrious conference in honor and to celebrate our colleague, Professor Paul Zeleza. This panel, as Professor Camara said, is titled Peace and Conflict Resolution. And we have 5 presenters for us today. I hope they are all here. And I'll just go in order of which is on our schedule. So our first presenter will be Mohamed Wambua, who is with the USIU, the United States International University. And he is online, so we will hear his presentation virtually. Maybe. Have we been? Oh, sorry. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I'm just being informed that I think Mohamed's not going to be able to join us today. So let's move to our presenter. Let's see, our other presenters are going to be here in person. So let's invite then to the stage E. Christie Cunningham with Howard University, who will give a presentation titled For the Ones Who Are Left, a Traumatized Systems Theory Perspective of Dr. Paul Zeleza's Scholarship on African Conflict. Is she here? Oh dear. Okay. Well, who did I see? Let's see. And are we too early this time? Okay, let's see who we have. Is Talitha Chukura Pam here? Yes? Okay. Perhaps we can invite you to come and kick us off. So Talitha's presentation or paper is titled Struggles Across Borders, the Influence of Insecurity and Conflict on Diasporic Identity. To sit, okay. And then, yes. Okay. May I ask then my colleague, Professor Alam Hailu, to just come in? Sure, let's take a seat on the, well, not the podium. Yes. And also, Ekanade, Israel, is also here? No? Is Ekanade Israel here? Oh, okay, okay, fine, okay. Well, let me invite then Talitha Chukura Pam to please come to the podium and give us your presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for your time. I'm very honored to be here. My name is Talitha. I'm a PhD candidate from the University of Michigan. My title has changed. It's no longer whatever it was. Yes, it still struggles across borders, but it's now Northern Nigerian diasporas and the uneven geographies of belonging. And since I'm in the throes of dissertation writing, it's still very likely to change again. I did have a PowerPoint, but I'm not going to use it because it just seemed very complicated. And then lastly, I want to say happy birthday to Prof. Presenting here is a very, let me just say, coming across your work, especially your paper, what was the paper? Reconceptualizing the African diaspora. It was a very short paper, five pages in transforming anthropology. It reminded me that, something I like about your work is that it's very fluff-free. You write very straight to the point. And as a writer myself, it reminds us that, our writing should not be dense, but it should be something that whether you're in the academic space or not, it should be something that everybody can read. So let me get straight into it. So my dissertation examines Northern Nigerian migrants in the diaspora, with this paper specifically exploring the formation and performance of Northern Nigerian diasporic identity. In my research, I find that shared diasporic consciousness promotes a collective Northern Nigerian identity that seeks to transcend ethnic and religious divisions and mobilizes solidarity against systemic injustice in the public personal space, where unity is often emphasized. However, in private personal spaces, ethnic, religious, and regional affiliations frequently resurface, revealing the layered and sometimes contradictory nature of diasporic life. I define the public personal space as a performative space where individuals articulate communal identity and memory in public-facing ways that often have communal or political stakes, while the private personal space is the intimate and emotional domain of reflection where personal meaning is held. These divisions, rooted in historical mistrust, regional marginalization, and political rivalry, complicate efforts to build sustained unity within the diaspora, highlighting the fragile balance between collective resistance and intergroup fragmentation. This paper proposes a new analytical framework by distinguishing between public personal and private personal spaces. While theorists such as Jürgen Habermas and Nancy Fraser have examined the public versus private divide, their analysis primarily conceptualized these domains in structural or institutional terms. In contrast, this paper reframes the divide through an experiential and affective lens, emphasizing how identity, memory, and emotions are navigated and performed in distinct public-facing and intimate contexts. This diaspora-specific framework reveals how collective identity is both forged and fractured in everyday lives of migrants, shaped by competing demands of visibility, belonging, and historical difference. Now, the fieldwork for this research is conducted in Chicago, known for its cultural diversity and Nigerian population. I also conducted some archival research at the Missionary Archives at Wheaton College in Chicago. I speak Hausa and Baju. I'm from Kaduna State in Nigeria, and I found myself blending into these spaces quite naturally. So to illustrate my point, I will give both an anthropological or contemporary example and a historical example. So I grew up in Jos and Kaduna State. If I had a map with my PowerPoint, I would show you, but just use your imagination. And in the diaspora, I've encountered countless microaggressions tied to my identity. Other Nigerians in Nigeria and in the diaspora would often ask me where I was from. And when I replied Nigeria, the follow-up was almost immediate. But you don't sound Nigeria. What part of Nigeria are you from? When I replied, the response was often, oh, so you're a Hausa girl, followed by a range of comments that revealed deep-seated stereotypes, sometimes ignorant, sometimes open derogatory. People would say, I didn't know Northerners went to school, or I didn't know Northerners could speak English. When did Northerners start traveling? Or what are you doing here? What I thought were isolated experiences became repeated encounters during fieldwork when interlocutors reported similarly. These comments reflect assumptions about Northern Nigerians shaped by colonial legacies, regional politics, and media representations. Language, accents, and regional origins become proxies for education, cosmopolitanism, and legitimacy. To sound or appear Northern is for many to be read as rural, uneducated, or out of place by many other Nigerian diaspora groups, mainly the Yoruba and Igbo migrants whose identities are more commonly linked with success abroad. This contrast affords them greater symbolic capital and easier access to professional networks. Musa, a Northern Nigerian graduate student, recalls a conversation in which a fellow Nigerian student who insisted that most boys from the North were funneled into Almajiranchi, that is Quranic school associated with street begging. When Musa challenged this, another West African student noted that Northerners had never undergone that system and had attained leadership positions even outside Hausa-led administrations. This student later admitted that his views were shaped by media narratives. Similarly, several interlocutors shared how, despite introducing themselves by names in corporate settings, they were consistently addressed by reductive terms like aboki, yaro, or yarinya. While these words directly translate to friend, boy, and girl, they often carry condescending undertones when used to flatten identity and diminish status. These stories are echoed across gender dimensions as well. Amina, for example, regularly fielded questions like, do you have a husband? Or how come a Hausa Fulani girl like you is alone in America? Her identity was read through patriarchal and religious expectations. Meanwhile, Peter, an executive in a tech company, described the surprise on his colleagues' face when they learned of his Northern Nigerian background and accomplishments as though the two were incompatible. Jerry, too, recalled a heartfelt conversation with his Nigerian boss, who seemingly moved, asked, are you sure you're from Kaduna? This question, intended as a compliment, revealed disbelief that somebody from the North could embody warmth, intelligence, and sociability. Colonialism framed the North as uneducated and its people as inferior, and this framing still influences who is seen as educated, modern, or legitimate in transnational spaces. In the diaspora, to be Northern and Nigerian often transcends education, religion, ethnicity, and class, collapsing diverse identities into single marginalized categories. Far from home, in the public personal space, shared language, references, and regional origin can foster a sense of solidarity. Yet, in private personal spaces, regional and ethnic affiliations frequently resurface, revealing the layered and sometimes contradictory nature of diasporic life. This challenges the idea of ethnic homophily and reminds us, as Stuart Hall argues, that identification is not based on any essential sameness, but is constructed through shared histories or characteristics. I see this tension every month when I attend the Baju Development Association meeting online. After we discuss projects and members' concern, someone asks, why are we speaking English and Hausa and not Baju? Their frustration reflects more than language preference. It is tied to cultural preservation, power, and memory. Hausa, promoted as a lingua franca during colonial rule, often becomes the default in diaspora. Yet, for some, it feels like a concession to colonial erasure of minority language. This imagined unity, often phrased within Nigeria, where eternal hierarchies complicate Northern identity. This historical case of Yakubu Yamrat, which I'll discuss next, illustrates these tensions. So in 1956, Yakubu Yamrat, a Christian leader in the northern central town of Bauchi, wrote a letter requesting land to build a church for his congregation. It was not his first appeal. A prior request on September 19, 1955 had been denied within 2 days. This time, the response from the local minister of the northern region was blunt. Christians seeking a place of worship in town should, quote, look outside, end quote. The land offered was on the outskirts, isolated and far from the community. Yamrat replied firmly, quote, we are not aliens, we are people of this town, end quote. Pointing to the central mosque, he questioned why Christians were denied the same access to communal space. His letter was more than a land request, it was a claim to belonging. Yamrat's letter resurfaced in correspondence between two Christian missionaries, Reverend Canon Foster and C.H.C. Edwards. On January 16, 1956, Edwards, a mission secretary, expressed concern that denying church sites in Muslim-populated town was a violation of religious freedoms. Rather than directly confronting authorities, he recommended a strategic awareness campaign. The Christian Council of Nigeria, already resisting laws separating education from religion, took up religious freedom as a political issue. At a general church assembly, figures like the chief of Kogoro and Malam Dauda Haruna backed the incorporation of Article 18 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights into Nigeria's draft constitution to safeguard minority religious rights. However, religious freedom was entangled with Nigeria's broader political struggles. The Northern People's Council, led by Hausa Fulani Muslims, depended on the Middle Belt's diverse population to secure power. In response, the United Middle Belt Congress advocated for largely Christian ethnic minorities demanding for political recognition. A proposed compromise saw the UNBC drop its demand for regional autonomy in exchange for religious protections. But could religious freedoms be negotiated away for political inclusions? This struggle was not merely about religion. It was about the long shadow of colonialism. Under British indirect rule, the Hausa Fulani elite were elevated while non-Muslim communities were relegated to the margin. As Moses Ochunu described, caliphate-centered colonialism, British administrators reinforced the Sokoto Caliphate's dominance, embedding Hausa Fulani Muslim leadership as the default for northern Nigeria. In 1903, Sir Frederick Lugard, Governor General of the Northern Protectorate, said, there will be no interference with your religion, nor with the position of the Serkan Musulmi as the head of your religion. The English government never interferes with religion, taxes, laws, and order, punishment of crime. These are matters for the government, but not religion. End quote. That was an exact quote. Although vague, successive Nigerian governments enforced a de facto ban on Christian missionaries, enforcing mission activity among Hausa and Fulani Muslims, effectively closing Hausa land and reinforcing religious segregations. By the 1940s, missionary efforts in the Middle Belt, north-central Nigeria, had produced a politically active Christian elite who were critical of Hausa Fulani dominance. Yamrat's letters became acts of resistance, challenging a system that denied non-Muslim political and social legitimacy. Colonialism not only divided by religion, it racialized these divisions, privileging Hausa Fulani as noble Mohammedans while branching others as pagans or uncivilized. These hierarchies persisted into post-colonial era, shaping governance and intercommunal dynamics. In the diaspora today, northern Nigerian Christians, like their Muslim counterparts, often find themselves marginalized, while Nigerian immigrant communities, dominated by southern or eastern voices, much like Yamrat's struggle in Bauchi, contemporary northern Nigerians continue to push for recognition, equity, and representations. Yamrat's defiant words, "We are not aliens, we are people of this town," echo beyond their movement. Together, both illustrations speak to a broader, ongoing fight against exclusion rooted in histories of race, religion, and resistance. So finally, I want to just pull out two major points from these two illustrations. The first is how people perform, especially people of northern Nigeria, perform trust, honesty, and truth. So as scholars such as Cohen, Lovejoy, Mesolox, and Last have shown, northern Nigerian communities, particularly the Hausa, draw on ethnic solidarity, religious identity, and cultural institutions to build trust, exert political influence, and sustain work and economic networks across a variety of social and geographical contexts. My lived experience and research findings affirm aspects of this scholarship while extending it to include other northern ethnic minorities. Several interlocutors describe how displaying certain cultural markers, such as language, dress, or social mannerisms like humility, respect, and shyness in the public personal space often lead to favorable treatment from individuals with whom they share regional origins, ethnicity, or ethno-linguistic ties. So this, I think, even cuts across not just Nigeria, but when you meet someone from your region, there's that, hey, hey, Niger, or hey, my sister from South Africa, or whatever. Yet, as seen in the private personal space, such performances do not always guarantee belonging. For example, the Baju leaders protesting. So diasporians express frustration that even when they actively participate in community life, attending events, contributing to funeral funds, and upholding shared norms of mutual support, their inclusion is often remains conditional. While trust in the public personal space is frequently granted based on visible cultural alignment, trust in the private personal space must be gradually earned. Here it is shaped by ethnic difference and nurtured through active participation in moral economies grounded in peaceful coexistence, which we call zaman lafiya, and working together, aikin tare. These values are often encapsulated in concepts like truthfulness, gaskiya, and honesty, aminci, which serve together as criteria for social inclusion. And then the second one, which is something that is closer to me, is how language power leads to the construction of social realities. So language is central to the production of power and the construction of social realities, particularly in shaping how northern Nigerians are perceived and positioned in both national and diasporic contexts. So phrases like, do northerners even go to school, or you don't sound Nigerian, are not just microaggressions. They are performative utterances that inscribe difference, inferiority, and unbelonging, and can make the subject of such utterances deal with inferiority complex and even imposter syndrome. So interlocutors like Yamrat and Amina challenge these discursive regimes by asserting belonging and resisting epistemic erasure. These speech acts, letters, retorts, and everyday assertions of identity, they reclaim authority over their narratives. As these examples show, language not only reflects power, but constitutes it, reinforcing or contesting who is seen as modern, legitimate, or worthy of rights within layered systems of governance, system, and representation. Thank you very much.
I'm going to, I think, call our second panelist. I think some of our presenters are not here, but I'm going to then call our second presenter, Professor Alam Hailu, who's in our Department of African Studies here at Howard University. And he's going to give his presentation on geopolitical realignment, human security, and socio-political change in a volatile world, responses to the threats of war, conflict, and climate change in the African world. So the floor is yours, Dr. Hailu.
Good afternoon, I guess, an afternoon now. Before I go into my paper presentation, I would like to say a few words on some of the thoughts that were expressed this morning, which is on the significance of the event. And I was thinking the ideas expressed where Dr. Camara started, and I think the president of the university also pointed this out by showing how it's important to see the connections between the collective and the part. And the thing that strikes me and I find very, very important is how sometimes we dichotomize the two. And I remember when I was a youngster in undergraduate school, learning the Greek dialectics, and one of the definitions they had was where it's the two polar opposites exchanging and meeting with their ideas, with their efforts. I see events like this follow this pattern where, as Dr. Camara was saying, the village raises the child, but the child also raises the village. So when we honor Dr. Zeleza, we're honoring ourselves. We honor the institution, we honor the culture. I remember when I was young, our parents, of course, our generation forgot all that, but they have these two languages, as my predecessor pointed out. The language they used to refer to each other was, you don't have that in English, in French, thou, in an honored way. And not only the elders, not only the grown-ups, but even the young ones referred to each other as thou, like my mother. When they were little kids, they would address each other. I find this important because we lose the significance of honoring ourselves, honoring our traditions. And this, to me, in fact, I get amused by one of the South African comedians. He has this stunt on TikTok where he goes to India and tells the Indian, "Who are you?" And the guy says, "I'm from Great Britain." "You call yourself great? Who said Great Britain?" "The Queen of England has called us great." So without even showing anything, others telling you call yourself great? "Yes, I'm from Great Britain." And the guy said, "Welcome, I'm from Great India." So we have this need, but sometimes we're discouraged from saying it. In fact, one of these social movements, those younger ones who get involved in social media, find out when we're growing up, you don't say anything good about yourself. That's bragging. That's wrong. And you don't say that about people you love also. That's showing off. But this social media say, tell yourself you're great. Look at the mirror. Call yourself, I love you. You're wonderful. And when I was younger, I used, in a way it can be simplified, but the larger meaning of it is, it's okay to appreciate your culture. It's okay to appreciate the individual, you, the community, and I see some of my students in the class, we always talked about how, as mentioned earlier, culture is central to the well-being of societies. And when the Harlem Renaissance started, one of the things that I really was struck by and impressed me was how they wanted to build the spirit of the African, both the African American, the North African, but global African as a global thing. And Langston Hughes writes this line where he said, we write about ourselves, and we are beautiful. If whites agree with us, we'll be happy. If not, it's okay. We know who we are. We know who we are, you know. So I say this by way of showing my tribute and my appreciation for the occasion we have to say, good job, you know. And that's an example for the young people, even for the older ones, you know, who get inspired by the good that the individual does. That's inspired that the collective benefits from it and the individuals aspire to do that. Now, to go to my paper, by the way, I'll mention to you how I had wanted to change it later on, but for now, it looks at the issues of realignment, how the world has changed, and how I need to have this, yeah, how human security and geopolitics affect the world events, affect the well-being of the whole world, but in our case, Africa and the African world. And I try to I guess I have to tell the people in charge of the thing. If you could go to the next slide. Geopolitics, it looks at geopolitics as a concept, as a mode of understanding, as a tool, and also as a process in which politics, economy, history are played in the global stage, and how this is reflected in policies, in institutions, in cultures. With that comes security, where traditionally security has been defined as a state that is only of concern to the government, how many tanks would have, the army, the military. So security meant military security. Later on, we find out the United Nations Development, UNDP project, and scholars pointed out that this is only a partial aspect of security. If you want human security, the other components have to come with it. It has to encompass physical security, economic security, social security, the environment, the culture, the human dignity. All these are what should be involved. And the next slide. The shifts we see now, the change in the world, are reflected by how security is redefined and influenced by all the huge changes that are going on in the world, in the economy, in politics, in the relations nations and non-state actors have had now in the world. And with this has come a major case of climate change, where in the past it was a given, and now it's accepted as the key element of human survival, human security, where without the conditions, the environmental conditions that made life possible, preserving them is as important. And the players are changing, and some of the change in discourse is more like a lip service, but at least the forces of the world are coming together, showing how respect for the environment, respect for climate, for weather is key. When I first came to this country years ago, we always thought America had conquered security. When we were told cyclones were under control, floods. Now you see all the turbulences that were characteristic of the third world happening here because of the global change. And the models of security, where if you build the economy, everything will flow. But now, the African conception, the African paradigm of looking at nature, at the trees, at the rivers, the mountains, how that's not a primitive way of looking at non-living things, in quotation marks, as living things, but we as part of it collectively are the human beings. What has now come to be known as the geo theory, is the theory of the Mother Earth as key to our survival. And the players are changing now. China, Russia, Turkey, the Gulf states are having impact on the economic policies, the economic conditions in Africa, but also the other parts. So you see, if you next slide, please. I'm talking to I call them the NASA project, running our thing from the back. You know, I'm used to pressing the button, but next slide, please. Yeah, next one. I forgot I had to tell them. Yeah, this is the map that shows the forces that impinge on Africa. You see the whole flags of the world. The next slide also, please. And this is how all these things come together in terms of the changes in the continent: drought, water scarcity, floods, internal conflicts that are part of the disruptions in the continent, military occupation, what is called local swarms, but what they say when human beings have, like with COVID, one of the curses of modernization has been moving into the forests that were considered holy by pre-modern traditions, defiling them, only seeing them as timber products for tables and for shelves, or as byproducts of industries, how they should be viewed and how these disruptions are fueling the emergence of disease. You know, COVID is one. Other diseases are coming also. Next slide. Along this we have, next slide please. Yeah, this is a quick mental picture I want you to see on the trafficking routes where flows to Africa in income, in trade, investment are also associated with trafficking routes, illegal trafficking of drugs, arms, all kinds of trafficking, human trafficking, and this is global. Whereas in the past, Africa was considered marginal, which I always say that's only in the minds of the colonial powers, that Africa being marginal, but that it is central to the world. That has been at the forefront of global transformations. I mention this in my class all the time, where this quote I cherish from Karl Marx, when he saw the Industrial Revolution, the rise and progress and development of the West was at the foundation, at roots, the basis of what people of African descent had done, Africans in the world, both in the continent and in the diaspora, where he said, you've seen many of you who have taken development, the early development theories emphasized textiles as the basis of investment. You know, the Manchester textiles, all this were the very basis of the industrial rise of Great Britain, and that was repeated by the Asian countries. But Karl Marx pointed out it's the capital, what he called primitive capital, that financed, that fueled the industrial development. He showed how sugar and cotton and all this was the basis. And he pointed out cotton was the basis of the industrial rise. He said, no black skin, no industrial revolution. So that's how Central Africa has been, and the African world has been to the rise. But it's like somebody, the worst thing people do is they take your money, you lend them money, you give them things, and at least you would expect them to say thank you or say, oh, he's nice. But a lot of times, sometimes they say, oh, he's foolish or he's weak, you know. So for all that, the grading it got was, it's still primitive, it's still peripheral. Even many leaders openly say, Africa has no significance, has no strategic significance for the world, boldly, even now. And next slide, please. So here it says the correlates of security and insecurity. The correlates of security is where the advanced health system, advanced educational system, industrial system is correlated with what was going on in Africa and the African world. The insecurity is the down part of that, the downside of the dark side of that, where the other illegal ways, legally defined policies have also had wrong effects on the continent. Next slide. So you see the effects of the conflict, the effects of the. I have tons of statistics. I don't think I would have time to relate to you, but the arms flows to the continent, the flow of now ideologies that of conflict, of polarization, how they have affected the continent is where you have huge population displacement. You have from 5 million in the 1980s to 18 million in 2017. Now, Sudan alone they were talking about 10 million people. You have displacements in the Congo, in the Sahel, in the Horn of Africa, all these parts. Next slide, please. So you see the mining, the illegal mining. That's part of this process, where this picture could be in the Congo, any parts of Africa where gold mining is really rich source of wealth. In 2022, over 30 billion worth of gold was smuggled. This is illegal, illegally smuggled, 30 billion, mind you. And between 2012 to 2022, 115 billion worth of gold products were moved out with no detection. This is the non-announced part. And Africa losing 88.6 billion annually due to capital flight. This is flights from different members of the community. There are the 100 rare earth elements, mineral deposits, sites found in half of the African countries, but armed conflicts take 18 billion per year out of the arms that come in, and the benefits from there. And the total cost of armed conflict in Africa, around 300 billion since 1990. This is the cost. This sum is equivalent to all international aid from all the major countries in the world. So you see the exploitation of the resources, what you see, the mines. This is only the gold. Congo has something like 50% of the world's cobalt, and 2/3 of the production is from the Congo. They have, you name it, all the key resources, and not only in the Congo, cobalt and uranium and many of the rare products that fuel the so-called new industrial revolution with laptops, with electronics. Copper, 50% of the world's copper is just in the Congo. And they say the world would come to a stop if Congo stopped the sale. So let's quickly go over the, okay. Please, slides, let me run the slides and then I'll try to put together. Could we have another new slide? Slide, please. Okay. This is the selling. The policies, how there is how new players have come into slides, please. Keep going as I go. I'll say slides. And with the climate change, how it has significant impact on the most on the next one, please. Continued. Slide. Oh. Can you keep going, please? Slide. This is the arms. More. Slide. Another one. Another slide. I'm running because I'm being told. I manage my time. Keep just run the slides, could you? Yes. Keep going. Keep going. Okay, hold on. Go on. Keep going. Go. Okay, stop right there. This is where the paper comes together, where 2 points. I'll use this as a way of concluding. The 2 points is we look at these issues, what they call this, the structural, from the structural point of view, the systemic point of view, where the changes in the economy, the alignments in the world, the shifts in Brexit, BRICS, and all that are realigning, how the new policy in the US is redefining the global order. And Dr. Zeleza says this in the two ways that it has. One is in the realm of ideas. When we used to worship Marxism, I was shocked to find out when I started downloading it how Václav Havel, the first president of Czechoslovakia, he pointed out how ideas were the primary, according to Marx economics. So now we know ideas matter, if not more, just equally. So on the realm of institutions, there is this quote I want to read: Africa has emerged, according to Zeleza, as a significant player in world affairs, exerting increasing influence on economic, political, and strategic realignments, with vast reserves of critical minerals, rapidly expanding markets, and growing diplomatic leverage. The continent is positioning itself as a central pillar of the 21st century global economy. At the center of the three shifts in Africa itself, an increasingly assertive player shaping global partnership on its own terms. The continent is leveraging global competition to secure more favorable trade agreements, industrial investments, and technological advancements. This shift is not merely about the external alliance, but represents a broader definition of Africa's place in a global order. So this twin approach, one is in the realm of ideas and policies. The second one is on the realm of culture, what the spirit, the Pan-African idea, when Nkrumah got his idea from the African diaspora of uniting Africa. That is key to lifting the spirit, to strengthening the consciousness, the culture of Africa. That's an important component. And the second part is the structural component. And that's why I'm glad to be part of this occasion, to have us reflect on the ideas and respect him, pay our respect as a person, and also indirectly praise ourselves, praise the African village, praise the African institutions, and show the connections of the African world, as mentioned earlier, the Africans in Africa, the Africans in India, in North America, and Latin America. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Professor Hailu. We're going to have one final presenter who I believe is on Zoom now, Ekenade Israel, who is going to be presenting a paper titled Mandela's One 5-Year Term, a Lesson for Africa's Sit-Tight Leaders in Zeleza's Perspective. Do we have Ekenade online?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, we can. Online. Yes, and we can hear you. So Ekenade, the floor is yours. And if you could please keep your presentation to 15 minutes, then we can ask for a little bit of Q&A.
Okay, right. Thank you so much. Good day, colleagues. Happy 70th birthday, Professor Zeleza. I wish you all the best in life. Yes, let's roll. Mandela's 1-year, 5-term, a lesson for Africa's sit-tight leaders. Let me start by saying Africa is a continent blessed with lots of resources, be it mineral, human, capital, and the likes. Well, the commodification of Africa that many people would call the scramble for Africa culminated into the partitioning of borders, the introduction of colonial rule into Africa. Yes, Africa could be classified by the colonialists into 3, should I say, broad regions: Francophone, Lusophone, and Anglophone. But after the era of colonization, we had many countries, or many African states between the 50s and the 60s gaining independence. It's noteworthy to note that the likes of W.B. Du Bois, the likes of Kwame Nkrumah, and some other African nationalists, both in the Caribbean, in the Americas, and in Africa, used all they had to put an end to apartheid rule. Africa was being exploited because the West came, sourced for resources, took it back to the West, and brought it back to Africa as finished goods. The Cold War era was just characterized by, ideological differences, basically between Russia-led USSR and America. This sudden bipolar arrangement meant that they had proxies who fought wars on their behalf. Also, Africans have subjected democracy as an ideology to proper scrutiny. And many have often voiced out that the only problem bedeviling Africa is the crisis of leadership. There was democracy, later we now had military regimes. So the shift or the movement from democracy to military and back to democracy, or an undulating plane, has unsettled many African states. Of course, the likes of Yoweri Museveni of Uganda, Paul Kagame, they apparently they displaced sit-tight governments or military governments. They displaced them. However, they took charge and now became despots in their own territories. Initially, they came as freedom fighters, but now they have become oppressive rulers. The objectives of our study are just four. We intend locating the pointers to sit-tight syndrome in Africa. We want to assess the incidence of authoritarian regimes in Africa. We intend studying how African states have coped under perennial dictators and dictatorship. And we also want to examine the implications of a few decent democratic leaders like Nelson Mandela and Julius Nyerere of Tanzania. Our study is important because it explores why dictators run some African states. It's also significant because the sit-tight syndrome varies from state to state. Also, the resurgence of coup in Africa, or what Mama Dr. Chikombori Akwao, what she calls the coup pandemic in Africa. We want to look at why are we having a resurgence, and especially in West Africa. These they've assumed frightening dimensions in our contemporary times. As a result, it has made our study an important academic undertaking. Yeah, the likes of Schumpeter and Robert Dahl argue that a vital role is being played by leaders in democracies, and that the immaterial role played by them was to define democracy. Schumpeter avers that to understand the democratic organization, the process of power acquisition and decision-making is vital. However, a basic characteristic feature that separates African democracy from the contemporary democracy is the sincerity of citizens' opinion that happen to be vulnerable to the bias of their leaders. That's why you see when citizens come out to voice their displeasure, you see these sit-tight leaders using state apparatus, using state apparatus, or using state security agents to torment harmless citizens. I just go to a brief review of literature. As we speak, academia is caught in the web of increased suspicion or the divide between general public and the government. So we don't even know where academia belongs to. Are we on the side of the public or the masses, or are we on the side of the government? So this has been responsible for a sudden disappearance of civic engagement in African democracies. And from time to time, discontentment and disapproval continues to grow on the African continent. And for example, we've had sit-tight leaders in Nigeria who were khaki boys. I call them khaki boys, those in military uniform or camouflage. We call them khaki boys in Nigeria. There was a time we had president, a military president, Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida. He kept on, postponing, his departure from office. Later on, there was an interim national government in Nigeria led by the late Ernest Shonekan. After 3 months, there was a palace coup, and that interim government was toppled. Then came General Sani Abacha, and the man held the whole nation spellbound until he was eased out, I don't know, by God or a supreme being, and we now had the Fourth Republic, which happens to be the reinstatement of democracy in Africa. You go to places like Zimbabwe, the likes of Robert Mugabe. These people even plan to install their own children as henchmen whilst still alive. Of course, in Africa, people still favor democracy as the best form of government, but it will not stop Africans from showing their displeasure or disdain at the way government is being run on a daily basis. The sit-tight syndrome, that is a basic feature of some African leaders, has actually pulled Africa and Africans backwards. As a result, many African states are still under the siege of dictators who don the garb of democracy. Our theoretical framework is authoritarianism. Bedesky, 1981, sees authoritarianism as an ideology conceived or arrived at through history and is generated as a means of intervention in the wake of political disorder. A major feature of authoritarianism is elitist dictatorship, including becoming a cult figure. Mugabe was more or less a cult figure. Muammar Gaddafi was more or less a cult figure. Many African despots, they were cult figures, and you dare not say anything against the government of the day. In a place like Libya, anyone who says anything against the government, in those days, my friend's father was actually telling me, a Ghanaian who worked in Libya, they were brought out in the public, and the state television would televise their open execution so that it will serve as a deterrent to others and to create fears. And you see, this issue of authoritarianism or sit-tight syndrome in Africa led to the Arab Spring that spread through parts of North Africa, and it even moved to some other parts of the Middle East. So in an authoritarian regime, the power of authority is vested in one person or just a limited group of people. Here in Nigeria, in fact, a legislator once called it cabalocracy, a government of the cabal, by the cabals, and for the cabals. And we still see this turning out in many African states. When you go to a place like Gabon, it was the Bongo dynasty that was just toppled recently, and the cousin who became the military president has now been reinstated as a civilian president. These people can even go to any length. They would change the constitution, they would rape the constitution, they would violate the constitution just to remain in power. When you go to a place like Uganda, Yoweri Museveni now claims that he doesn't know his age. And Catholic bishops came out to support his candidature. Well, I don't know what to say about Africa. Let me move on to Mandela. This man is a leader to learn from. He only occupied the seat for a 1-year 5-term, and he left the stage. The ovation was not even loud. He left the stage immediately. When you look at Kwame Nkrumah, he was toppled in a coup. Jomo Kenyatta and Hifikepunye Boigny of Ivory Coast, they died in active service. So the two persons that had the same sterling qualities like Mandela's were Mwalimu Julius Nyerere of Tanzania and Senghor of Senegal. However, that of Mandela was just amazing. Mandela was an amazing human being. He was an amazing leader. Methodology, we used qualitative methods, which was just basically a desktop approach. We got secondary data from journal articles, books, conference proceedings, and we also adopted a historical descriptive explanation. Let me just go to the discussion and I conclude. African states are being overshadowed by despots. These have delirious consequences on Africa and Africans. The wave of coups in West Africa, is alarming, especially West Africa, as other khaki boys, other military men across the continent might decide to take over governments in many African states. We have seen Niger, we've seen Burkina Faso, Niger, Burkina Faso, Guinea, and Mali. Afterwards, Gabon, there was also a coup in Gabon. So we don't know which country is next. Authoritarian regimes have become emboldened as they carry out violations with impunity. As a result, some Africans even celebrate this class of shenanigans without confronting them. They are hardly held accountable by the electorate. The civil society space has also been threatened and their voices stifled by these power usurpers. These sit-tight leaders also install their children whilst alive, giving them juicy appointments in respective cabinets. Is it not Equatorial Guinea? One of the president's son happens to be the Minister for Finance. He did not even make him a Minister for Local Government and Chieftaincy Affairs. They put these kids of theirs in juicy positions. I go further now to my conclusion. No doubt, Africa still lingers in the world of dirty politics, especially that of third-terminism and sit-tight leadership syndrome. Yes, if I may add to this, some African constitutions state that after 2 terms, you cannot go for a 3rd term. A former Ivorian president tried going for a 3rd term. Former Nigerian president, Olusegun Obasanjo, tried changing the constitution to accommodate him for a 3rd term, but he failed. So we see that across the continent of Africa. When the 2-term tenure is almost complete, they try to bribe the Senate, the legislators, and they try to abuse or violate the constitution. Many leaders still hold their respective constitutions by the jugular. Some have changed constitutions, permitting them to become life presidents, while others have used unscrupulous means to retain power. The attendant consequences have not only birthed military coups and civil wars, it has also led to exacerbation of conflict and violence and to the mushrooming of terrorist groups aligned to Al-Qaeda and the likes. These violent non-state actors have come to occupy a strategic role in the African polity. Sit-tight syndromes in Africa has led to all of this. You also have agitations, self-determinations, secession groups, ethnic militia, and other violent groups. These groups have filled the void created by undemocratic practices by those who say they practice democracy. Thank you very much. This is my submission. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you very much, Ekanade, for that presentation. I had failed to mention before as well, Ekanade is with Tshwane University of Technology in South Africa. So thank you very much for that. We have just a few minutes before we're going to break for lunch. So I wanted to open it up to the audience and see if yes, and probably, sorry, and invite, yes, please, probably invite Talitha and Dr. Hailu up to the stage. And if we have one or two questions, I know we're in your way for eating, so that's never a good thing. But wanted to make sure we got in a couple of questions. Yes, please come to the mic, I think, yes, if you don't mind.
Thank you very much. It's kind of an academic question, but it's really more than that as well. We criticize and we talk about anti-democratic things. We talk about authoritarianism, and we talk about totalitarianism. These things are all bad. We regard them in the abstract as being bad. But in terms of development, I have a question. My question is this: why is it that in the African context, unlike in some other places, authoritarianism has not led to the kind of technocratic development? For example, the U.S. always loves to talk about how bad Soviet totalitarian socialism or communism was. And we know the excesses, et cetera. But it was the Soviets who put a satellite in space first, a man in space first. Chinese have a space station now. 50 years ago, they were riding bicycles in Beijing. So I'm trying to understand mechanistically, what is it that's different? And while all of these people talk about authoritarianism and how terrible it is, they put their factories in China. And the reason they did it is because they knew the workers would line up and do the work. But Africans would line up and do the work too. So I don't want to answer my own suspicion, but I'm trying to understand, and I have the suspicion too that when the U.S. removes full embargo against Cuba, that all of a sudden a lot of industries in the southern United States will be offshoring to Cuba, communist Cuba. So I'd just like you to comment on why we think that authoritarianism in Africa has not led to the kinds of technocratic or technological albeit in the context of undemocracy, but led to the technological developments that you see in other places.
Thank you. I'm gonna, yes, if you could come and offer your question as well. I'll take a couple questions and then I'll turn it to the panelists to respond.
Thank you. My question goes to my sister, Talita, from, you say you're Fulani? Hausa, yeah, at least you're Nigerian. Yeah, my question is this. Have you ever looked at the importance of understanding history to reversing the subjugation and inferiorization of other tribes in those settings that you mentioned? For example, I found out that understanding history may change attitude from exceptionalism, condemnation to compassion. For example, when I first got to South Africa, what Nigerians say is, South Africans are lazy. South African cannot do business. South African depend on government. And I joined them to say that. And they too, they say, Nigerians are this, Nigerians are that. Until I studied apartheid and see why a South African will not ordinarily stand up and go and open a shop, because his generation never did that before. The same thing in Nigeria. I see a northerner and I look at him as a fool. yeah, he will never go to school. I never knew this story you said today until I did my PhD, because it was not taught in school. How colonialism cemented Islamic authority on the northern part and hindered the missionary and hindered education. When I understood that history, then my perspective changed from oppression to compassion. So within your local communities, especially in these northern areas, where the Muslim are subjugating other people because of the power given since colonial era, is there a way teaching? Have you ever studied the impact of understanding history on behavior, on attitude? How can we include history, true history of colonialism in curriculum? And finally, to Dr. Ekwade, all this woes, like, I wish his paper could talk about the solution. Why like the last person who asked, why is it that this authoritarian government are rising, and what are the possible solutions? Thank you.
Thank you for that. Okay, I'm going to turn it to my panelists. Ekenata, are you still there with us online on Zoom?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, good. So you can hear us. We can't see you at the moment, but that's wonderful. Sure. Let me invite you to respond briefly, just in 2 minutes, to the questions that were asked, and then I'll get our panelists here.
Okay, thank you so much, ma'am. Yes, well, we see that many African leaders, if not all, who have this authoritarian traits in their genes. I'm not sure if they were born with it from heaven. The central thing in their lives is greed. Dr. Adejumo that just asked me a question now, thank God she's a Nigerian, then my big aunt there that is seated there is a Nigerian. The likes of Sani Abacha, his loot is still being sent to Nigeria from Europe and other parts of the world. How come a dead man, he died 1998 or so, he's still sending us money? Is a dead person is sending the living person, the living people money? I mean, it's totally greed. Then the African society or the Nigerian society does not have punitive measures against these people, or the African society. When you go to a place like China, it's communist, it's communism. You steal, you pay for it. You're being killed, you're summarily executed. Jerry Rawlings, the late Jerry Rawlings of Ghana, tried it, and Ghanaian sat up. Maybe that is brought back to the fore, but of course, civil society will shout, NGOs will shout, Amnesty International will shout, but at this stage, I would also want us to profile African solutions to African problems. Some will say, okay, I'm Christian, but some would even argue that if you become a president, don't use the Bible or the Quran to spread. Just give them one fetish thing or one native thing, and let them hold it. Should they violate that promise, then thunder or something will spread.
Oh, we're losing you, and that's maybe a good place to end.
Those are just my comments.
We're going to move on I want to ask Professor Hailu and Talitha to respond as well.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes. Oh.
Yeah. I know you're all getting tired, so I'll be brief. To the question about the relations between politics and development, I think he answered his own question. I don't know if you remember, but when China was trying to assert itself and came as a formidable power, there was an African summit in Beijing, and many of the African leaders asked the Chinese leaders, how could we imitate you? How could we follow your example? The answer they gave them was, don't follow us. Do it your way. Many of the things that we all learn from outsiders. Everybody learns from Europe, we learn from the world learns from each other. What is wrong is when you become blind imitators. The parliamentary system, the English parliament system was started, all the rituals were taken, failed in many countries. communism was adopted in Ethiopia and Somalia and in Mozambique and all that has failed. And that shows that we don't do it in a living way. Take ideas and see how they developed. You mentioned the authoritarian regimes. Korea was an authoritarian regime. Even Japan, as you celebrated, the Japanese party was in power for almost 50 years. Well, it was almost a one-party state, but it had all the other elements. Indonesia, Taiwan, many of these authoritarian regimes, this is not to say, okay, well, let's imitate authoritarianism. But how that is done, how that is implemented is the key. And what comes from your question is, I remember seeing a cartoon. A woman was mad at her husband. And she said, you're 50% of my problem. And the other 50% is me, she said. 50%, maybe 60% of Africa's problems is the world. The other 40% is the elites who are not creative, who are not imaginative, who don't have what, like our participant said, they don't take the idea of authoritarianism wrongly. Singapore had an authoritarian leader, but at least he produced the economy. So there are other things that go with it: culture, decency, engagement. So these are things where that's why having occasions like this is important for scholars and public intellectuals looking at the problem in a large way. So I don't want to talk much. Thank you.
Thank you, Talita.
Thank you for your question. There's so many ways that I can answer it, but to keep my train of thought in one place, I wrote down some notes. And I think the first thing is like just the way we teach history. I did not take any formal history course till I came to the U.S. And you know as well as I do that in Nigeria, we don't teach history for our secondary schools unless you reach SS1. And I think that that's one of the discredits we do to our Nigerian students, and because of that, very few of them take or do undergrad history, talk less of history on a undergrad or even master's level. And because of that, they don't learn African history. They don't even learn Nigerian history. So all these things that I'm talking about, they don't learn it. And because of that, they learn things that the colonizer wanted them to learn, and it tends to be skewed, which is a big problem. And there are many ways that you can teach history, very interesting and engaging things, but when you pile dates and you pile things that are unattractive and sound boring, nobody wants to do history. So that's one big problem. And then I'm thinking of even the Almajiri story that I told you, somebody saying that everybody in the North goes through Almajiri. There's those kind of stereotypes. Everybody in the North is veiled. A lot of those things are taught through media. And as well as I do, when you turn on the TV and you see those kind of things, everybody's veiled, all the women are in a room in the back, they don't come out. Those are the things that they just keep being perpetrated and on and on and on, and nobody changes, because those things they sell. They seem exotic, they seem mystic, Nollywood just keeps, showing those kind of things, and people think that it's true because nobody is changing it, and media continues to perpetrate those kind of things, and it's a big problem. And it comes with unlearning for people that should know better, but they don't want to change those kind of things. So I think and then lastly, there's the issue of NYSC. Even those that go to the North for NYSC, those of us that are from Nigeria, they go at a later stage when they're they've finished with university. I wish opportunities for people to have those kind of postgraduate or post-university opportunities came earlier, so that they could, now with the security situations in Nigeria, it's not, but I just wish those kind of those kind of regional opportunities came earlier, so that people could see what Nigeria, different regions of Nigeria had, or if there was an opportunity for people to experience Nigeria firsthand in one way or the other, safely. Let me add safely. Firsthand, it would be good so that they could experience for themselves. But it happens so late when they have already formed for themselves opinions that are hard to change. And then, they continue to go on and share those kind of stories. And then it's a problem. So we can talk more about it after. But I understand what you're saying about histories and,
Thank you.
May I ask her a question? Is it okay?
We, I think, are running out of time. Yes, I'm sorry. We're breaking for
we're
lunch.
sitting next to
and I
each
was going to
other.
say, and the conversations can continue, right, as we go to lunch. Did you have some, I'm going to invite Dr. Camara to come back up and maybe just tell us what's next on our agenda or where we're going for lunch?
Yeah, we're going to have lunch until 2:10, and we'll come back at 2:10 and panel 3 will be presenting. And of course, the conversation continues over lunch and everything. Thank you very much.
Thank you. No, that's okay. I mean, I know. Well, that's always the case. You think, oh, this isn't going to take long. And then
Where we are coming from this panel's perspective anyway, and I think the colleague who is online as well, we are looking at a reimagining of PhD training in African higher education institutions. And it's very relevant to the recent publication by Prof. Zeleza on re-envisioning the African and American academies, because we're going to also talk about what's the role of the US universities around the strengthening of PhD training at African universities. So I don't know how many of you are aware of the African Union's Agenda 2063. Everybody should be. And its second 10-year implementation plan, which sets a very bold objective of producing 100,000 PhDs in the next decade. It's a big and bold recommendation that they have made, and there are a number of challenges that African universities are facing right now, and it's going to hinder the progress towards this goal, many of these challenges. Without substantial reforms, they will find it challenging to meet this ambitious target. We know that there are a number of constraints. We've talked about them for many years: rigid structures, insufficient resources, inadequate supervision, etc. Many of these challenges become exacerbated by the fact that many students are also not full-time students. There's a whole new debate around the curriculum that is being taught and its colonial histories, and also the weak mentoring systems that sometimes impede academic progress and broader societal transformation. So we know that Prof. Zeleza has done quite a bit of work on this topic. He's extensively examined these challenges. He has focused on issues such as colonial legacies, brain drain, underfunding, the effects of globalization. And so our panel is going to build on these insights of Prof. Zeleza's, and we'll be really setting the context for higher education, looking at both, as I said, the African and US contexts. They will propose what we hope are innovative solutions, I hope, for universities that reflects Africa's cultural and intellectual heritage, so that they once again, and I say once again, become the dynamic engines of knowledge production, driving socioeconomic development, and contribute meaningfully to global scholarship. So we have a panel of experts here. Well, our first presenter is Geoffrey Kimoto. He's at Masinde Muliro University of Science and Technology in Kenya, and his presentation will be on decolonizing knowledge, the transformative impact of Paul Tiyambe Zeleza's scholarship. Then our panel here in person, they're going to answer some questions that I hope will generate some debate amongst the audience as well. So when we have the Q&A session, it's going to be very interactive. So our first, on my immediate left here, is Professor Tawana Coupe. Tawana, Mr. Famous Coupe, as we discovered yesterday. He is a global higher education strategy advisor and the former vice chancellor of the University of Pretoria. He's also the former board chair for the Alliance for African Partnership. Okay, so that's good news maybe for us. And then we have Professor Anthony Wutoh, who is the provost and chief academic officer at Howard University. So 2 down. And then Robert Wamala is the director of research and graduate studies at Makerere University in Uganda. His university is one of the members of the Alliance for African Partnership Consortium. Amy Jameson is my colleague in the office, my twin, as I say sometimes. She's the co-director with me in the Alliance for African Partnership, and she's based at MSU in East Lansing. We do have an office in Malawi, and Richard, unfortunately, is not able to join us today. So it turns out that our virtual speaker is not on right now. So we will start with the in-person, and if he comes on at some point, then we will switch over. But right now, I'm going to have, you're going to stay there and answer your questions. And the first question is that, so the African Union, as I said, has set this goal of producing 100,000 PhDs in Africa over the next decade. What needs to change at the institutional and national levels to realize this vision and strengthen PhD training at African institutions? And we'll ask Prof. Coupe to begin. You do have some limited time. I'm going to monitor you. I hope you'll be good. So Prof. Coupe, please, what do you think needs to change?
A lot. And that is it. So I think it's a good call by the AU to ask for these 100,000 PhDs by 2034. But typical of the AU, which then has implications for the national level, is what is called in higher education an unfunded mandate. They demand all of these things, but no funding has been raised for it. And funding is crucial to graduate training and research in Africa. So that's the problem. Because here is what you need to understand as well, the context of PhDs in Africa, especially if you take the public universities, which are the dominant form of institution that produces PhDs. Only 35% of faculty, as you call it here in America, have a PhD across the continent. And I checked this figure again very recent. So it's only 35% faculty. That means, translate that into supervision capacity. Some institutions have next to no capacity to do that. Second, if you look, not second, but an example, South Africa seems to have the strongest higher education system, 26 public universities, but even there is only 48%. Across the board, not even 50%. In that same call, the AU, by the way, also asked for an increase of research from 3% contribution to global research productivity to 10%, an improvement in internet capacities, and about 20% of those PhDs should be in STEM. So you do not, if you translate that the AU is made up of member states, you then have to ask the question, what percentage of GDP are you allocating to research funding? It's actually going down. It's not going up. That you find in Prof. Zeleza's work as well. It's decreasing year on year and not increasing. There's also a dependency on donor funding. So the USAID cuts and related cuts from the US, which have now been accompanied by the European cuts, means that there will be even less funding to do that, right? So what is required, therefore, is wholesale systemic change. But before I say so, there's something that's very important, because there's a tendency, as we heard this morning, to say everything is bad in Africa. It's not necessarily true. There are many institutions in Africa and individuals who are very good doctoral trainers. Often they have the following profile. They are active researchers. They are globally connected on the continent and across the world. They are good supervisors. They also work across the globe with their own partners. That should actually be an atmosphere that helps this enterprise. But you are talking about an expression that we use in Southern Africa. We say that is an oasis in a sea of mediocrity. That's the expression that's often used. What we need to do actually is to reverse that situation. That's why I'm saying it should be wholesale systemic change. You can't have oasis in a sea of mediocrity. You need the oasis to be mainstreamed, to become the system, if you like, and funding allowing and all of that. And also that profile of what I call research and graduate cultures, where people are actively researching, they are curious, they are connected, they are linked, they are engaged, and they produce the kind of scholarship and knowledge that will turn Africa's potential into a continent of prosperity. Because it's not that Africa doesn't have the potential, it doesn't have the means. So capacities need to improve, you need to streamline all of those things. Then there is, at the institutional level, systems that ought to change. Because again, often an oasis in a sea of disjointed systems. So I'd normally call this from application to graduation. Many African universities don't have the application and student recruitment systems necessary to sustain a robust postgraduate training institution, especially for PhDs. And you know what that means. You don't recruit without the funding for the students and without the capacity to supervise for the students. Often some do. Students wander around looking for supervisors, looking for funding. And as our moderator said, many students are actually part-time because the context there is people would go to graduate school later in life, they have families and they're also working. Doesn't cater for that. So systems and processes need to be streamlined with accountability mechanisms at the right places. You don't have the kind of graduate school culture, graduate school systems, levels of accountability. People are appointed to manage, lead, and staff graduate offices as you do in some places. Supervisor training is very important. Many African countries follow the single supervisor model, not the committee system that you find elsewhere. That's very European, that's very British. When the supervisor is one of the members of the OSCCs, that's very good. When they are in the sea of mediocrity, then that is very terrible. So what you then need to do is to really look at that system to say, could you find a different model? And there are multiple models that Africans have used. Co-supervision, sandwich model, that means a student is at MSU for 6 months, then back home for 6 months, perhaps back in MSU for a year, because they are better labs, back home for 6 months, but they have supervisors, they are covered on both sides, and they are funded all of. So there are so very many of these models that the continent could actually adopt. Then, of course, the structure of the programs also need to be addressed. So many African universities run a European system where there's no coursework. You just dive straight into the research with your supervisor, whether they belong to the Oasis Club or to the Mediocrity Club. So you're literally almost on your own. So completion rates are poor. Even dropout rates are very high. So 100,000, if you started with aiming for 100,000, all of the structural things I speak about and the institutional culture issues that I spoke about could reduce that number down. So you need now to rethink the structure of the programs. Could you include some coursework in one fashion or another in these kinds of systems? And this could be done by actually the members of the Oasis Club, doing supervision training for their Mediocrity Club, to connecting across the continent. Part of the problem is that African universities are not connected to each other. African universities meet each other at Howard University or at Harvard University, if you take the H ones, right? And so they don't know each other and they do not work together, even when they are researching the same kind of topics in Africa. Imagine the Oasis Club creating those networks across Africa and bringing in MSU, Howard, and so on. It could actually strengthen the systems. So theory and methods become very important. So often, of course, what is lacking is infrastructure and spaces. Many African scientists, remember, still send their samples to Europe or the US to get them run through, and then they can get the results and write their papers. That includes their PhDs. That also delays the process for a long time. So an investment is needed in the infrastructure and the spaces. Spaces here, I mean, we should have doctoral platforms, doctoral conferences, doctoral seminars, and all of those kinds of things on a sustained and long-term basis, also lacking. I already started with the, I have 1 minute injury time. Funding is also sensitive, it's a very sensitive issue. Remember, there's injury time always. Funding is also very sensitive across all of these things. Last, and now I get off the stage, the African institutions should be differentiated. You have too many institutions that are trying to do everything. Superb undergraduate teaching all the way to graduate teaching in the kind of context that I sketched out for you is not sustainable and will not work. So differentiated universities doing more research and graduate training in robust research cultures, well-funded, will do the continent very well. And in these kinds of context, the pursuit of interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary research for transformative societal impact is important, because it could be very nice to produce all of these PhDs, but if it's not directed in any fashion to Africa's challenges, and that research translating into social impact, you are only hiding to nothing.
Thank you very much, Prof. So the second speaker, Robert Romalo, will also answer that question. Robert, you have 5 minutes.
Wow. Thank you very much. When I think about that question, one particular quote comes to mind, and this is by James Baldwin. And I quote this state: "We can only fix the problems we know exist. Awareness is the first step towards transformation," end of quote. And I don't want to sound a little bit repetitive, but allow me to say that my PhD training in African institutions continues to face a series of formidable challenges, despite the critical role of doctoral education in driving innovations and sustainable development. I know enrollment and completion rates were talked about, but these remain discouragingly low, and many students struggle to progress due to a shortage of qualified supervisors, and that was still mentioned in a way. The research infrastructure was talked about. Compounding these structure issues is the weak alignment between PhD programs and broader national development agendas. Many students find themselves ill-equipped for the evolving demands of the job market, lacking both soft skills and interdisciplinary exposure. There is insufficient funding, which is still talked about. I'm laboring to mention this because they form context for answering the question appropriately. Faculty are overburdened, like in my university, like so many other African universities. They're heavily undergraduate, where the proportion of graduate actually, or postgraduate, becomes really quite small. Mentorship structures are thin, and exposure to global research networks is limited. So without a deliberate policy framework and institutional support, these challenges continue to hold back the continent's potential. And so addressing these issues isn't just a matter of academic reform, it is a necessity for Africa's socio-economic transformation. And to, in a way, respond to the question, because the challenges, in a way, give us a basis for reforms that we need to put in place. I am going to tackle mainly two, because my colleague has actually addressed several of them. I want to talk about the sustainable funding models. And I gave this example just recently. In my university, we're mainly funded by CEDA for our doctoral training. And a time came and CEDA just closed out. And so CEDA asked our government, are you going to take over? And so the key point I'm trying to bring out is governments and universities must prioritize domestic funding schemes for PhD training. Our country actually had to come up with a fund which it gives every financial year, up to $8 million, to basically fund research, and part of that research is used to fund PhD training. So rather than looking outside in the West, we need to look inward and look at what we have available to be able to support this change. Then allow me to talk about the research infrastructure and digital access. There is a lot we have that we can share. And so expanding access to digital libraries, open access journals, and online platforms actually becomes really quite helpful. But I don't have to travel here to maybe access some some resources. If these can be made available between institutions, that can be really quite a good thing. In conclusion, we cannot address these challenges from a fragmented solution or short-term fixes. What is needed is a bold, collective commitment to reimagine and strengthen PhD training in Africa. And so let us invest in our institutions, not just infrastructure, but in people. Let us reform our policies, support our supervisors, empower our students. Let us pursue partnerships that are equitable, respectful, and geared towards long-term impact. Above all, let us act because, as a quote reminds us, we can only fix the problems we know exist. And like I did say earlier, awareness is the first step towards addressing this transformation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Robert. So I think we all know we are all facing this challenge of this change in the geopolitics and the funding landscape. All of our institutions are in trouble, both US and African universities. The full implications, we don't know yet. Is this going to end soon? Is this going to continue for the next 4 years and beyond? But what we do know is that many US universities certainly continue to be mission-driven and focused on promoting knowledge, collaboration, and sustainable development in Africa and beyond. Okay, all right. So my question to the next two speakers, given the shifting global geopolitical environment in higher education, how should US universities sustain their relevance in the global training and research ecosystem? Right now, our partners don't trust the United States. Are there any strategic approaches, so this is part two, are there any strategic approaches that predominantly white institutions like Michigan State University and historically black colleges and universities like Howard University, two R1 universities, by the way, want to clap that for Howard University. So are there any strategic approaches that these two types of universities should adopt? Amy, let's start with you.
All right, thanks, Jose. So not surprisingly, for a co-director of an initiative that has the word partnership in the title, my answer will focus on partnerships and the role that partnerships can play in this landscape currently. So with regard to the history of U.S. universities' role in doctoral training of African scholars and African scholars' engagement with our universities here in the U.S., long gone are the days that of the airlift, where we brought African scholars to the U.S. to spend several years on our campuses doing graduate study, graduating with master's and PhD programs, and either presumably going back to their home countries or staying here in U.S. universities. Those students enriched our campuses. I think we can all recognize that. They enriched research, and they went on to become our partners in global engagement and research for our institutions here from the US. But this shift has been taking place for quite a long time. I think Prof. Zeleza has recognized this, and it's both positive and negative reasons. So positive reasons are the growing expertise on the African continent with growing graduate programs, and although we are still working on that, and as two previous speakers identified, there has been a significant shift and a growth in that space. There's also been the negative in terms of shifting funding away from supporting higher ed institutions and long-term training in the US for international scholars. This is a funding shift which we all know, it's very obvious, that has expanded exponentially in our current climate. And there are also the acute challenges we're facing now of international students with immigration, visas, issues of freedom of speech that we've seen in the past just 4 months. And now this will have a major impact not on the students that are here now, but also for those that we would be recruiting in the future. As you mentioned, Jose, from the beginning, that there's a potential loss of trust and people maybe not wanting to come to the US to do their graduate education. And so this is going to have a significant impact on our universities. I think we need to be clear on that in terms of how much international students have contributed to research, to scholarship, and to the growth of our institutions. So how can we look at this current landscape and the needs of the US and the needs in Africa and find mutually beneficial ways of working together in partnership? And we have to note that everyone brings something to the table in this relationship. I think that's a really important thing that we need to recognize from the outset. Are there lessons that we can share across contexts to help one another? In the 2024 book that Jose mentioned, Paul Zeleza talks about the African and American academies making the case that the challenges facing higher ed institutions in Africa and the US are not that unique, are not totally separate from one another. So how can we enter these discussions with one another to support each other? And as a side note, I see a very, an update to that book that needs to come with just the last 4 months and what's had an impact that's had on the global landscape. So I'm just putting that out there, Paul. But are there joint opportunities such as dual degrees? Prof. Coupe talked about the idea of sandwich programs. We have strong labs, infrastructure here in the US that maybe we could bring students over to enrich our campuses still without needing to stay for long term and having their degrees from their home institutions. There's a supervision crisis that, that both of our speakers pointed to that so this could lead to opportunities for joint supervision, which again enriches our own institutions while also supporting the graduate education of students at their home universities in Africa. The US models that we could look to in terms of the flexibility of a graduate education here in the US that could be adapted to contexts within African universities. I think those are important to explore and how to adapt those to local contexts. The idea of joint publications, the joint production of knowledge across our institutions, I think is really important to highlight so that we understand that there's a mutual benefit here. Even if we're not graduating those students from our institutions, there's a connection amongst our institutions leading to joint research, which then has a broader impact in the academy, but also addressing the issues of global challenges. And I think this contributes to the idea of brain circulation, which Prof. Zeleza has written about extensively, is that we're not focused now these days on brain drain, but there's the opportunity for circulation of knowledge amongst our institution. And I think these partnership models we could explore can contribute to that idea of brain circulation.
Okay, thank you very much, Amy. And now we go to Anthony Wutoh, who's the Provost and Chief Academic Officer at Howard University.
Good afternoon. I would agree with my colleagues and with Amy in framing that really key to this is partnership and collaboration across institutions. Certainly, Howard and other U.S. institutions have resources, have capacity, and can provide a really strong partnership. And the key is that it really has to be an equal partnership. But one of the things that I'll go back to the earlier comments, doctoral education is very expensive. And we really have to revisit the model for training doctoral students, for training PhD students. The models we are employing in the US aren't sustainable. And as we look at institutional resources and really declining support from the state and the federal level, and I think we can only expect that to continue to put pressure on institutions, we really have to consider how do we change the model by which we educate and train doctoral students. And so I would suggest two things. One, we have to make better use of distance learning technologies. And certainly that may be more applicable in the humanities and social sciences than in the basic sciences. But even in the basic sciences and in the STEM fields, I believe we can use better, we can better leverage distance learning models to be able to help underwrite and to decrease the cost of doctoral training. But the other thing, and we had mentioned this earlier, is we're in an information revolution with artificial intelligence. And I think there is an opportunity for us to use artificial intelligence as a tool to help support doctoral training in the West, in the US, in Europe, and certainly in Africa as well. If we look at some of the models, even in elementary schools, in high schools, and certain colleges already, they're using artificial intelligence to help develop individualized tutoring for students. And I think that there's an opportunity for us as well to leverage artificial intelligence, obviously in an ethical way, to be able to augment doctoral training and to provide broader access and wider access with our partner institutions in Africa. So I want us to, while we're not early in AI, because AI has existed for some time, but we are in the early phases of generative AI, and there is great opportunity for us to be able to use that technology to augment and to reframe the way we train and develop doctoral students.
Thank you so much. So that's a topic that I'm sure we'll be coming back to, the issues around AI, etc. So we're going to move on to the next question, and we'll see how we go with time and who will be answering this question. But the next one is, what does a re-envisioned higher education system look like that would enhance both the US and Africa's competitiveness at home and in the global context? So we definitely need to strengthen African universities. We also know that US universities need to continue their own training and would want to be a part of this process. So how do we maintain this? How do we maintain this balance of competitiveness? And I'm going to ask Robert to start.
Thank you very much. I did summarize three things. And number one is a system that is digitally powered and globally connected. You will agree with me that the pandemic revealed the transformative potential of digital education, but also the deep divides that exist and that we actually did see. And so in my particular case, what do I envisage? Number one, a robust digital infrastructure across African campuses to support virtual labs. We may be, there could be distance between us physically, but we are connected. Hybrid classrooms, and of course what you did talk about, AI-driven learning. Joint degree programs, which are talking about by Amy. And then I think lastly for me is the virtual research platforms where African and US scholars collaborate in real time on climate issues, cybersecurity, and so many other research issues. Number two, which is really quite important, a system that responds to local context and global challenges. And in this, I'm looking at encouraging research that is, number one, locally relevant, rooted in African realities, while informed by global standards. And then lastly, on my particular part, is a system that prioritizes equity and access. Now, competitiveness means little if it is not inclusive. A reimagined higher education system must be accessible to all, especially women, probably in the context of Africa, and possibly males in the context of the US, underrepresented communities, and marginalized populations. And so, invest in historically under-resourced institutions, both in the rural and, of course, emerging African institutions. And so, in a nutshell, for me, re-envisioning higher education is not just a luxury. It is a necessity. It is how we prepare our societies to compete, to collaborate, and to confront defining challenges over time. The US and Africa have much to learn from each other and even more to build together. And so a call is let us commit to designing a system that is innovative, number one, inclusive, globally engaged, and rooted in the beliefs that knowledge is the greatest lever of transformation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Robert. I will now ask Tawana to give his contributions for 5 minutes.
Please. So I'm going to encourage on something we spoke I think all four of us spoke about earlier on, partnerships and collaborations, but I want to take a slight turn on it. You see, I think the problem we have now within both the US and also in individual countries in Africa is we have what I call collaboration, partnership and collaboration light. You know, it's not a requirement of the situation. So substantive partnership and collaboration to me means doing much more. It means just moving away from bilaterals or very few institutions collaborating with each other, almost on an accidental basis and organic growth and not a strategic sense. So what we need is really strategic partnerships and collaborations. And those are best carried out through what is called knowledge networks in particular areas. And also we have to get ambitious now, because also it can't just simply be, you know, the United States are classified as part of the global north, and Africa, say, is part of the global south. And there are many commonalities around the global north. They're normally industrialized economies, and with the stronger economies, if you like, although that can be very relative in the 21st century. In the global south is all of the challenges Robert and I and the colleagues mentioned, and weaker economies. What we need to think about now is those knowledge networks that struggle at continents, not just one or two, not just the United States and Africa. United States is actually one country, Africa is 54 countries. What you need is to have that ambition to create knowledge networks that will include South America and up here to be North America, including Canada, and not just the United States. Then across the African continent, Australia, Asia, and others. And what you do there is you choose very specific area for each knowledge network, because many of the global challenges that are expressed in the Sustainable Development Goals in themselves constitute a research area, which is very large. Imagine if knowledge networks cutting across climate change, across the global north and the global south, across all of those countries, knowing that, as Robert said, there are local dimensions to climate change, and then there are more global conditions. As we know with climate change, the greatest polluters are often the industrialized countries, but the worst effects are felt in the global south, which are not as industrialized, which countries actually still aspire to be industrialized in the old model that the global north is. That's a big societal challenge for everybody. And if you had large researchers, I mean, the group that won the Nobel Prize on climate change was an international in the sense in which I was speaking about. It wasn't single individual scientists that got the Nobel Prize. It was a climate committee created by scientists around the world. All the challenges that exist today now require that level of scale. Now, with that level of scale as well, we shouldn't leave certain people out of the collaborations. It's not going to be good enough, colleagues, for universities, even in the scheme I'm suggesting now, collaborating among themselves. We are not the only societal actors. You need the governments in there. You need the private sector in there. You need the philanthropic foundations in there. Because the scale I'm talking about cannot be funded by us universities who are suffering from massive budget reductions. I think everybody sitting here from the US and from South Africa has the email about the budget reductions for next year, and it's causing them massive stress and sleepless nights. Now, to be talking about, like I'm talking now, people will be saying, this guy is mad or something. Does he understand my budget cut? But the budget cuts could be addressed now by rethinking the scale of the financing and also taking the challenge to those who should address the challenge. It is not only universities, with due respect. University has a particular entity to deal with society's challenges, but everybody owns the problem if you actually particularly like. So if you like, I'm suggesting that we go away from light collaborations of accidental meetings, the people I like, the people I know, and I'm not saying that good work is not being done there. Again, there are oases, and then there is mediocrity, right? I'm saying that let's be strategic, let's be substantive, let's think about it on the scale in which it is needed. I chose climate change deliberately because with climate change, we're out of time for both humanity and our planet. Now, you can't do that on light collaboration and partnership. It's just not actually, you're wasting resources. You have to do it on scale, in real time, and with scaled resources across the globe. And in there, you then put in your doctoral training, all of those kinds of things. But also you raise societal awareness about what's happening. That was less than 5 minutes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So the next speaker will be Anthony, who will give his contributions.
You know, again, the challenges that we're facing are not just local here at Howard or in Washington or in South Africa, and these are global challenges, and they do require thoughtful solutions. One of the things that I was considering is that institutions are mission-driven. And as an institution, Howard has a particular mission. The challenges that we're facing are global, but Howard can't solve every problem, which is why the partnerships, the collaborations, and even this idea of the networks is also important and is going to be critical. I guess the challenge is how do we move from where we are now to a more sustainable, collaborative model where how we have, as an institution, MOUs and partnerships with various African universities in the Caribbean and the South, even in Asia. But to your point, these are oftentimes accidental. You know, I happen to know a colleague at University X, and so we develop a partnership with them. I have expertise in this area, and so I have colleagues in Uganda who are also doing work in this area. So that really the question is, how do we move at scale to a more sustainable model in the context of economic challenge? And that is something that we need brain power across the Atlantic, across the Pacific to consider in a sustainable way. How do we do this across institutions, across nations, across continents? And again, I would have to think that online opportunities, artificial intelligence is going to provide for us a means to consider doing that as a tool that we have not had to this point the opportunity to be able to access.
Okay, Amy?
Well, Jose, I feel like they've proposed a big challenge for us in sort of this Alliance for African Partnership model that we are sort of piloting, experimenting with. We've been around since 2016. So the Alliance for African Partnership is a consortium of MSU, 10 African universities, and an ag policy think tank network. And so this is the attempt at a knowledge network. Not specifically, we do have priority areas, but we're focused sort of broadly. And I feel like we're being challenged to think about, okay, how can we take this little germ of an idea that came about in 2016. We brought together 14 African leaders to kind of co-create what this was going to be, including Professor Zeleza, who was there helping us on this. Prof. Coupe has served on the board. Robert is a focal point for us. But to think about how we work together at this broader scale. We are just a North American institution and several African institutions right now, but how might we expand that in the ways that you're talking about now to support that? We've seen some, in this pilot initiative that we've started, we've seen some success. We've seen some joint publications, we've seen some grant projects come out, we've seen research being done that's innovative, exciting. We've seen capacity strengthening of institutions. But I feel like there's that challenge before us on how do we expand that without moving too fast, without ensuring that we have the buy-in, the partners on board, and that we're not just being, this is a quote that came out of a meeting that we had yesterday with our partners from HBCUs, being strategic and not opportunistic, and that we're not just taking those partnerships that kind of present themselves at our feet, but we're like thinking strategically about how to do this, how to expand. I mean, one thing we've been looking at AAP is expanding to include HBCUs in our network of partners. So we have other partners across the US, African institutions, but how do we expand into Europe, Asia, et cetera, and still do that at a way that we can maintain momentum, not water down what we're doing, but have that impact at scale. So I feel like that is a challenge that's presented to us, Jose, and with the guidance of you all here. But those types of partnerships, I think, are the way of the future. Those multilateral partnerships working across many institutions because these challenges are so large, because it's global impact, and also because it's going to take a lot of resources to do this. And we all have resources that we can bring to bear on this, whether they're financial, intellectual, infrastructural. And we also need to band together to advocate for higher education, for research coming out of higher education institutions, for building up graduate education. Because I read an article recently talking about higher education as essential infrastructure for a country. Essential infrastructure globally. And so how do we band together to advocate, as Robert was saying, to local governments in our countries, to philanthropic organizations, to say, you need to invest in this essential infrastructure, and it will deliver. So.
Thank you so much. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you very much. Let's give the panelists. I think our meeting yesterday that we had with a number of HBCUs across the United States is kind of like a first step in which we're beginning these conversations about strategic partnerships, and we'll see what happens there and how that unfolds. I know we're doing this at a time when, if this could have happened maybe 2-3 years ago, if we had this conversation, I think we could be like way ahead of the game. But here we are now, and we need to, as you said, advocate for higher education, advocate for funding with our governments and those rich alumni. Howard, you have a whole lot. So right now we're going to go in, so thank you again, panelists. We're going to go in now to our moderated question and answers session. And Isaac Kalumbo, who is the Assistant Director for Outreach at the African Studies Center at Michigan State University, he will take over from here.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. I know you're kind of less energy now after lunch, but I'm hoping that we can be a little bit more lively today. Good afternoon. Okay, so we're going to have the moderated question and answer session at this point, but before we go ahead and do that, I have one question for the panel, which has to do with the fact that
From the comments I've heard this afternoon, there was one theme that seemed to resonate, which is that there is need for change in the structure of teaching PhD courses and training PhD students in Africa. And there's been reference to PhD courses themselves that they lack in many of the programs, that many of the programs aren't doing any courses. It's straight from a bachelor's or a master's and into research without any courses. The other issue is the issue of joint supervision, that the supervision may not be up to standard, and maybe joint supervisions will be a way to solve this problem. However, the question is, how prepared are African universities for these kind of significant changes? Because these changes you are suggesting are major. PhD courses are significant. Also, the idea to collaborate with another university and have somebody from another university having a say on the process becomes complex.
So the thing about it is, like I said, the oasis and the sea of mediocrity is that some of this stuff is already happening, but it's the exception rather than the norm. So it's not as if it will be totally new, if you like, and depending on an institution, some of it might be happening, but it's not, you will not find it as institutionalized policy. I'm not thinking from theory. Mm-hmm. I've been all my life as, you know, a dean of a faculty and all of those kinds of things. You found the way, what you term off the book or informal practices, by very innovative stuff, but it's actually not part of how it is done. Mm-hmm. And so it's the exception rather than the norm and contributes to the oasis. Mm-hmm. It's mainstreaming those things that need actually to happen. But also it needs a big conversation in the universities themselves. When I heard, in my mind, I was really surprised when the provost said that you have to rethink doctoral training in the US, because some of our stereotypes is that, no, it's okay there. I know nothing is ever okay anyway in each context. But there is awareness, and even in discussions among academics, people will complain about the existing model. But there isn't, my experience now as a university vice chancellor or president, as you call it, is often the reformers are on the sidelines, if you like, away from people who really want to do innovative stuff. Mm-hmm. That needs to be opened up. There's no better space to open up than in a substantive collaboration with people with different practices. Because the people in a minority in African institutions become a majority, right, because there are other people from around. But as the provost said, you might find that the people who think they are doing very well also need to rethink what they ought to do. So joint supervision also happens, by the way. The sandwich models that I spoke about is often a northern supervisor and a southern supervisor, happening across institutions that have particular grants at particular time. Mm-hmm. As Robert said, that is not sustained. What we need is sustained, mainstream, long-term practices to entrench the change.
Thank you.
Yes, please, I can contribute to that. I actually do agree with you. A lot of this is really quite happening. Allow me to draw reference to Makerere University, where we do offer two kinds of PhDs, PhD by research, and then a taught PhD. Now, all our candidates on a PhD by research do what we call cross-cutting courses that we've set out to basically get these people starting PhD to the same table about research ethics, about data analysis. And so we're doing that already. Then with the supervision, I mean, of course, this happened through CEDA, where we had collaborative supervision from Sweden and then Makerere University. But what we actually came up with was partnership between Makerere University and all private, rather public universities, where we would actually do joint supervision. So this is basically happening, but I think our need is to basically amplify these initiatives.
Thank you, Robert. Please come forward here and ask your questions. Yes, please go ahead.
1, 2, the mic is working.
Yes.
Okay, peace everybody. First, I'll just say thank you to our panelists. I found your comments to be truly amazing.
And I found that idea that we should link our higher education more to technocrat-owned and controlled technologies like generative AI and distance learning to be truly insightful. So my question is twofold, and I'm particularly interested in hearing Dr. Wutoh and Dr. Jameson, your answers on this question. The first question is, why should Africans, considering the atrocities that the West has committed and continues to enable on the continent, why should Africans be interested in partnering with the West? And I'll give you bonus points if your answer does not include, because I'm grading, I'll give bonus points if your answer does not include the fact that the West continues to hoard resources based on African wealth and African labor. That's the first question. The second question is, what role does reparations play? And for the purpose of this discussion, I'll define reparations as the unconditional provision of resources for African-led development. What role does reparations play in the knowledge exchange that y'all are describing? Thank you.
I'll actually go back to your first comment regarding technology and the use of artificial intelligence. And what I would argue is AI is a tool. And if we want more control over the way AI is being deployed and the way AI is being utilized, we have to train more African and African American scientists to build the algorithms. We have to be not just users of the technology, we actually need to develop the technology. I see this similar to a car. A car is a car. You can use the car to drive to Miami, to drive locally, to drive to New York, or you can drive off a cliff. It's not the car that is the issue. The issue is the way that the technology is being used. Even once the algorithms are developed, and I'm not a computer scientist or an engineer, but even once the technology, the algorithms are developed, they have to be trained. Much of the data, over 90% of the information on the internet is Eurocentric. The vast majority of websites are Eurocentric websites. It is not the technology that is the challenge. It's the application of the technology and making sure that we are developing scientists, engineers, computer scientists to be a part of and engaged in developing the technology, building the algorithms, and then making sure that the algorithms are trained with data that is not all Eurocentric in design. That's the challenge, and that's the issue. So if we don't get in front of, and the train is already going, as they say, the cow is already out of the barn. But if we don't very quickly make sure that we are developing computer scientists, again, in Africa, in African universities, at African institutions, that we are not supporting the development of entrepreneurs who will be able to use this technology and develop it in ways that will be useful to Africa and to African Americans and other folks of the diaspora. The technology is being deployed. It's being used. And it's going to continue to reinforce biased, racist, you know where I'm going. And so I don't think we can stick our head in the sands and say we're not going to use this technology because it's Eurocentric in design. It's a tool. In the same way a hammer is a tool, a saw is a tool, a nail is a tool, a screwdriver is a tool. It's the use of it and the appropriate application that is going to be critical for it to be meaningful to the futures of African peoples. And so I'll stop there and you can answer the other question.
Yeah. Oh, no, I'll do my best because I think that you raise an important point of why should Africans be interested in partnering with the West? And I think that's critical that we don't take that for granted. We don't take that question for granted. We don't just say, well, the US has all these resources and we have this infrastructure for labs and research and that's why Africans need to come to the US. I think we need to think critically about that. I think we need to flip the script on that. And that's still coming. But thinking about what influence can Africans have in the US? What influence can we learn? What can we learn from that and how can those relationships, we not take for granted the power dynamics that have been existing for the history of our nation. And so I don't know that I have an answer specifically for that, but I think that examining critically those power dynamics is key. I think that also ensuring that African students, African faculty are empowered to do what they do, to not just look to the West for particular resources, but take advantage of the opportunities that are there in a way that, again, flips that script on the power dynamic. I don't have an answer for you on how to do that, but I think that's an essential question we have to ask in these partnerships. In terms of reparation and knowledge exchange, I don't have an answer for that. I wish that I did. Does anyone want to take up that question?
I may attempt to answer the question of why Africans should consider partnering with the West. In academia, we build on what is known. And that's a fact. Without you knowing what is known, then it becomes hard for you to talk about innovations. And so to me, in my view, I think the point should be about academic debates and intellectual engagement rather than the differences in race and color and, you know. What am I trying to say? If a university here has the resources, the infrastructure that I can use to better myself, I mean, I will not stand out and say, no, I will not go to them because maybe this and that happened. I'm looking at a way where, I mean, we can both benefit from each other. You know, I can provide the intellectual capacity that I have, but also benefit from what is available here rather than just looking at only the receiving end. And so we do need each other in this partnership. We do need each other. We can't do without each other.
Thank you, Robert. Professor Coupe?
I partly agree with Robert and partly disagree. But let me just give you my take. I think your question is quite good, and I think Robert was correct that you must also ask the Africans, why do you partner with the West? And that is, you pointed out a problem that exists where Africans have often unthinkingly partnered with the West. Because the West came to them and said, we shall partner with you. And many partnerships and collaborations that exist now were initiated from the global north, were not initiated by Africans themselves. To be quite frank with you, some of them were also opportunistic for Africans without resources, because often the Western researcher came with the funding, and they were the principal investigator. That is a fundamental problem, where the African scientist becomes almost the assistant researcher to the PI holding the fund. And there are two charters now circulating in Europe and Africa questioning that model of doing science. And it's not co-creation. Mm-hmm. The person with the money is the principal investigator. And there's another article, circulating on the internet these days, which people are laughing at very much. It goes something like this. My plane arrives at 5 a.m. Will you please pick me up at the airport? It's an article by a Western researcher or a Northern researcher writing to the African guy to say, yeah, I'm arriving 5 a.m., you pick me up and take me to my hotel. The power relations then. And many people are saying, yeah, that's what I experienced, but I've never been able to say so. So you're quite right to raise those kinds of imbalances. Now, Africans now need to actually critically think about, if a person comes with a bag of money and says, I will be the PI, I will be assistant researcher, it's difficult when you don't have money, you want to do the science. But I think it's time now you actually say no. Or say, okay, fine, you have it, but let's rethink the whole idea. Why can I not be a co-PI? And also some people are beginning to do that. So there has to be that, a rethinking the model, if you like, in Africans also. The second thing is difficult to make this because it's fine to speak like this because it sounds all theoretical. One of the things that worried me when I was university president or vice chancellor was exactly that: why do Africans not start knowledge networks? Because I had ambassador after ambassador, Western researchers come to see me, want to partner with you, you think you are doing good things. Then I say to my team and other vice chancellors in Africa, let's start knowledge networks and invite the northern guys. So the first one I started with was something called, which exists now, called the South Africa-Canada University Network. This Canadian ambassador was telling me, look, you guys should, part of my performance contract is educational linkages. I said, no, I can't work for you, for your ambassador's contract. What I want us to do is, I want us to create a South Africa-Canada University Network, and the name must be in that order. South Africa first, then Canada. So I took all of my 26 public university colleagues to Toronto in 2022 or 2023, and we had an agenda, and we met with the universities Canada. But one of the things I did was that it would be dangerous to do this. I suggest this, but I then say, but Canadians must fund this. We don't have the money. So I went to our National Research Foundation. They gave me money, surprisingly. And so I went to Canada with the idea and some money. And then I said, can we mobilize the science councils in Canada, visited all of them, and in South Africa to contribute to this? I think this week they are meeting in South Africa as well to take that agenda forward. Because then I saw it's an African need driven by Africans, but bringing in partners in the global north, but not as messiahs of knowledge, as people who are going to co-create knowledge together, including questioning what they are doing. Because we haven't spoken here about indigenous knowledge systems. I think in the previous sessions in the morning, some people alluded to it. Africans have something to bring to the table, which would question Western science or Western notions of science. Yes. So I think that your question is really brilliant in that regard. So what we then need to do, and then Africans should say, no, we want also the Caribbeans, the South Americans, and the Asians, us in the global South together with you. My South Africa-Canada thing, I told the Canadians, next level of movement should be North Africa, and not just South Africa, but the rest of the African continent.
Thank you, Professor Kudu. So clearly there are ways to respond to this problem, and it's really located in a flipping of the script and in a flipping of the way we are thinking about these collaborations, and to subvert the notion of the superior versus the inferior, to subvert the notion of the moneyed and the moneyless, but to say we have capacity as we stand, and we are to be respected like everybody else, and then try to expand that. You have some comments?
Yeah, I just had something to add to that in terms of thinking of what a resource is.
Yeah.
What is the resource that everyone brings to the table?
Yes.
And it can't be this narrow definition of a resource being money.
Right.
That there has to be a really reconceptualization of what is valuable.
Yes.
And what is valuable that people bring to the table. And we need to push that. I mean, we have to bring that to the table and say, it's not just, we're not just going to have you there as like a number that looks good for us in the US. Like, you bring something to the table that we could not get anywhere else.
Yeah.
And that is valuable. And you know, and we bring something that you also can not get anywhere else. And that is valuable, but it can't be this very narrow definition.
Thank you. I think we need to move on to Professor Bookman's question.
Yeah, I almost started to walk away because the conversation has evolved into what I was going to put on the table. A part of that for me has been some of the wonderful conversations that I've had outside of the presentations about what is it of African value and culture and history that is part of what is happening in the academy. And so my question was really asking about the challenges of curriculum, not necessarily at the PhD level, but at the level of connecting all of what is done in the academy to what is real in the lives of the people who we are supposed to be serving when we come out of these institutions. And I was very struck by the conversation about Ubuntu this morning, what it means and how that relates to all of what is happening in both the academy and in society in general. And I was struck by the wording of Audre Lorde, and that is that the master's tools can never be used to dismantle the house that master built. And so my question was really going to be the challenges that are faced in all of our institutions when we try to bring an Afrocentric knowledge base to the learning that we're doing and to what we then do with that knowledge base to go out into our communities to make the lives of the people in our areas better. And I know that we are sometimes stuck in the curriculum because it does have very often a Eurocentric base. But I think if we're really going to make movements in some of what I heard this morning in terms of the Renaissance of Africa, Pan-Africanism, it's going to have to take a very different balance in terms of these exchanges that we're talking about. So I make just a comment on what you said, but I think you all have already addressed it very extensively. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Bookman. We'll take 2 more questions and then answer them in.
Well, it's not a question I have, it's a suggestion. This conversation reminds me of an event I was at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce 2 years ago about the reskilling of talents and of American workers. And there were several new educational entrepreneurs, which when they were doing it, when they get known, they're going to subvert the U.S. higher education, which I've been advocating since I came to this country in 1967. It's too wasteful. What they're trying to do is that they cut short and they work with the employers, industry and things like that. So they caution the education to meet those needs now and in the future, which the universities are irrelevant when they produce people here and in Africa. So
Thank you.
If you could check with the Chamber of Commerce to get that exact event, it would be useful to all of you.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Malete?
I really appreciate something that Robert mentioned, which is locally relevant solutions and how do we create that. And I want to add to the comment that the Prof just made, just to ask Prof Kupe, from your example working in the South African context, you know, what are some of the things that you have seen that you think we can learn from in terms of the interface of higher education and industry? Because South Africa has been a little bit more successful, and the example you gave with the initiative between South African, University of Pretoria and Canada, I think there's something to be learned there, because there's a challenge where private sector doesn't engage as much as it's supposed to. And I feel like private sector in Africa wants to reap where it doesn't actually sow. So how do we, what examples can we learn from that context in terms of enhancing a stronger interface between university, higher education, the private sector, the communities, in terms of creating what you might call locally grown, locally relevant solutions that are Afrocentric in nature and agenda setting?
Thank you. At the risk of too many questions, we'll have Professor Mpim, and then we will go to the answers. I hope that's not too many for my panelists.
Good job. Good job, panel. But my question goes to Professor Kupe. When you were talking about the mission of the AU, the goal to train 100 PhDs by a certain period, you made a comment about the universities must identify themselves. And I'm not sure, you said universities should identify themselves. I'm not so sure what that meant. So if you could speak to that. Because you talked about most of the universities being teaching universities and graduates, you know, schools being small numbers, and then you said universities must identify themselves. So how?
Differentiate themselves.
Differentiate, okay, well. So what does that really mean, and how will that, you know, contribute to the solution?
Thank you, Professor Mpim. A number of questions there, please.
Yeah, so I think perhaps we should just have dinner. Yes, Jose. That's why I'm saying we should have dinner to answer his big question. But I'll give you a rapid example. So those of you who have been, especially the AA people who have been to University of Pretoria, we know there's a fantastic campus that is called Future Africa. It's all made of wood, all of the buildings are made of wood, which is sustainable, climate-friendly material. I found that when I became president of Vice Chancellor, I found it had been built. Then in asking a little further, it turned out that the wood was imported from Finland. It's called structured engineered wood. But there's a lot of wood on the African continent, including in South Africa itself. So when alumnus came, I used to take alumnus around because I was wanting money for them to. The thing had been built for 10 million. I wanted the 10 million back. I wouldn't have used university money to build it. I would have used external money. So I wanted the money back. So I wanted alumni to come. So this alumnus comes and he starts crying. I said, but I'm sorry, did I say something offensive? He said, no. Why did you import the wood from Finland? I run a timber company and I'm a CEO of a timber company. We could have done this here. I said, wait a minute, it's not just cutting down the trees. It's called structured engineered wood. There's a science behind it, which we have not yet done. But let's do this. Will you give me an endowed chair in order for us to produce structured engineered wood and to use it for at least 3 purposes? Build affordable housing for people who in the lower economic income, and also to do a demonstration building for one of my buildings in the university. As we speak right now, the guy gave me the endowed chair, and he's running, right? And as we speak right now, they're doing the research, and that is what is going to happen. So I wanted to intersect into the housing market, because those houses will be cheaper and more sustainable, or more suitable for the, as you know, our climate in Southern Africa, not these wood, asbestos structures, if you like. So it's going, unfortunately, he then asked me to come and visit the timber place. I went and saw him. We signed the agreement. Some of you have seen me wearing one black jacket all the time. If you look carefully, there's written York Timbers. I wear it all the time. But the guy unfortunately died of COVID, during COVID. So, but the next CEO, I made sure, committed to the long-term project, and it's going on. So I hope LEPSI satisfies you. So it was private sector, university, 2 purposes to actually increase housing stock. As you know, housing stock, including here in the US, is unaffordable for common people. So I hope that was fast enough and said, but we can talk more about other examples. Now, the differentiation, my colleague, what I meant is that if you look at many African universities, because they are colonial inheritances, they were actually designed for undergraduate training. Postgraduate training was an add-on later on, post-independence, but that did not last because the politicians were interested in massifying undergraduate training because it has greater political benefits. They didn't do that only. They built more universities which are undergraduate. So graduate training in Africa has always been a sideline. Most people who done graduate training, my age, Prof. Zeleza's age, labs and so on, we all came to the north. In fact, even your undergrad teacher will tell you, you are very bright, go abroad. Don't stay here when he could supervise you. So therefore, there is all of the things I spoke about earlier are lacking. What we need to do now is to have some universities that are more inclined for proper quality, high-level, contextually relevant graduate training in the African context. Others doing undergraduate training. Like you have in the US liberal arts colleges where that don't do graduate training.
Right.
People go elsewhere to do graduate training.
So some specialization.
Yeah, Jose said, I'll cut your throat, so I'll stop.
Yes, so I'm going to call on our Associate Provost for University Outreach and Engagement, Professor Kwesi Brookins, to take over.
I'm not as tall. I'm going to do something because we are at time, actually we are beyond time. And I'm going to do something that most PhD trained people don't do, particularly professors who like being up and talking. And that is to say that everything has been said. I have nothing else to add. Enjoy your afternoon.
Thank you. Thank you, panelists. Let's give them a round of applause. And let's give our Associate Provost a round of applause. Thank you, everybody. Have a good evening.
Thank you. It was great fun.
That was fun.
Amate Lai, Helen Maliche, please report to the stage.
David, so we're continuing with panel 4. If everyone can please take a seat. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Please, if everyone can take a seat, we are continuing with panel 4. Please get in and take your seats.
He said bye to people, so they left. And outside. Yeah, well, I need Professor Zeleza to be
maybe he. David is asking for you. We can start without him. No, David Mubari, he's in our panel, the next panel. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It's coming. Okay, so we have already lost some 15 minutes of our time, so we'll continue with panel 4. Please, okay. Yeah, I'll speak louder. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Good afternoon, distinguished scholars, colleagues, students, and friends. It's with deep honor and joy that I welcome you again to Panel 4, Research and Mentorship, part of this historic conference marking the 70th anniversary and birthday of our distinguished honorary Professor Paul Tiyambe Zeleza. This panel explores one of the most profound aspects of Professor Zeleza's legacy, his role as a mentor and intellectual guide about which most of us here can speak, particularly in shaping generations of African and diaspora scholars. His contributions to knowledge are not only found in his voluminous writings or high-profile institutional leadership, but also in the lives and careers he has nurtured. Today's reflections bring that mentorship to light in deeply personal and intellectual ways. Professor Zeleza's enduring commitment to reversing the African brain drain through diasporic collaboration and scholarly empowerment is particularly well known. He has not only written extensively on the subject, but has catalyzed concrete institutional mechanisms such as the Carnegie African Diaspora Fellowship Program. This initiative alone has placed over 600 African-born scholars in partnership with African universities, with far-reaching ripple effects in research, teaching, and policy. So today we begin our panel with Dr. David Mwambari, Associate Professor at KU Leuven University in Belgium. In his presentation titled Reflections on Professor Zeleza's Scholarship and Mentorship, Dr. Mwambari offers a rich account that blends personal testimony with scholarly analysis. He trusts how Professor Zeleza's commitment to diaspora engagement, African migration studies, and decolonial higher education has shaped not only his own academic journey, but also broader Pan-African scholarly networks. His reflections, grounded in lived experiences and institutional memory, showcase how Professor Zeleza's vision has advanced transformative academic leadership and intergenerational mentorship. Following Dr. Mwambari, we'll hear from a group of distinguished emerging scholars here at Howard, who has been also deeply influenced by Professor Zeleza's intellectual and ethical leadership and example. Chidinmi Chidoka, who will explore the power of Zeleza's edited volumes, the roots of African conflicts and the resolution of African conflicts, and how his perspective on resolving conflicts in African way could help us grapple with complexities of conflict in Africa through a lens of historical understanding and local agency. Yao Asare will reflect on Zeleza's continuing impact on diaspora studies and how his insights continue to motivate scholars to think globally while remaining anchored in African realities. Hélène Maleche will discuss the interdisciplinary nature of Professor Zeleza's legacy in Africa-centered knowledge production and on particularly African education, focusing on the book, Africa and the Disruptions of 21st Century, the ongoing decolonization of knowledge and working together to place Africa strategically in the global knowledge. And finally, Amarte Laria will examine Zeleza's influence on epistemology and knowledge production, particularly within African higher education institutions, engaging pressing themes such as digital transformation and AI, artificial intelligence from African-centered lens. Together, these voices illuminate the living legacy of Professor Zeleza, not only through theory, but through practice, pedagogy, and presence. As we begin, let's listen with attention and appreciation to the depths of mentorship and scholarship that this panel seeks to honor. Let's now begin with Dr. Mwambari. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Habari. Very good. Finally, some Swahili in this house. So I had a longer paper and I chopped it completely because I realized that a lot of things have been said. So I'm just going to focus on the mentorship. Thank you very much for the introduction, fellow panelists. It's a pleasure to share a platform with you. So I am jet-lagged, and as a storyteller, I'm going to request your company in delivering this speech, if you will. I will tell you 4 stories this afternoon to show how Professor Paul Zeleza has mentored scholars around the world that have gone on to mentor others, but also to occupy a position of influence around Africa and the world. And I'm here, privileged, to testify on behalf of thousands of those who are around the world who are not here, that he has either taught, mentored, in the last 4 decades that we are here celebrating. So the first thing I wanted to request you to do with me, if you may, is just to say very loud, happy birthday. Happy birthday. Thank you very much. You are fantastic. This is great. You realize it's the afternoon, huh? So we have to do a few things to go together, to journey together. Huh? So I told you how many stories? 4. Excellent. So my mentor and now ancestor, the Kenyan-American poet Michere Mugo, taught me that in many African cultures where there is a practice to call and respond when communicating within a community, I therefore have inherited her practice to use what she used to use as ashe ashe. And that means that every time I say ashe ashe, if you agree with me, or you disagree, or you're falling asleep, you just say, oh, your neighbor is falling asleep, you just say, ashe, ashe. Can we practice? Ashe, ashe. Thank you. That's the first story. The second story, in this paper, I use personal anecdotes that gestures towards Professor Zeleza's contribution to higher education through mentorship, which, though less visible than his celebrated published works, has been fundamental in shaping the intellectual trajectories of the next generation of young African scholars. I first met Professor Paul Zeleza and Professor Cassandra Veni at the commencement of their tenure at the USIU in Kenya. We had been introduced by a mutual colleague, Professor Beth Whitaker, who knew we were both returning to USIU Africa. I had just completed my PhD in Australia, and as a Pan-African, I wanted to go back home. Something happened along the way. And Professor Zeleza was coming from Quinnipiac to assume the position of as Vice-Chancellor. Of course, I had prior engagement with Professor Zeleza's academic work while undertaking my master's degrees at USIU and Syracuse University. Though I was nervous during our first meeting at his office, he expressed joyful, enthusiastic curiosity about my personal life and professional ambitions. He asked many questions, always with a smile, putting me at ease and prompted me to ask questions of my own that seemed very childlike in their sincerity. For instance, how can I publish like you? How do I start? How can I approach the journals, book series, book publishers? At the time, my laptop was a graveyard of research papers and had embargoed my PhD in Australia for fear that it contained analysis that could potentially be misread because I had written about sensitive topic of memory politics in a particular country I will not mention now. I mention this personal encounter because it is not to be taken for granted. Many senior colleagues who can really make young colleagues, many senior colleagues can really make young colleagues feel less than, and they forget they were all once ambitious, young, naive, all full of childlike questions. This is an important quality we can all learn from Professor Zeleza's approach in mentoring. I strive to deal with similar principles I learned from him, and as others mentioned about, in my speech letter, that I have accumulated some sort of power now in European institutions. I can also mentor others. Ashe, ashe. I tell you, I'm usually much better when I'm not jet lagged. I can tell you that. Now, let me tell you one of my favorite quotes from Professor Zeleza's paper that he spoke about in 2019, February 2019, while addressing graduate students from across Africa at the USIU. At the courtesy, the workshop was held by Africa Peacebuilding Network. And these are the words that I read later. I was not in that lecture, but I read up to now everything he has written ever since I met him, including his books. Our intellectual, these are words he uses that I find very difficult to pronounce, proclivities. I usually do this when he's not there, but now he's there, I feel a bit pressure. Often reflect our times, prevailing ideologies and struggles, dominant intellectual traditions, and institutional context. In short, much of our individual scholarship is enmeshed in specific historical geographies, current political economies, and generations' aspiration and anxieties. Ashe, ashe. I found this was so profound that I started my recently published book with them to explain my positionality, how it's layered as a diaspora scholar, studying a particular context that I'm far from, because it is true that he's really the first one to summarize it for me, that what you do as an intellectual matters, and it is related to generational challenge, to the context you are in, and to your location. So that was the second story. How many stories did I say I was going to do? 4. Fantastic. Let's go for the third one. Professor Zeleza shared 2 critical lessons that I practiced to date. And this was in one of his meetings. I went to knock on his office. First thing is the pipeline. Now we are talking about how do you publish. He said, create a pipeline. First, he patiently explained that I would have to read other authors' works to learn how to structure papers and appreciate diverse writing styles. He underscored the need to create what he called a pipeline before I could master both writing and publishing skills. The pipeline would be a space to store my drafts and then see them through as I submit and track them through the publication process. I did exactly that, revisiting his articles and began to systematically send manuscripts to publishers. Although I had completed 2 manuscripts, my first publications came out in 2017 because I had held on them for fear of the opaque, intimidating world of academic publishing. I also lacked the confidence to navigate the process and felt the need to seek the guidance of a seasoned scholar rather than searching online or working on my own. Another occasion with Professor Emmanuel Achiopong, who was visiting from Harvard, they told me, make sure you have your own writing style. This is the best advice I've ever gotten. In a way that when people read what you write, they will know it is your voice and style. So this was such an important advice, especially because English is one of my many languages I speak and write in. I gained freedom in that meeting to write with proverbs, to work with names, where I'm explaining some historical factors. And basically did what Chinua Achebe said. I have been given this language, meaning English, and I tend to use it. And I've done exactly that in my book, forcing Oxford University Press to publish a book recently that they thought was not worthy of their publication. But I gained a lot of confidence through this dialogue with senior scholars. The second thing, apart from the pipeline, which I created and has created marvelous miracles over the last few years, and therefore changed my career because publishing is key, courage to publish. So the second pivotal moment in my career also came with Zeleza's personal story. On one of my many visits to report the positive progress of the pipeline to his office, I mentioned that I was quite apprehensive about publishing the memory politics manuscript for my PhD. He shared a personal story of how his family member in Malawi faced challenges from powerful people because of his writing and offered no false reassurances about the risks that accompany the publication of sensitive material to your homeland, sometimes depending on the processes that are ongoing in your country. Later on, it was Dr. Godwin Murunga and Professor Fumiro Nshakin who also confirmed that such challenges are integral to our responsibilities as scholars. Such assurance from senior scholars allowed me to have a voice and to have confidence and to take risks that come sometimes with research, writing, and thinking. Again, I was a young, ambitious scholar who wanted to write, dream, research, and secure a place in academia. I told myself, as I still do now, that I was born to teach, research, and write with or without compensation. After his advice and support I received from the Africa Leadership Center and Codestria later, I managed to publish what had been my dream. So Professor Zeleza, when he came to SIU, every time he introduced anyone who visited, who is an academic, he talked about their publication. This was such a change I cannot explain. Usually there is things you did in the policy, things you did. He would always read that person and then say what that person has contributed to knowledge production. And he always be ready with a paper. Not an introduction, small papers, no. He would do a historical perspective of even that person and their work and their publication. So it really gave me a vision as a young person, as many of us, not just me, but it gave us a vision on what does it mean actually to take your work seriously as somebody who is in academia. And this sort of exchange and struggle led to my publication of Navigating Cultural Memory, a book published in 2023, and that has now won 2 international awards. Can you imagine what would have happened if I did not go to Zeleza's office? Or if he had brushed me off his very busy schedule? At the time, that included high-level meeting with ministers, CEOs, senior professors, and international leaders seeking to form partnerships with USIU after his arrival. When he arrived to USIU, everybody flocked in. They just wanted a partnership with this university that Professor Paul Zeleza was going to lead. During my 2-year tenure at USIU, I served on a number of committees that allowed me to learn from Professor Zeleza, and I was honored to co-design a course with him on African international relations. It was under his leadership I also co-chaired a committee that hosted the Toyini Falola Conference, after which Professor Falola and Professor Zeleza encouraged me and others to collect papers and co-edit a volume on what became Beyond History, African Agency in Development, Diplomacy, and Conflict Resolution, published by Roman and Littlefield in 2020. They both literally held our hands as we navigated the processes of coordinating of chapters from around Africa, all the way to publication, a process that took 3 years. I think this kind of commitment is rare. Ashe, ashe. And so I tell these stories to underscore 2 points, amongst many I can underscore. For some of our contributors, this was the first time they published in an international book, and we're thankful for the opportunities. You can easily see that when you see Professor Zeleza's publication record, he has uplifted many, many early career scholars, either by collaborating with them, co-publishing with them, and also editing volumes and editing special issues and serving also on journals. I personally don't know how he does it. The second point I want to, and so that's being a good colleague, but also being a good senior colleague at different levels you are on, always looking down to uplift others. Professor Zeleza's work is not merely theoretical. I stand as one of many he directly supported through his mentorship and his amazing ability to educate and inspire both in print and in person. So I am going to also mention that there are a couple of people who told me to mention them because of how he really transformed their lives. Dr. Minde, Dr. Fatuma Ali, Dr. Munyi Elijah, who he really instructed also and helped them uplift their careers. Ashe, Ashe. How many stories did I say I was going to say? How many are these? I've done 3. I don't know where you're getting the 4th. All right, that means it's getting boring, so let me write it down. Even though my minutes are not finished, I just have to. Sorry? 3 minutes? I'm winding down because, they forgot the stories. Well, this is the 4th story. Ashe. So you've all heard about this fellowship that brought African diaspora scholars. So because I was so enthusiastic, I just grabbed everything that Professor Zeleza brought. It was the way it was. And so one of those was an opportunity to host Professor Pei Soyinka Airewele from Ithaca College, who came to USIU. I had to go back and dig a little bit to the USIU archive, where they wrote that Professor Pei Soyinka from Ithaca College will work closely with Dr. David Mwambari on growing research capacity and output, as well as mentor graduate and doctoral international relations students. And in this interaction with Professor Pei, with Professor Fatuma, with Professor Munyi, and many other academics, we were able to organize a lot of workshops. We were able to create relationships. I think she spent 3 months with us. But what I came to learn later is the numbers that you mentioned. Those numbers have people behind them. Those are African diaspora scholars who wanted to go back home to contribute sometimes to their own countries, but also sometimes to the continent in other ways. And his vision put that in motion. And so the last lesson I learned from that program and that I've carried on is that if you have ideas, you better be good at fundraising. You have to find the money. And that was my challenge. And again, I was very, very fortunate to win one of the biggest European grants that has basically given me a job, but also ability to hire 26 scholars in Africa for a kind of project that I'm running. Thanks to Professor Zeleza, literally, who showed me this is how it goes, this is how it goes. But also, all of us need mentors. We need people to aspire to. We need people to look up to, and we need doers. And Professor Zeleza, you have been that. It is such a privilege to fly here to tell you we honor you and thank you so much.
Ashe. So thank you so much, David. So that project, which I just mentioned the number, it also, we know from the accounts, it generated hundreds of millions of dollars for education and projects for Africa. So I would like to invite Chidi for the next presentation. What? Yeah, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Dr. Zeleza, and happy birthday. It is a privilege on my part to be part of this panel, celebrating your influence. Interestingly, I got introduced to your work as a master's student when I was getting my master's in international peace and conflict resolution and being very frustrated at what I saw people identify as roots of African conflicts, especially. And in the process, I ran into these books, edited volumes, The Roots of African Conflicts, Causes and Costs, and Resolution of the African Conflicts, Management of Conflict Resolution and Post-Conflict Reconstruction. Imagine my excitement when, I think it was within 1 month of starting our program, and I heard Dr. Zeleza was coming to Howard. I was overjoyed. So I encountered the first volume, and I was in the preliminary stages of designing a research project on post-colonial state building in Central and East Africa. It was actually Rwanda. And my understanding of conflict in Africa at the time, although growing, was heavily shaped by mainstream narratives that sometimes lacked nuance. I knew there were deeper and structural issues at play, like legacies of colonialism, interplay of ethnicity and politics, and even uneven economic development, but I didn't have a cohesive analytical framework. That volume helped me see the need for a deeper historical excavation. And the collection of essays in that book pointed to the many layers of conflict, the colonial engineering of political boundaries that we always talk about, and resource competition, of course, aggravated by external interventions. One of the key lessons I drew from those essays was the importance of mapping out how colonial powers set the stage for many of today's structural inequities that we see on the continent. And I began to trace how colonial economic policies favored certain groups over others. Something else I learned from there was the cost-benefit lens. When we think of cost of conflict, most times we tend to think about it just in terms of monetary and economic costs. But the broader framing, I saw that, I think one of the speakers earlier today talked about it, when, as a Nigerian, when we talk about the stigmatization of certain ethnic groups and how it continues to affect how they engage in their governments. So this broader framing encouraged me to expand my data collection beyond purely economic or political indicators. Something else that I learned from Dr. Zeleza's work was intersectional analysis. It's also something else I engaged heavily in from the African Studies Department. And I understood the interconnected nature of conflict triggers: gender, ethnicity, class, generation, geography, and how all of those issues or factors intersect. It taught me to bring in a multidisciplinary perspective, and it enriched my research design. So, the first volume, it guided me to adopt a more layered and historically grounded lens when I looked at a conflict. The second volume, The Resolution of African Conflicts, which is really what I focus on for my dissertation, for my PhD. I'm looking at reconstruction of post-conflict societies. And I like that that volume discussed, it shifted the discussion from now we're out of violence, and what do we need to rebuild societies emerging from conflicts, which I think is very important, because I see from my experience, I've seen in Middle Belt, Nigeria, you stop the conflicts, but the people are still frustrated and there's still poverty. They are definitely going to go back into conflict. From that volume, I learned the need to localize conflict resolution. We say it all the time, how one size doesn't fit all, but it is difficult not to try to apply something you've learned somewhere else into another conflict. So from here, I liked the emphasis on community-based and locally led solutions. I liked the reference to the UN peacekeeping missions, but I learned also about how it was important to empower local actors and the recognition of indigenous conflict resolution strategies. I also saw that reconstruction must be holistic. Like I talked about, it's not just enough to stop people from fighting. There has to be a plan, especially to restart the economies of those post-conflict societies. And from the public policy perspective, I learned that I saw the second volume as a practical framework for policymakers, because that volume gave insights into transitional justice, security sector reform, and the role of civil society. On On the personal side, and for my scholarly growth, it helped me refine my research questions first, and also to expand how I thought about my methodologies. More importantly, it taught me to look at African conflicts not as intractable or monolithic, because Nigeria alone, where I come from, has over 500 ethnic groups, but to look at African conflicts as a phenomena deeply rooted in specific historical, political, and cultural contexts. Dr. Zeleza's editorial vision, for me, is a reminder of why it is important for African scholars to be at the forefront of knowledge production in Africa. His work has inspired me to center African voices and local agency in analysis of our conflicts and the aftermath of those conflicts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chidi. Chidi is my senior here in the African Studies Department at Howard. I can only confirm that when we turn to books or volumes in certain issues in African studies, one of our usual references is Professor Zeleza's works. The next presenter in our panel is Yao.
Thank you and greetings, everybody. I am very much excited to be on this panel, and I would also want to use this opportunity to congratulate Professor Zeleza on his 70th birthday. This is indeed a significant milestone, and we ask for long life to continue showering us with the blessings of your thoughts. Thank you. And also, in honor of that also, I'd want to read something which made me think of Prof. Zeleza as we read, and this comes from, is a text from ancient Egypt, better known as Keynote, from a scribe who was passing on these admonitions on to those who were studying under him. So he goes on to write, cherish study, avoid the dance, so you will become an excellent official. Do not yearn after outdoor pleasures, hunting and fishing. Shun boomerang throwing and the chase. Write diligently by day, recite at night. Let your friends be the papyrus roll and the scribal palette. Indeed, writing, for one who knows it, is far better than all other professions, pleasanter than bread and beer, more delightful than clothes and perfumed ointment, more precious than a legacy in Egypt, than a tomb in the West. And this made me think of Prof. Zeleza and your accomplishments in the field. Anyways, I am a scholar keenly interested in Africa and its engagement with the diaspora. The diaspora here being people of African descent located outside the continent as a result of voluntary and forced dispersals from historic to contemporary times. It is this interest that brought me in close contact with the thoughts of Dr. Zeleza. Instrumental to my study is the definition of the diaspora. Here, Dr. Zeleza shines some light on how to think of the African diaspora. He notes that the use of the word diaspora tends to be uncritical and vague. The diaspora, he informs us, is talked of mostly as a people with transnational mobility, hybridity, navigation of multiple belongings, and as a people with networks of affiliation. Professor Zeleza identifies two aspects of the diaspora, which is the historical diaspora formed before the construction of colonial and post-colonial states, as well as the contemporary diaspora whose flows from the continent is traced to the 19th century and beyond. From his discussions on the diaspora, he calls for us to see the diaspora as a process, which is one of being and becoming, as a condition which is resulting from dispersals, also in terms of space, the location of the diaspora, and also as a discourse, which is like studies as discourse in terms of like studies, like for example, being discussed here. I show on the screen two adages from the accounts of Ghana, which I use to think through what the diaspora may mean. One is an Adinkra symbol and the other a proverb. So on the left, we see Funtum Funefu Denchem Funefu, Wanefru Bomu, in Suwarididiana Wokun, which is to say that Siamese crocodiles have one stomach, yet they fight over food when eaten, which for me points to a connection rooted in similarity. Moreover, on the right, we would see Dufoche Dansiomu, Chesen Arakra, Erin Nane Odenchem, which is to say, no matter how long a log remains in water, it will not become a crocodile. And also for me, this speaks to how, regardless of change in location, the fundamental being in a person does not change. The log may indeed rot in the water, but it does not become a crocodile. It is in recognition of these and other complex factors which has led some governments of the continent to actively engage with the diaspora. Although Professor Zeleza may have pivoted, what would his thoughts be on recent Africa diaspora engagement? My dissertation engages with the historic diaspora in their process of return, the conditions of their experiences, the spaces in which they occupy when they return, as well as the discourse surrounding their return. Specifically, I hone in on the year of return in Ghana, which has sparked a massive wave of new diaspora engagement. This, however, is not without its controversies. Recently, an article published on Africa is a Country dubbed the recent diaspora engagement of the continent as one of elite capture masquerading as Pan-Africanism. The author, Naoli Aroni, observes succinctly that recent engagement focuses mainly on celebrities who post glamorous images, whose glamorous images, and I quote her, aid African governments to craft a progressive aspirational image that conceals deep-seated class inequalities and the dire material conditions of ordinary Africans. Here, once again, how does the diaspora and its engagement with the motherland affect the process, conditions, space, and discourse surrounding the diaspora? My research is currently in progress, and I acknowledge that discussions on the diaspora return to the continent has to be nuanced so as not to reinforce neo-colonial attitudes as well as scatter our desire for meaningful connections. But towards connection, Dr. Zeleza hints at music as being a Pan-African bridge. This was creatively explored in Ryan Coogler's recent movie, Sinners, which showed continuities in music through sacred time from African antiquity through to present. My research also delves into cultural collaborations stemming from recent Africa diaspora engagements. But I am moved by Dr. Zeleza's admonition to Africa diaspora scholars, and I quote him, "Our challenge as researchers in the field of African diaspora studies is to map out these processes and promote mutual understanding through education and communication, to encourage a strategic solidarity among our communities that comes from respect for each other's histories and struggles, and from a clear understanding of the ties that bind us as we seek to recover the ravages of the past and build new futures in a more globalized world." Indeed, my research, and by extension other Africa diaspora scholars, must have the ultimate aim towards healing. As Africa contemplates its diaspora, the pioneering works of Professor Zeleza will be foundational towards discourse in this ever-growing and important field. Also, Dr. Zeleza speaks personally to me in his discussion on the academic diaspora, and I quote him again. "The African academic diaspora," he notes, "as cultural producers have a role to play in Africanizing the Atlantic. They must resist the seductions of northern academies to become native ventriloquists, complicit others who validate narratives that seek to marginalize Africa." In here also, I feel a call. I am inspired by this gathering to celebrate an icon in the field of African studies. to me, speaks to the relevance of our field alongside our fragmented twin, Africana studies, especially in these times when the field is targeted and underfunded. Yes, please, we need money. We are thankful for Dr. Zeleza's contributions to the field. A saying from home says, if you did not see your mother in her heydays, you may think your father made a mistake. I was in awe seeing Dr. Zeleza with her in the brochure. I remarked to my colleagues, Dr. Zeleza had hair. It is endearing to see that. It is endearing to see that in the image of him behind me, in place of hair, a tree grows. And it is from this tree that we pluck some fruits for nourishment as we move on our intellectual journey. Dr. Zeleza, Yamawatirin, which is to say, we pour life on your head, and may the ancestors continue to guide your path. Ashe.
Thank you so much, Yao. That's very, very moving. The next contribution from our panel is from Helen on African knowledge production and education, one of Professor Zeleza's favorite themes on which he has been working since decades, since before we were born, and until and which we are which we are engaging now. Helen, please.
Good afternoon, and happy birthday, Professor. Indeed, we've been talking, and we were really privileged as a class when we were here just in 1 month that Professor Zeleza came into the Howard University. And we had the benefit of him coming into various classes that we had. And it has just been profound, and that's what I would like to talk about. I have been reading this book, amongst others. This book is called Africa and the Disruptions of the 21st Century. And many minds are thinking about the disruptions and how will Africa fit in those disruptions. Allow me to read just something small in the preface so that I can set myself up. And this is what Professor says. It was published in 2021. As I get older, I become more preoccupied counterintuitively with the future of my beloved continent, our global diaspora, and the world at large. I am keener than ever about the quality of education we are giving our young people and the mentoring that the members of my generation provide to younger scholars. I am worried about the world we have created for future generations, but I am also hopeful as I watch and witness the amazing energy, imagination, creativity, agency, and fearlessness of young people. And this really touched me because Dr. Zeleza, he personalizes his books. So as he does all the history and he does all the research, you get a snippet of the kind of person that he is. And that's why I want to focus on a few things today about how this has impacted my life here at Howard University. I specifically was reading the chapter on the decolonization of African knowledges. And in this, he says there are two areas that are of big concern. The first is the unfinished project of decolonizing African knowledges. And the second is the continent's position in global knowledge production. I am an educator, as I said before, and I have a school back in Kenya. And in Kenya, we are very happy about the kind of education we have. We call them private academies. Private academies have foreign curricula. They also have a lot of foreign interaction because that's the way you show that your school is doing well. So my first meeting with Professor Zeleza was in our class when he started talking about the 4 libraries. The 4 libraries, and he talked about the Library of the Ancient Era, the Colonial Era Library, the Post-Independence Library, and the Slave Trade Era Library. And much to my amazement, I looked at the students that I have in my school and I said, what libraries do our children engage? And this was totally disturbing to me. So it is from the time that I came into Howard, I started thinking about the curriculum for my school. So it's true that we get into partnerships, and it's true that we engage in different education systems. But I told myself just from this learning that there's no excuse for a school in an African country not to have the ancient era library as part of their literature. In this book, he says that there's a total need for an integrated library. And the question is asked in the book, who will undertake such a project? And many times I realize that as African nations, again, like in my school, sometimes we get donations of books from all over the world, and we're very happy because we think that we have saved some money and we have some books. And this question moved me to think that what role can I play in an integrated library? Because children that we are raising in Africa need agency. They need to know their identity. They need to know where they came from. And this is a very critical area. So I'm very glad that at such a time as this, I'm in Howard to learn about how the libraries will affect children in local schools so that they first of all understand who they are before they understand how the people came and discovered what was in their country. So this is what has really been very exciting to me. And so in this area, Professor Zeleza, before I leave Howard, I'll share with you my curriculum so that you can see what we're going to be doing. We're going to make them compulsory subjects. One of the compulsory subjects will be Africa's history, just like we have. Yes, thank you. The second one is the continent's position in global knowledge production. In this, I looked at several of Prof's volumes, and there are several, and I was looking at them and reading them, and just thinking that many of the volumes he has are from presentations he's made, keynote addresses here, and collecting the information and putting them in a book, including the one that I read. It's about speeches that he has made in different areas. Apart from that, they're creative books, they're stories, they're African storytelling. And I just thought to myself that we have no excuse not to write. And this is a big area in which we want to have an opportunity where we can raise the volume of African literature, the quality and the quantity of African knowledge production. And in this area, I was happy when Professor talked about the way he was mentored to be the pipeline and the courage to publish. This is another lesson that I have learned, that I need to really situate myself and also be a voice in terms of presenting and producing African knowledge for people to engage in. Moving on, there's an article that I read published in 2022, and it says, Africa in the 21st century, from pawn to global player. And I thought to myself, I am a global player. I'm not a pawn anymore. And thank you, yes. Yeah. And in this article published, he talks about several areas that are very key for us as Africans. And the fact is that Africa is changing now because we have quite a number of youth. I mean, we have the largest number of youth who are alive and well and ready to change the world. And also talks about the whole concept of a diaspora and engagement, talking about reimagining Pan-Africanism in the modernist era. And then lastly, talking about the digital technology and how it fuels creative expansion. And out of all these readings, when I read this and I started to think, what is it that I'd like to do for my dissertation studies and what would I like to engage in? I started to think about African digital agency. Part of the writings that Dr. Zeleza produces are about who you are, from what context are you speaking, from what lens are you speaking, what is the real history on the ground before you begin to make assertions about a certain people. And I began to see that with technology, the way it has burst forth and the availability of technology around the world and including in Africa, Africa needs to be extremely strategic in the way they position themselves around technology and how it is utilized, so that we too can say that we have produced some information. We have not produced information for Google. We have not produced information for people to use. But Africans in and of themselves have a voice through technology. And that can only come through the frameworks that we set up, the structures of policy. It will come through engaging with the youth who are very creative and seeing exactly how do we want to work with technology with the youth and the way that they are so creative. And this being my last point is that out of this experience of interacting with scholars like Professor Zeleza, I began to realize that I almost called myself, the word is called a fake. Let me use the word fake, because I had mastered a lot of Eurocentric literature, mastered a lot of Eurocentric policy, or not policy, but theories. But when it came to me to describe what would it mean for African digital agency, it would be unfortunate if I decided to use a total framework that is foreign to Africa to create a framework. And so it is from this work that I'm drawing my insights about what kind of theoretical framework, which is Afrocentric, and will speak to us setting up our own digital agency. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Helen. Last but not least, finally, Amarte will continue the conversation on education and knowledge production, particularly focusing on one emerging issue, which is also focus of Professor Zeleza's writings in the recent times, artificial intelligence, African epistemology, and knowledge production. You have 3 minutes, not more.
Hello, everyone. Dr. Paul Zeleza, happy birthday. So in the culture I come from, which is the Ghana of Ghana, and also the Ashantis of Ghana, there's this recognition we give to people who have held extreme relevance in our society. In other words, people who are recognized as Onipa, which means person, are sometimes referred to as Nana. So, for instance, we call Kwame Nkrumah as Nana Kwame Nkrumah because of the legacy he had lived. Today, I make reference to you as Nana Paul Zeleza because of the extreme legacy you've lived. Yeah. So, recently I've been thinking about an idea. The idea is, I've been thinking about how can AI help to break the barrier of communication as it relates to the healthcare. Because, for instance, take US, some persons would go to the hospital and are unable to speak English or are unable to speak either English or Spanish because they come from other parts of the world and are unable to communicate effectively what exactly is happening to them. So I think about how AI can help to improve communication by translating language into several ones in order to help effective communication. And these ideas stems from 2 works of yours that I've engaged with. And then, so the first one is the work you have on African studies and universities since independence. And then there was also a speech you delivered during the African Indigenous Knowledge and African Language International Conference, very recent. And then these are the 2 things that had really influenced this idea. So with regards to your work on African studies and universities since independence, you delineated 4 distinct epistemological traditions that have emerged within African historical scholarship. That is the culturalist, the developmentalist, the globalist, and the deconstructionist. With regards to the culturalist tradition, you emphasize the study of African cultural practice, belief system, and indigenous knowledge forms, serving as the counter-narrative to colonial depictions of Africa as lacking history or sophisticated cultural tradition. With regards to the developmentalist tradition, you focused on economic development, state formation, and institutional capacity building in post-colonial context, viewing knowledge production as instrumental to national developmental goals. In relation to the globalist tradition, you situate African experiences within a broader global process, examining how Africa has been integrated in global system of trade, politics, and knowledge exchange. Then the final one, which is the deconstructionist tradition, you apply it, it's a critical theory that questions established narrative about Africa, examining how power shapes knowledge production and scrutinizes the politics of representation in academic discourse. Having said that, in the recent presentation you did during the African Indigenous Knowledge and African Language International Conference, you had a couple of things to say about AI, but some of the things that you said raised a lot of questions in my mind. And one is, who controls AI? Who decide how it is built? Who benefits from it? And whose knowledge it encodes? And I think these are very relevant questions that we could engage with, especially in the current era we find ourselves. Because the idea of AI can be used for good and can be used for bad. It can also be a means by which Africans' history and tradition would continue to be marginalized, or we can take advantage of trying to accurately tell our story as African people. So for me, these frameworks you've given is a base upon which I'm looking at this work I'm doing. Thank you so much, Father.
Thank you so much, Amarte. I'm sure there will be questions on that also from the audience. And before we proceed to, I hope we'll have some time for discussion to questions. I just want to highlight one aspect of Professor Zeleza's work and character, which David also mentioned earlier. So beyond the accolades, of which there are many, what truly distinguishes Professor Zeleza is the character with which he has carried his brilliance. He's known not only for his discipline and punctuality, but like 6:30 in the morning, 7:30 meetings, always there, prepared, smiling and kind. So his humility, kindness, and generosity. So he mentors with care, leads with vision, listens with respect. I think everyone can speak about that. Whichever level you are, he listens with respect, he lets you speak. He has always made time for students, colleagues alike, and embodying the very spirit of collegiality and public service. So his legacy includes not only his scholarly contributions for me, but also the countless lives he has touched as teacher, mentor, administrator, and friend. He represents the best of what we aspire to be as students. Intellectually rigorous, ethically grounded, and deeply committed to the collective good. Thank you. And so we'll proceed to questions. I will have 2-3 questions for here for the panel. My first question is for David. Dr. Mwambari, in your powerful reflection on Professor Zeleza's mentorship and scholarship, you emphasized his role in reframing African diaspora studies and advancing decolonial approach to higher education. Given your personal experience as both a mentee and a scholar working across continents, how do you see Zeleza's vision of intergenerational mentorship and Pan-African scholarly networks reshaping institutional power dynamics between Africa and Euro-American academic space, because you have been there and here and there. So, well.
Thank you. So intergenerational mentorship?
Yeah.
And?
Pan-African scholarly networks, power dynamics between African and Euro-American scholarly spaces.
Yeah, thank you. So I think I'll make maybe a couple of points. One is the lived reality of being a diaspora-based scholar. I do a lot of field work. At the moment, I'm running a project on refugees, and I spend a lot of time in camps in Bidi, Nakivare, Dadaab. These are places that you really, really have to travel. And one of the things I find is that when you deal with the community and you say you're coming from outside, there is a lot of layers you need to go through for you yourself to have a particular attitude to work with people, because the longer you stay outside a community, a context, the more you almost push towards being relevant. And so the power dynamic comes in when I think some scholars come with a lot of institutional colonial power, like, you belong to a big institution. If you say you're from America or Europe, they behave in a particular way. We can take posture to almost mimic the colonial enterprise of knowledge production. So that's one thing I think diaspora-based scholars have to be cautious about when working with the communities. The second one is with colleagues in other African universities. Again, because I do a lot of field work, one of the things I do when I'm doing research in a community, I look for a university, I email ahead of time and say, I have a set of skills, can I please contribute or come and learn, be part of a class, whatever. And you always find that the attitude, if I'm with the white colleagues, they get reception very quickly. Before I do. I'm happy now I have gray hair. I don't cut it anymore because it has been helping me to pass around and get some collaboration going. But otherwise, just calling up and saying you're this and you do this, it sometimes doesn't work. So we are working around some sort of coloniality that is in knowledge production, but there is also in practice, there is in nation building, that a decolonized mind has to invest in decentering themselves and understanding the processes that are going on as you form the relationships. And that's work. It's progress because as we grow also in academia, you claim elite privileges and you almost want to cash them in when you're stuck in borders. I'm stuck often in borders because I don't tell border controls that I'm a professor. I just say I'm here, I'm going to do a workshop, and they set me down and I spend 6-7 hours. Later on they find out, okay, what do you do? And you say, a professor, they all go crazy. But you have to go through a process of learning how to reach people where they are coming from and understanding systems and how they shape us so that you don't end up oppressing people. Because I think also these titles and all this knowledge, and it can actually end up preventing you from learning from people because the way you come with such a high, and that's something I really learned from Professor Zeleza, that even on campus when he was a vice chancellor, he didn't impose it, right? Every Thursday, was it Thursday? He used to come to offices and just say hi. And people will stand with their legs and arms, the chancellor is here, there. But he came with peace just to say hello. I'm sure he was also finding out what's going on. So I think, we critique power a lot, we critique powerful elites a lot, but we forget the moment we get in those places ourselves that we are embodying coloniality and power. So you need to shed off these things of saying, I'm from Europe, I'm from America. I shed them off and I say, I'm affiliated with African Leadership Center in Kenya, and you get so then you build a relationship from ground up, which I think for me is interesting as learners, because I remain a student.
Thank you. Thank you. I just wanted to add to that. With Dr. David, I am working currently with Professor Zeleza on a project as a research assistant. And with Dr. David Mwabari, we also recruited some research assistants in the continent. And when there was a speech or a suggestion that they are paid differently than me here, and Professor Zeleza objected strongly based on his record of just how scholars treated in the continent and elsewhere. So he made sure that they are paid there the same as they are paid here and elsewhere. So, my next question is for Chidi. Chidi, on your presentation on Professor Zeleza's work in the roots of African conflict and the resolution of African conflicts, you brought to attention its emphasis on historical context and local agency. How do you think can African epistemologies and traditional mechanisms of conflict resolution, those you said, which are rooted in community consensus and restorative justice, be meaningfully integrated into, say, the African Union's formal peace and security architecture, which often, you also said, replicates external frameworks and rather ignores the local ones?
So something I learned, something I got from the edited volumes was, simply put, context is key. In analyzing a conflict in Africa. It's very, very important to find the context. So thinking about the African Union and conflict resolution mechanisms, I would say that just what I said, it has to, each conflict has to be analyzed for its own, with its own peculiarities. So if you ask me, I'll say the African Union should avoid a one-size-fits-all. if it works in the north, if it, in the global north, if it works in the west, it can't work in Africa. So if the African Union wants to go into peacekeeping and conflict resolution, it must, within a contained mechanisms that's able to analyze and identify the peculiar context before you can find the drivers of the conflict, before you can proffer conflict resolution suggestions that are tailored for that particular conflict. So, yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. My final question is for Amartya. Amartya, in your analysis of Professor Zeleza's influence on knowledge production, especially in relation to African epistemology and AI, which is both timely and urgent, thank you for that. Based on your presentation, what's the Zelezian perspective on how might African universities recenter indigenous knowledge systems within the ongoing digital and AI revolution?
Thank you so much for the question. So it's really an undeniable fact that the current AI tools that we have, for instance, ChatGPT, perpetuate a certain kind of, Eurocentric perspective, especially when it comes to knowledge production. So for instance, a simple search on, or when you simply search on ChatGPT, give me examples of images of people, of inmates. The kind of image it gives you are black people. And you ask the same ChatGPT or any other one, give me an image of lawyers. And the kind of image you see are not black people. So, and also when it comes to stories about Africans and the diaspora, the knowledge that you get from there is not really the reflection of what it is. But I think Nana Paul Zeleza has already reminded us about these things already, in the sense of the Eurocentric narrative when it comes to African people. So for me, the Zelezian perspective is what he articulates in his work, which I mentioned, African Studies and Universities Since Independence, where it talks about the culturalist, the globalist, the deconstruction, all these perspectives are ways for us as African people or people of African descent to reflect on the kind of AI inventions we want to make. Because for me, I hold the view that African people or black people should have their form of AI. They should own it, especially when it questions who owns AI. What purpose does it serve? And who encodes it? These are questions that are very relevant because historically, African people and people of African descent have been exploited, and it's continuing. And AI is supposed to help us to break these inequalities, but rather it is reaffirming it. And so there's a need for us to look at AI with this Zelezian perspective I've mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that. Yes, we shouldn't just be consumers or onlookers, but active participants of knowledge production in this AI, artificial intelligence. So before the keynote addresses, we'll have a few minutes for questions. If anyone has questions for the panelists, please come forward.
Hello, good evening. My name is Kayla Harley. So first I want to say thank you to everyone, and I want to say in particular thank you, David, for your comment about shaking off essentially colonialism, the presence, right? Even though we are Black, Pan-African, African, we come with a presence and information and knowledge that can be intimidating and create a sense of separation. To that, what has been a theme I'm hearing in this conversation, the one before, is that capacity is limited when it comes to supervision. We know that we need to have the lived experience of research and not just the research itself. So I want to pose a double question depending on your experience. One, let's say money aside, because we all know that money and resources is the biggest hurdle. If that were not an issue, what would you say is the biggest challenge in terms of gaining an experience, a lived experience of research and having that support, mentorship or supervision? If it hasn't been a challenge, give an example of when you stepped up, because we know that what's happening now is there needs to be a passing of the baton. We're needing to emerge into leadership, right, and taking on more responsibility. Maybe you've done that, and maybe you found it to be effective. Could you give an example of when that happened? You can answer either or. Thank you.
Thank you so much. David?
Yeah. Well, when it comes to mentorship, it's a relationship, right? So there is the one who wants mentorship. Sometimes some people have guts to step up, and that's a trick I learned from one time when I was hustling, trying to go to university in Kenya. I learned something from people who are training entrepreneurs. I said, the best way you're going to make it in life is one secret is to say, hey, I need help. So there are people who are like that, who know when they need help, when something hurts, they say it hurts. And then they ask. But from the time I've been teaching and also mentoring, there are people who have a problem, either because of the way you are or because of the system they are in, they just can't voice it. Sometimes this is also gendered. So they really want to come forward for mentorship, but they are concerned or worried because they are culturally. So if you're in a position of power and you know you have something to offer and you suspect somebody wants it, I think it's good to create an aura, and that's what we were saying about Professor Zeleza, of approachable, of being approachable. The stories I was telling you about approaching him, his calendars were full. Sometimes it was to sit at the reception for some minutes. You know. But me, I was one of those who say I need help. But he was also on the other saying, okay, I'm also here to also mentor people. So, but there's also etiquette, of course, if somebody's very busy and you know. But I think a lot of it is push and pull. The other one that I do quite often that works is to join organizations on the continent, because for me, my concern in my life, Europe is a transaction. My dealings with Africa is transformational. And so what I do is I join other people's dreams. I've been part of, for example, Africa Leadership Center, founded by Professor Fumio Nishakin and Godwin Murunga, that mentors and trains African women in peace and security. I don't have to invent a program. What I did was join them in 2000, I think it's been now 15 years. And so for twice a year, they know they can count on me to offer a course on methodology and a course on research and writing. And through that, they also partner with the University of Nairobi. But that brings people from all of Africa. Sometimes they're looking for people, you know, but I looked for them. I looked for that opportunity because this is part of my ethics. So what can you do? And the other thing in mentorship is every time you're being mentored, you can mentor somebody. Somebody you're mentoring can mentor somebody. That's the only way to do it community-wise, and it's a resource. It's a resource because you're dedicating time. So that's what I say. It's multi-layered, but you really have to step up and say, my calendar is busy like this, but this is the time I dedicate every month or every whatever to do this. And everybody has different gifts and talents and different resources to employ.
Thank you so much. We have like time for one question.
Thank you for the panel, everyone. Habari yako? Dr. Maleche Mzuri Sana. I wanted to know, for very personal reasons, what is the likelihood that you can get your perspective transmitted or incorporated into many schools? In other words, this issue about the archive, the library, what's being taught. If you're in school in Kenya, or your kid's in school in Kenya, and they talk about the Pearson curriculum or the Cambridge curriculum, oh, I know it well. The question becomes, what you're trying to do, will you be successful in getting that transmitted across and into many schools? Because right now, those types of schools, especially the ones in what used to be called the White Highlands, are nothing but, well, I'm not going to say nothing but they produce neo-colonialists, not deliberately, but by default because of the way they teach. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the question. I think that there's great opportunity for it to be replicated severally, but this is the beginning stage of creating the idea of having an integrated library in schools, including what literature we read, including what books children take home. So we began it in my school as a pilot program. That's what I want to do. And then I'm part of schools associations. And in these schools associations, in multiple of them at home, That's my idea. I'm going to talk about what we're doing with the reading. And then another thing that we do as a school, that we engage in the music festivals. And so I'm thinking of those forums to sell this idea. But more than anything, we are collaborating as a core group of educators, and we're tackling different areas of education. And this is a kind of group that we want to go and speak to schools and speak to counties in our nation so that we can sell that idea and work together and have people join the group so you become a member. And then more than that, we're thinking Africa, but we've started Kenya. We're thinking Africa, but we've started Kenya, and therefore I see it as a model that can be used and just replicated in the way that that context can work with different literatures and put them together. Last thing I'd like to say is that in my course of being here at Howard, I've seen a lot of good West African literature. Sometimes our teachers are left to choose the readings. But right now, one of our ideas is that we should pick different readings from different sections of Africa so that the children not only get their identity from the histories, but also understand the peoples in the continent. So that's the kind of concept that we have, and we want it to be a model that's replicatable. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Helen. Before we conclude, I'd like to say a thing or two. So as we continue to celebrate this milestone, we do not merely look back, we look forward, because Professor Zeleza is not done. He is continuing to write, teach, guide with the same vigor and clarity that have defined his career. The continent and the world remain beneficiaries of his luminous mind and unwavering dedication. On behalf of the panelists, colleagues, students, friends, and admirers across the globe, I say thank you. Thank you, Professor Zeleza. Thank you for a lifetime scholarship, service, and humanity. Happy 70th birthday. May your legacy continue to illuminate our paths. Thank you. And I would like to take the opportunity to invite Dean Dr. Williams for the next keynote address, Dean of Graduate School of Howard University. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Just one quick announcement. We still have one more item, a film and dinner, 2 items in one, and it will be in the reading room, the place where we had breakfast and lunch.
Okay, so
you're all welcome.
Yeah, that means the keynote address by Dr. Williams and Mr. Olukoshi has been moved for tomorrow. So, yeah, we'll have that tomorrow, and we'll now go to the other place for the film, Zeleza, Stones and Zests, which starts in the other place. Thank you.